antique trucks, tractors, cars, and so much more. It's all here at the Keystone Antique Truck and Tractor Museum in Colonial Heights, Virginia. Visitors from across the world are making their way here. Now discover why you'll want to, too.
The Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum is a pretty diverse collection of stuff. We have around 180 tractors. We have close to 100 road trucks. We have motorcycles, cars, pickups, all kinds of artifacts, tools, drink bottle collections, soft drink stuff. We have a garage. Just about anything you would have run into back in the day working on old cars and trucks. We have a wide variety, a range of tractors and farm equipment. From the turn of the century on up through the years, back in the day, it was pretty simple to work on, and most mechanics could do about anything you need to do to a tractor. They were just so simple, just the average hand tools, and you could keep a machine running.
Once they hand me the keys to this beauty, I'm gonna hit the road. Maybe cars are more your speed. The Keystone Antique Truck and Tractor Museum has an incredible collection.
This is one of the unique cars here, 1944, and it's been beautifully restored. It has a 350 Chevy motor and a turbo 400 automatic transmission. The interior work was done by some of the people that worked on the ZZ Top Eliminator car. This car has really been immaculately done.
The Keystone Antique Truck and Tractor Museum houses a huge, world-class collection of trucks. It sends your mind into overdrive when you stop to appreciate these trucks are the backbone of modern American commerce.
This is our new addition to the museum behind me here, 35,000 square feet. We fill it with road trucks that kind of give us a history of the past of the trucking industry, which I earned my living at for 50 years. But most of these trucks are pre-1970s. We have tankers, we have trucks that use full vans, flatbeds, any number of commodities. I have a 1957 flexible bus that got from a gentleman called the Gadget Guru.
Every corner of the Keystone Antique Truck and Tractor Museum is filled with treasures and trinkets that are sure to delight the amateur visitor to the expert. There's something at every corner.
Lidos. One part inspiration, one part science, one part legacy, and one part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Lidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Three, two, one. One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
FIRST is a global robotics community preparing young people for the future. FIRST engages students in grades pre-K through 12 in our suite of STEM programs, FIRST LEGO League, FIRST Robotics Competition, and of course, FIRST Tech Challenge. FIRST Tech Challenge started in 2005, and we've grown to more than 6,000 teams in more than 25 countries. This continues the transformative impact of FIRST programs, and you are part of this movement. All of you are helping to make this program possible for the next generation of innovators in this very virtual room. So thank you all for joining us today. We're going to have a blast, and I cannot wait to see how everything comes together as these 40-plus teams have been working so hard to design and build their robots for this season's challenge, Ultimate Goal. Well, as you know from tackling the challenge this year, STEM skills have never been so important to solving the issues facing the world today, and FIRST Tech Challenge is forming the leaders and innovators of tomorrow by getting kids involved in these disciplines early. I want to take a moment to recognize and thank all of the parents, the coaches, the mentors, and the volunteers who helped to make today's event possible. It takes so much time and energy to prepare the kids and to prepare the venue and to make all of this work. So thank you so much to all the volunteers. Now, we ask all of you today to honor the FIRST ethos of gracious professionalism. And this means doing your best work. And at the same time, we're going to respect and value the other students, the teams, and the volunteers here. Today is where all the hard work that you've put into designing, building, programming your robot comes to life in thrilling competition. So again, good luck. And we'd like to honor the memory of distinguished FIRST advisor Woody Flowers, the man who created the ethos of FIRST and gracious professionalism. So please join me in watching a short message from him.
FIRST for a long time. I really love how FIRST helps us learn that working hard can be fun and profoundly satisfying. In FIRST, we do our best work while helping others and treating folks with respect and kindness. This ethos is something I like to call gracious professionalism. As you go through this first season, please remember that it is extremely important. In fact, it's expected that you practice gracious professionalism. Everyone. FIRST students, coaches, parents, volunteers too. It's not always easy, but it will make FIRST a sweet experience, and it can have a big positive impact in all areas of your life. So go be kind and creative.
It's always great to hear some wisdom from Woody Flowers. I would also like to give some thanks to our sponsors that make all this possible, especially our live feed sponsor, Northrop Grumman Corporation. And they make the live feed that we're seeing right now possible by providing some resources, and we really couldn't do it without them. So please, let's watch a short video about their company before we get started on matches.
Somewhere past the edge of convention,
beyond the boundaries of tomorrow,
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
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 right. So, oh, wait, hang on. Okay. Thanks so much to our sponsor, Northrop Grumman. I'd like to introduce my partners today. I've got Caitlin, give us a wave. And Niall back again. And with
How's
that,
everybody doing?
All right, we are going to turn to Fulton. Fulton matches are underway already. Fulton matches started right now, as you can see. And then we'll be moving over. We'll be adding in Fairlawn at about 10:40. So buckle up, folks. It's going to be a great morning. Oh, wait.
All right, Caitlin, would you like to introduce our two teams that we have today?
Yes. In the pink robot, you can see is Almond Robotics. That's team 12518. Their rookie year was 2016. And then our second team, 18697, is Mukbang Rock, and they are from the Virginia region, and 2020 is their rookie year.
Awesome.
And so, as we can see, we're already gearing up for that last 30 seconds. Both teams with the wobble goals firmly on the other side, and already with a very healthy score of 101 points. Both of these teams have been featured in the past few weeks. They have seen this arena, they have been on this arena, so there is nothing new for these teams. Let's just see how this alliance fares. And as
Well,
we're
I
in
don't
the
know about nothing new because they have had some time to refine, right? So you play, you go home, you think about it, you make some changes, and that's what we're going to see here today. Ooh, both robots in the middle, shooting for those goals. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, those power shots are really hard to hit. They are so
Got
small.
one.
There's one middle.
Interesting that they didn't choose to try for the wobble goals, though. I figured that was fair game for both of them.
I would have thought that that was what they would have went for.
Right. We'll see, though. Again, strategies change.
Yeah, and sometimes
With a
maybe your first match you want to try out a new strategy. I've seen that before. Kind of testing the waters, seeing if power shot targets are worth it.
With a very healthy unofficial score, I mean, for an opening match to already come out strong at a unofficial 122, that's a nice score. I just want to see where the referee landed. Referee just gave clearance to the field, so teams are preparing their robots and taking them off. And so, as our score comes in, we do have an official 122. But as you all see how the game just came in, we're going to take a quick moment just to show you guys how the actual game is shown by the game animation. So let's give them time to reset the field while we watch this wonderful game animation.
A team consists of up to 2 driver operators, a coach, a human player, and a robot. The robot must be built from materials specified in the game manual and fit within an 18-inch sizing tool, but may expand after the match begins. Each match is played with 4 randomly selected teams, 2 per alliance. Each alliance is allowed only 1 human player. Your opponents for one match may be your partners for another. The game is played on a 12-foot square playing field with a foam tile floor and 1-foot-high walls. 5 unique navigation images are located around the field perimeter. At one end are 2 tower goals, each containing 3 alliance-specific goals with return racks. Between the 2 tower goals are 3 red and 3 blue power shot targets. There are 2 red and 2 blue taped start lines, and 3 red and 3 blue target zone goals. And a white launch line divides the field. Outside of the field walls are the 2 alliance stations and 2 human player stations. The primary game element is a ring, approximately 5 inches in diameter and 3/4 of an inch thick. A match is played with 20 rings. There are 2 red and 2 blue wobble goals. These can have rings scored onto them and can be moved for additional scoring. Before each match, teams place their robots on the field, touching the front wall and over one of their alliance's starting lines. Each robot must be touching or be in possession of a wobble goal. A robot may possess or touch up to 3 rings. After the robots are in position, field personnel will randomize the starter stacks into one of 3 configurations. This determines which target zone goal is active in the autonomous period. 0, 1, or 4 rings correspond to target zone goals A, B, or C, respectively. Unused rings are stored in the human player stations to be deployed to the field at the start of the driver-controlled period. The players and field are ready. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. During this period, there are a number of ways for teams to score using only pre-programmed instructions and sensor inputs. Delivering a wobble goal to the correct target zone earns the Alliance 15 points. A robot parked over the launch line earns 5 points. Each ring launched or placed into the low goal earns 3 points. A ring launched into the mid goal earns 6 points, and launching into the high goal earns 12 points. Robots earn 15 points for each power shot target knocked down. Robots must be completely within the launch zone to launch rings into the mid goal, high goal, or power shot targets. Following the autonomous period is the 2-minute driver-controlled period. During the driver-controlled period, human players are expected to return rings to the playing field, as well as reset power shot targets. Each ring launched or placed into the low goal earns 2 points. A ring launched into the mid goal earns 4 points. However, rings launched into the opposing alliance's goal earn points for their alliance. A ring launched into the high goal earns 6 points. The last 30 seconds of the driver-controlled period is the endgame. During this time, robots may continue scoring rings, but there are also ways to earn bonus points. Each knocked down power shot target earns 15 points. Returning a wobble goal to the start line earns 5 points. Each ring fully supported by the wobble goal earns 5 points. If a robot lifts a wobble goal over the front wall into the drop zone, its alliance earns 20 points. There are many ways to score in Ultimate Goal, but there are also rules that, if not followed, will deduct points from your alliance. For example, a robot may not block another for an extended period. A robot may not possess more than 3 rings at a time. A robot may not launch rings over the side or front perimeter walls. A robot may not intentionally tip another robot at any time. This has been a brief summary of the Ultimate Goal game. For complete rules, please read the entire game manual and check the Q&A forum. For more information on our remote season, including gameplay and field requirements, please make sure to visit our game and season webpage for the full library of remote event documentation. And always remember the most important rule of First Tech Challenge: gracious professionalism. Good luck, teams, and have a great season.
And back to match underway at Fulton, match number 2, qualification 2. And we are in like 49 seconds remaining. You can see score on the board. We're already ahead of where we were at this point in the prior match. And so we'll see where what they do with the wobble goals. They've got them in position to be able to score now in the end game, and it looks like they're getting ready potentially to do that. I see an arm out, and I bet that's what we are going to see.
Yep, looks like he's going to grab that first wobble.
So get out of the way, make room for alliance partner.
That
No,
dance.
going for the goals, going to take those high shots.
I have a really weird angle on that. How well can you guys see it? I think I saw
can't quite
two of them
see it.
drop.
I think I see two power shots.
Looks like two went down.
This is some great teamwork. They definitely coordinated with each other on
Sure
who's
did.
doing what.
Much better. Much better.
And as we say every week, it is like a dance when you have two great alliance members. The robots just glide past each other. Now, whereas we can't always speak for the autonomous because coding can interfere with bot placement, especially if you're not able to adjust your code mid-match. But when these teams pick up their controllers, oftentimes it starts to look like a graceful, wonderful dance, and that is exactly how these teams handle themselves. And with an official score of 174, with a 64-point autonomous, a 60-point driver control, and a 50-point endgame. As we've seen, that is a score that is a competitive score. We've seen some of our teams hit nice 200s. We've seen some of our teams hit wonderful 100s. We've seen that between all the multiple weeks, if you are consistently over 100 points, you are a contender.
No question about that. So this is what we're seeing is a faster than normal field reset, and we're trying to make it so that the teams can exit the building and we can cycle in new teams more quickly with the impending weather. So don't be surprised if teams are eager to get back on the field and run their next matches sooner than the 5 minutes that we would normally allow. So
But
Caitlin,
as you all can
you've played this game as a participant, but now we normally see you in the referee role. And I'm curious, in that situation where you've been a player and now you're you know the rules inside and out, are there things that you realize now as a referee that you didn't as a player when you look at the game?
Definitely, I think when you're a student, referees are super intimidating and they're like these great people who know all the rules. And what you learn when you become a referee or head referee is that they're just humans too, and they also learn the rules as well as they can, and they make their best judgment call in the exact very few seconds they have to make it. So it's a really nice perspective actually to kind of go back and look at it from that way.
Super, love it.
And so after seeing you on screen down at Fulton last week, and now we have you up in the box with us this week. How does it feel to be on the other side? Because I know you were talking about being able to speak with the other referees and being able to chat between everyone, and you guys have your own little communication system. How does it feel being at our little skybox just looking in?
It's a little bit more relaxed. When you're a head referee on the field, you have teams all around you and another coordinator in the building, of course, socially distanced. But then you also have an AirPod in your ear with all of your scorekeepers on it and everyone else talking to you in another ear. So there's a lot going on. It was definitely a very tiring day last week, excuse me, when we were head refereeing.
All right, so Monkey Bang Rock coming up. Next, we've got 174 in the second match, 122 in the first one. I was talking about over 100 being competitive right now. This is looking really strong for them. And let's see if they can continue to do that throughout. I bet it looked like that end game dance worked really well for them. And they were able to hit those goals, both the wobble goal and also the tip targets there. So I'm hoping we'll see 3 down. That would be really nice to see 3 of those down in this match.
I want to see if they can get it fluid enough because Monkey Bang Rock seems to be very competent with the wobble goals. If Monkey Bang can get both of the wobble goals out, and if Almond can dial down that shooter to take out all 3 of the power shots, because
Yeah, that would be great.
Almond Robotics, I think I think they're actually controlling their power level on their shooter. So they're actually either charging it up or scaling it down. And with that, that's how we're seeing the different levels of shooting, because sometimes you'll see their first shot comes out a little low and then it gets up to speed and then it goes and hits. But also, Twitch chat, hello, good morning. I know it's early, but how are you guys doing today? If your team is here, let us know. If your team is going to be here, let us know. And teams, always remember, if you want us to know information about your team, we have a wonderful survey for you all to fill out. That is one of our easiest ways of getting to know you. Um, Both myself and Caitlin, yes, we were on teams, but we haven't been on teams in a while. And we know a lot has changed since the last time we were on a team. I know that everyone here would love to have their team shared and would love to have everyone know things about their team. So please talk to us, speak with us. We'd love to hear from you.
All right, everybody's lined up here. It looks like we've got the wobble goals in place, and it looks like both teams are in possession of wobble goals. We haven't seen the start of a match with this alliance yet, so this will be our first opportunity to see what they do in autonomous. We're waiting for randomization now. There it is, B.
Randomization B. And remember, folks, that is randomization B with one ring. That is that middle square is what they are targeting. We've seen some teams do wonderful with randomization B, being able to get that robot to put the wobble goal right out there in the very beginning. And then we've also seen some teams get very nice shots off with randomization B.
Mm-hmm. Having that extra ring on the field is helpful. A, we've talked about A being the hardest because you don't have that extra resource. There we go, 1, 2.
Both teams picking
All right,
up.
there's one that went in there. So one's in. See if the other one's in and going to stay. Oops, going for A.
I believe the other
See if
team
they'll
just had.
turn. Oh, no! Knocked.
Oh.
But they'll get 2 parks.
Hopefully that one wobble goal is completely in. It looks like it is.
Does it? I
But,
can't
well,
see it.
A won't matter because they were going for B, and it looked like they knocked the B out.
Oh, yep, it's all the way out, I think.
Oh, it's so
But
sad.
they did get their 2 parts.
Driver,
And
pick
I don't
up
know
your
if they
controller.
counted any of the other
3,
parts from a high
2,
goal or anything else.
1.
But at least with those 2 parts, they do have their 10 points.
Yep.
And we know these are teams that are very good at recovery, even with a somewhat shaky start. We know that once that spinner is up, Almond Robotics is going to fill that goal, as well as Monkey Bang Rock is definitely going to try to do their best over here. You can see them lining up to take a few shots now.
Nice, some high shots right in a row.
Look at these shooters. Once again, when it shoots that cleanly, it's just a graceful glide and it just goes in. These teams run over, reload, and just clear out that top goal. They're already at 64 points, and we have over 60 seconds left in the
60
match.
seconds left. Plenty of time.
I like how these two teams also are both coordinating to score in the high goal. A lot of times you'll see teams, one stick to the high, one stick to the medium side. But it looks like they're doing some good coordination. And it looks like their shooters are different lengths. So one can shoot from farther back or wait in line to pull up like Almond's doing right now.
Yeah, grippy arm is out, so we know they're thinking about the end game.
And with 112 points, they are perfectly set to think about that end game.
All right, you got it. So, Caitlin, we were talking about this on an earlier event. The robot could carry that wobble goal around with it all day, couldn't it? If it needed to or if it wanted to.
Yep, as long as it's in the correct zone right when endgame starts, then you're good. So we call it a starting condition.
And with that, I believe I see another 2
down. 2 down and 1 wobble goal.
So we will see how our referees will score this match with a current unofficial score of 162.
That will definitely help the average.
We have plenty of teams in queue for today and some for tomorrow. This is going to be wonderful.
Here we go. Official results up on the board, and it's going to be 162 points.
That 10-point autonomous.
See the autonomous 10 that we knew.
With that 102 driver control and a 50-point endgame, they more than made up for their autonomous period. Once again, if they could have had another 40 or 50-point autonomous, they would have been well on their way to hitting that 100-point mark. But this is still a solid alliance. Those are some solid numbers to be putting up. And we've seen that teams that can control that number and get consistent high marks, especially if they mess up in one area, being able to recover and thrive after that is one of our greatest shows that we've seen by these teams.
Yeah, this is some really great consistency by this alliance too. Sticking up there in the above 100s for all 3 matches so far. That'd be awesome if they can continue it. They seem to have like a really good strategy and teamwork going.
And as we can see, our referee is taking great care to make sure our field is well maintained and well ready to go as we get ready to set up for the next match. Once again, this is about to be their 4th match, I believe.
This will be coming up on number 4. Yep.
Now, last week was really interesting with our last round of matches. If you can remember, we had all 5 of those last matches in setup B.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember we were asking people to see if they actually got the calculation for that, as into how random that actually was. What is the chance of getting all Bs?
Let's see. 1 in 3 times 1 in 3. That's 1 in 9. 1 in 27. Or is it factorials? It could be factorials. No, I think it's 1/3 to the 5th, right?
Well, technically, it's not 1 in 3, isn't it? 1 in 6.
Nope, because there's two chances for each position. Like 1 in 4 is A, 2 and 5 is B, and 3 and 6 is C on the die rule. But they're not using a physical randomizer, right? It's in the control system.
It's in the software, so it should be a fair die.
I wonder though, is it using?
I'm trying to see how you get Bs.
Is it using those like crypto grade randomization, pulling in from cosmic rays?
We don't know, but we're convinced that Fulton is meant to get Bs.
Because you were on the field when that happened, right?
Yes, we had B after B.
So funny. Someone stuck some glue on the bottom of that digital die.
I think the dice might have been a little digitally uploaded, you know?
Might have been a little heavy. Yeah.
I think I might need to take them digital dice on a little quick trip to Vegas, you know?
They'll kick you out.
But as we see our teams getting ready to set up on the blue side, we will see what occurs as we await randomization and all of the other wonderful things that these teams are going to do.
So he's getting ready to pull.
And so, Caitlin, as an alumni, have you received any of the scholarships or grants from First Robotics?
I didn't receive any of the college ones, but I have definitely done some grant writing when I was on my team, for sure, and other members of my team as well. So a lot of grants.
All
How about you?
right. I received a few, but we just got our
Oh,
randomization as randomization A,
Yep.
and we are about to get underway. Our referee signaling all the teams, making sure everyone is clear and getting ready to start this match. And as he counts them in, it's time to go. Now, see, I believe Almond Robotics has one of those vision readers because their robot always starts and angles towards the actual ring spot, and then it decides where it's going to go. I think Monkey Bang Rock had a little bit of a uh, autonomous error because they shot directly into the wall 3 times.
Oh, that's going to get some penalties.
Driver, into the wall,
pick up your controllers.
okay.
3,
Oh,
2,
Otherwise, that's
1.
not a penalty each.
They were so close to the wall that their actual shooter opening was right up against it, so it just bounced off the wall.
So 22 is good here in autonomous. They hit 10 in the last match. So we doubled that. That should put them at a solid pace to hit in the mid 100s by the time we get around to the end game, assuming they can continue to collect resources.
That 22 points comes from those high goals that you can see here. That opening high goal getting them 12 points. But as we've seen, setup A can be so difficult for these shooting teams because of the fact that they aren't actually able to reload. So if you have a shooter
Okay.
that's really
You got some
dialed in,
points.
you can't actually reload until after that first 30 seconds of autonomous is up, making those 12-point shots only count for 6.
All right, 1, 2, 3. There we go. That's what we expect to see from
How it
the
just
almonds.
over. That shot just floats. It's graceful. Like even with Monkey Bang, look at how it just floats when they shoot.
And Monkey Bang's got to move that tip goal up a little bit. Oh, they're gonna miss
Now,
that one, but they can do the other one. Oh no, it's in A,
is it?
so it'll
Yep.
be okay.
Would that one count, Caitlin? Do you believe that that one would count?
Yeah,
where
I
it is
believe
current?
if it's in A, that's a valid starting condition as well.
We're having trouble picking up this time around.
Yes, I hope they can
This
get it in
match is
time.
not. There were a lot of things not lined up. So there's one down.
And with 6 seconds left on the clock, let's see if they can get it
See
out
if
for
they can
that
get that
extra
wobble
time.
They
goal.
got
Nice.
the wobble goal out. Break 100. That's good. That's good.
And our referees seem to have us with a unofficial score of 123. Let's see what these scores come out to be today. Once again, this is match number 4 with teams 1, 8, 6, 9, 7, and teams 1, 2, 5, 1, 8.
All right. I think
And
we're going
as
to see
both
official
teams start to
scores just about now.
So, Caitlin, how frantic is the conversation during this little period where the referees and the scorekeepers are trying to come up with a final score?
It depends on the match, but you'll see. I think I can see Paul, our head referee. They're definitely talking to the people that are on his headphones. They're confirming the score, confirming if there are any penalties, making sure that everyone saw everything who is virtual. So it's definitely, you want to get everything cleaned up really quick while you're also finalizing that score.
And I want to make another point here because I think that folks might think that because we're virtual, we can say review the matches on the replay the video. That is not possible. I just want everybody to know that First doesn't do that. The referees are well trained. They are paying very close attention to the things that they need to pay attention to during the course of the match. So it's rare that there's a misstep, but we do trust the referees top to bottom. So even though it's remote, And even though people have resources available, we're not using them to do reviews on call. So there you go.
One thing that I can say that we have seen, which is one of the wonderful reasons why I'm glad that we had that referee on site, is some of these bots, their shooters are so fast that our frame rate actually doesn't catch it all the time.
That's right. We can't see it all.
So we'll
waiting for
see
results here.
we'll see it go in the air, like we'll see the ring in the air and then it disappears. And we're like, did it go? Did it not? And then our referees on site will be counting up the points, and that's how we'll actually know that they counted.
So I have results, but we didn't see them on the screen. So 123 is the final result for that match. And they had 22 in the auto that we had seen, endgame 35, and 66 in the teleop. And that's a low number for them for this alliance. And we saw they struggled a little bit with a collection of the rings. So we'll hope that they all focus in for their last match on the field right now. Their average is looking great. So above 100 and, well, I don't know, what's the number, Niall? You're the math man.
That minimum has been about 150 points
That's what
per
it looks
game
like.
to
Yep.
be a top contender, especially after last week's events.
Mhm.
Now, with Ishan, our numbers guy, gone for today, or at least for right now, I don't know what their scores to beat would be if they wanted to be top contender overall as far as all these competitions have gone. But I know that all they have to do is beat out all the teams from this actual event, Red 3.
Right. So their average right now is about 140. So if they could pull in another 170 match, that would be really helpful for them. Bring it up closer to 150. I think that 150 is the sweet spot that we've seen.
And once again, with Almond Robotics, just a short highlight for them, that telltale pink robot and that telltale pink uniform that they wear, this is one of the things that sets some teams apart. Their robots are very bright and very descriptive and very bold. And so you see some of these teams who have a robot that, yes, it's aluminum, yes, it's thrown together, and you guys do your hardest to get these robots in on time. I know my team used to rush to get every little detail correct on my robot. But teams, that spirit aspect goes a long way. I've seen sometimes where just to boost the team morale, a nice coat of paint can do wonders.
So we're on randomization A right now. And it looks like we may have a wobble goal in A.
We'll have
Hope
to
it
see how it
stays
tips.
there. Maybe 2. I don't know if that is right.
How it tips it. Does it
Oh,
tip
I
it back
think
in?
they got some help. And
Did it-
it looks like it could be, oh, that's going to be a referee's call on that one, Caitlin.
Hopefully that one that's not being touched by the robot is in. Fingers crossed.
Just a quick question. What does
Driver,
the referee
pick up your
consider being
controller.
controlled by the
3,
robot as far as
2,
wobble goes go?
1.
Because we know if the robot is actually holding it, the referees don't count it as the wobble goal being in the zone, right?
Yeah, and with a lot of different, and it's different for each different aspect of the game, but a lot of times if you're still touching the item, it doesn't count as scored. Which is unfortunate, but it's to make sure that you don't throw something on at the last minute and you're not still holding on to it.
And another thing that we've seen with some of these teams is that at the very end of the game, they try to park on the white line. So, being a referee, is there any value to parking on the white line? Because I believe there's no point scored for it. But is there any value with parking yourself on that white line at the very end of the match?
To be completely honest, no. I think maybe teams are rushing to go shoot another power shot.
That could be.
Or that could be a chance. Sometimes if it's at the end of the match, there's a lot of pressure and build up. So sometimes you're just like hoping to go do that last thing. You know, in a lot of FTC games, you have to go hang your robot or park in a certain place. So I think sometimes teams maybe are just like get into that mindset and they're like, I need to go to this location, even if it does or doesn't score points.
There we go. All right, so they got to move up beyond the white line to be able to score that, which they've done. So they can come back and score and then go for the second one.
No,
the
that
one's out
second
of
one is
play.
well. Yeah, that second one's out of play. Their best chance right now is to assist
Power
Almond
shots.
Robotics.
Yeah, they need to get at least one down here. Well, that will help. Oh, they got one.
Yep, one power shot.
And that is that for time. All right, well, this will be an interesting final result. I can't quite tell what the scoring is like, but that 88 was at the very beginning of the end game. So we know that there's one wobble goal out. There's one power shot in. Oh, okay, 129 looks a little better. And it looks like they got at least one high goal during the end game.
Yeah, I think even if this match didn't go as planned, it still was a really good match.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, all matches are really good matches. Just to get your robot on the field means that you're ready for a really good match. Especially with the challenges that are occurring this year, teams just to be able to have a presentable robot, just to be able to say, I made it to a competition and I put my robot on the field. That is how you make your mark, and that is how you get seen. Even if all you have is a chassis with some wheels attached to it, we enjoy seeing every single robot at every single competition.
And one of the best parts about FTC is gracious professionalism. So if you go to a competition with maybe just a chassis and wheels, I've seen so many times teams helping you figure out how to get an arm on there, how to help you pick up some rings and score them. And there's always willing CSAs to help you get your technology running if it isn't working. So even if you have a chassis, you can just go and get the experience.
So remember, teams, never be discouraged. Even if you have a chassis, you can still succeed in first. And as our scores are coming in, the final score for this alliance is 134 points with a 22-point autonomous, a 72-point driver control, and a 40-point endgame. Once again, seeing for these teams, their driver control is really strong, and their endgame has been fairly consistent throughout the board. The one thing that I would say is that autonomous mode, they needed to finalize a score with that autonomous mode because some games they were up and they had a 40-point autonomous, some games they were low and they only had a 10-point autonomous. So just dialing in that autonomous mode would be something for these teams to consider.
All right, so I'm just going to say that that's the last that we will see of the Almond Robotics for today. Thank you so much to them. Monkey Bang Rock is going to hang around and be a sub for us for this next alliance. And we've got 47 beavers coming in. 13,100 will be joining us now. So as the teams clear out and they give a little clean, we should be ready to roll here shortly and be able to see for the first time 47 beavers.
Yeah, and Almond Robotics, I'm really glad to see them doing well this year. Last year, they've been competing since 2016 when I was in FTC, and last year they qualified for Worlds for the first time, and then it was canceled because of COVID. So disappointing, but I'm so glad that they came back, and they obviously have a great robot again. Both teams do, so it's really good to see that.
Love it. And those are great stories. You see that so much across FIRST, where a team may struggle and then they'll have a fantastic year and have the opportunity to go to Detroit or go to St. Louis or go back in the old days, St. Louis, or go to Texas. And it's really exciting to like it pumps a whole pile of energy back into the team, which is really exciting. And no, too, you don't have to be a perfect robot to be able to qualify to go to those kinds of events. And that's also something that's pretty exciting about FIRST as well.
But there is no such thing as a perfect robot, as we've seen even with the game. There's so many different ways to score. There's so many different ways to win, whether you have claws, whether you have hooks, whether you have rollers or you just have a plow. There's so many different things that you can do, even with every single different game. I've seen some teams that have plow robots that have been completely successful in a game all about shooting and being up in the air. I've seen teams with I've actually seen an actual team that took a bar stool and reconfigured it into a launcher. And so that was just a really unique piece of equipment that they took and that they used. There's so many different things that these teams do every single day to try to make their robots all so unique and so interesting. And with that, I mean, those are some of the things that make First great. We love seeing what makes your team unique. We love seeing all the spirit that you guys bring and all the energy that you guys bring. I personally say this every single week. I miss the arena because I miss the energy. I miss the life and the livelihood that these teams bring to the game.
Niall, but then you wouldn't have me.
We would still have you, except then we would get floor seats to the event instead of sitting in the skybox. We could have you come in as a voice from the great beyond.
It would have to be from beyond. I hope that I'll be able to come down and see some live events in the district. I'm really looking forward to coming
And then
down.
if we have live events, more referees can have jobs in person.
I know, right?
Big fan of that one.
Caitlin, you don't get to leave us and go back to the referees.
No.
You're stuck with us.
You're with us now.
I have game announced before I was a referee. But I feel like once you're a referee, you kind of that's where my heart is.
Well, first won't let you get out of that job. I think
No.
that's the thing.
I head referee is it's a time-consuming role. Takes some time outside of the competitions, but it's
I
fun.
mean, studying those manuals has to take time. I remember my robots and my teams, we used to spend that whole first week just in the manual. We would build a base chassis just to say that we had a chassis built, but during that entire time, we're like, so manual? Manuel.
Yeah, my team spent a very long time prototyping, trying different things before they even built the official robot. Because strategy, there's so much strategy in FTC.
The only thing that I can say though is with us being a veteran team and us having so many parts, we used to just build like the 3 base chassis because like I said, I came from the FTC side. So FTC has generally 3 base chassis that they talk about. And so we would build the 3 base chassis and not put any components on it. And
Just
then and you'd be like, okay, wait, does this work? Does that work? Do we need to modify this? Should we choose that? But also speaking about the differences between some of the teams, I know my team was a huge team. Tell us about your team a little bit.
That's a perfect question to ask me. My team Cubics was only 3 people, all 3 years that I was on it. And it's a family-run team, so it was myself and my brother, and then a friend of ours for the first 2 years. And then my brother graduated, and then we had 2 other people join. So definitely a small team dynamic. And you said you were on FRC, so that's generally a larger team, but
Yeah, my team was a school ran team, and so not only did we have like our robotics program, we also had an electric car program, and in addition to that, we had our entire engineering academy. So during the school year, we were teaching like Vex robotics and a whole bunch of other systems. Excuse me. And so then after that, we would take those students and turn around and be like, hey, you want extra credit? We got a bigger robot for you to work on. You like robots? We got a bigger robot for you to work on. And then we would put them on our first robot. Turn around from our first robot, and immediately after that season ended, go into our electric car. But so with all of our teams and with all of our programs, we used to constantly keep a huge team. I remember I had a separate design team that was constantly making new shirt designs, new robot colors, new this, new that, banners, stickers, buttons. We at one point we just had somebody sitting in their room during the class period, just constantly pressing buttons, getting ready for an event. Um, we had our whole electrical team, which would spend hours on hours upon hours making sure every single wire was trimmed, pressed, making sure everything was shrink wrapped, making sure everything was in the most pristine form that it possibly could be. The closest representation I could give to the way our robot looked as far as wiring went was blood vessels in the human body. There was veins going under, over, cross-sided, in between two. Did this one trace to that one? This one jumped halfway over the moon and round and back again. There were so many different things that used to go on. And then I was captain, but I was also originally my mechanical team captain. And so I was pretty much just head of shop. I would go into the shop room. Am I chopping this? Am I cutting that? Are we lining this up? We had a glass window that separated our shop from our main classroom. And during build season, that glass window was a two-way whiteboard. We would just sit there with dry erase markers, coloring all over the thing. Like, does this calculation work this way? Wait, but does it sound that way? Hey, tapping on the glass. Can you see this? Does this make sense to you? Okay, no. Scribble that out. Change it that way. Um, there were so many different things that used to go on, and then our programmers. As much as I get on my programmers because I didn't have many, but our programmers used to be another lifeblood of the team. They would spend days and days and days sitting in front of computers. Sometimes we had to tap to make sure that they were still okay because we were like, "Are you there? You're not moving. Your fingers are moving. The rest of you is not moving. I haven't seen you blink in like 2 hours. Are you good? You need some eye drops or something? Y'all got food?"
Yeah.
And I think that was another thing about my team. I don't your team, since you had a family team, you guys probably were just like, "Mom, is dinner ready? We got food today." My team had
Well,
my team had like a $3,000 budget for pizza and sodas.
sometimes ours was the opposite. Our mom would say, "You got to stop meeting now. We're gonna eat dinner. The rest of the team has to leave," and it would take a very long time uh, to get us up from the basement and working on the robot because we just didn't want to leave.
But that's the spirit of first. You never want to leave. This is one of the few things where everyone is welcome, everyone is invited, and once you get in, you're stuck. And I mean stuck. I know
I think
friends who
both
started
testaments to that too.
I know friends that have started in FLL. And I mean, I even started in FLL. I only did one season,
Me
but
too.
in FLL. And you get in and you're like, okay, cool, Legos, and I'm doing something and I have a purpose. No longer is it just, oh, you're just a kid playing with toys. No, I have a purpose today. These Legos mean something. And then you go from that and you either step up to FTC or you step up to FRC. Sometimes you step up to both. And as you step up, you're like, now I actually get to put my hand on a robot. I actually get to immerse myself into something. Even though safety first is a big thing, my school's mascot was the Crimson Tide. So we used to say that, if you haven't put your blood, sweat, and tears into that robot, you weren't here with us. And so our first aid kit was proof to that word.
So far, I think we've managed to not injure anybody to that level in a very, very long time. And if we
Oh,
have,
our
it's a mentor, so it works out okay because nobody cares about that.
our mentor used to do this very fun thing. So we had a saw stop in our shop room. So while he
Did
was
you
teaching
really? Did that
about,
work?
yes, yeah, it worked. When we were teaching the kids about everything in the room and teaching them how to work this, how to make sure these adjustments are one way and that's set up that way, he would then go and he would place his hand on the table as he was talking and he would turn away from he would turn away from the saw and he was like, and make sure, guys, that you're always paying attention and that whatever you do, you're always being safe and we never want to do anything unsafe and anything that you wouldn't feel completely comfortable with. And just to prove that, I mean, remember, you guys always want to be paying attention because you never know what might boom, and then the saw stop would drop. Because you'd see people just looking like, oh my gosh, his hand is getting closer. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. But with that saw stop, that was like our prized possession. It being able to take over and just like, oh, save the bot. Don't do anything. Save his hands.
Yeah, well, my dad, who's retired now, he was a shop teacher, and I can tell you that in his carpentry shop, there were no saw stops. You, you paid attention at every moment to every turning or reciprocating or whatever the tool was. You kept your eyes on it always.
I had one
Yeah,
team.
terrifying.
My first team that I was on, my mentor actually lost part of his thumb. And so because of that, I mean, he lost that part of his thumb years and years and years ago because he was a physics teacher as well. He was a physics teacher and he did a lot of shop work. But he always made sure to show everybody, hey, look, you have to be safe. This is not a joke. These things happen. And so that is one thing that definitely stuck with a lot of our teams and a lot of our students.
All right, so we should be getting going here pretty soon.
Caitlin,
Robots are on the field. A lot of conversation there
Caitlin,
still.
our newest team.
Yeah, we can introduce 47 Beavers. That's team 13100. They're from Germantown, Maryland, and their rookie year was 2017. And then, of course, we have our team that we've already introduced, Monkey Bang Rock 18697. They're from Virginia, and their rookie year was 2020.
So once again, one team that we've already seen today who has put on a very good show, and one team that we've yet to see on this field today, but we are just waiting to see them take over this field.
So the mystery, that I see, the mystery is going to be, is 47 Beavers going to elevate Monkey Bang Rock, or is Monkey Bang Rock going to elevate 47 Beavers? Right?
Well, I think anytime you have two robots on the field, both teams do something to elevate each other. Remember, even when I'm trying to remember the name of that team, the Plowbot that we had that was here, I believe, 2 weeks ago or a week ago. That team, their robot wasn't known for having one of the highest scores, but because of the way that it played, their alliance member, who was both a claw lifting robot and a shooting robot, didn't actually have to move until endgame when it was time to put the wobble goals out of the arena because of the fact that their teammates would be constantly resupplying them with rings. So both teams do something to elevate each other. Both teams do something to benefit one another. And even if you think that your team just does one little thing, that little thing can mean a lot. It's sometimes
Very
just
true.
the smallest details that actually matter.
Yeah, I've seen during alliance selection teams pick down lower in the rankings to just find, and the rankings don't mean that you're good or bad. They're just kind of the results of the scores. But they'll pick way down in the rankings to get a robot that works better with them instead of picking a higher scoring robot. And that just goes to the strategy that you can see in a lot of these games, how you can work together well.
I can attest
Well,
to
that
that.
means that those
Normally,
teams paid attention and that their scouters did what they were supposed to do, which is to find the complementary team. And you're right, it's not always
That's
about the higher rank. It's about who's complementary to what we can do so that together we can score higher.
that's one thing that I definitely miss about the in-person events is that pit talk, is those scouters. I mean, I remember having 2 or 3 scouters along with my safety manager and a few other team members constantly in and around the pits. We tried to make a very good sort of kind of rapport with a lot of the teams, even if we weren't going to be on alliance with them, even if we weren't selecting them or they weren't selecting us. Just making sure that hey, I've seen you. I know your captain. I know your mentor. I know where you guys are from. So that way, if I see you guys again and we do want to select you or you do want to select us, we can say that we know each other a little bit. We can say that we've spoken to each other enough. And especially between captains, that's one very big thing that I definitely push all the time is being a captain. Yes, you have to be a leader of your team, but you also have to be social. You cannot lead from the back. You must lead from the front. I very much so tried to make sure that I would go out and speak to every other captain that I could find. Sometimes the captain isn't always on the drive team. I wasn't always on my team's drive team. And so because of that, I definitely tried to make sure that I had time to go speak to every other member that I could. And even during the breaks, I would always, or in passing, I'd be like, hey, great job. Hope you guys do great. See you guys next game. Hey, I mean, because I'm with the DC teams, and a lot of the DC teams have their own alliance, same as how some of the Maryland teams and some of the Virginia teams do. All of the DC teams, we go speak to each other's coaches and teachers because we see each other all the time. And that's something that helps build that first family that everyone can speak to and that everyone can talk about, because first is a family. Everyone in first, whether you've been here for 1 year or been here for 20 years, can definitely say that being with the other teams, it feels fun. It feels different. There's a nice, wonderful air, as competitive as it can get, because it can get competitive and very heated, especially in the last few seconds. That last 15 or 30 seconds will be the most stressful time of your life. But at the end of it, everyone has had fun. Everyone is ready to hug it out, talk about it. I've seen rival teams carpooling together to get to an event.
Mm-hmm. I have a good story about that one. In Block Party, my team was semifinalists at Worlds, and we had just lost a semifinal match to this other team. And this was back when NXTs were on robots, so ancient history. But basically, their NXT broke, and they had just beat us to go move on to the finals. But we had an extra NXT, and even though they had just kind of beat our team, we still kind of knew them, and we just handed them our extra NXT, and they got to replace it. And I believe they went on to either win, I forget if they won or were finalists in the final match of Worlds, but like you can be competing and still the best friends at the same time.
Another thing about like that DC alliance, so my high school, because I also play sports, I also used to play sports for my high school. I would see some of the same people that I played sports against. So if I saw you on the baseball diamond, or if I saw you in the water when I was swimming, yes, I had a different air of rivalry because that was a whole different rivalry. But when I saw you in the first arena, hey, aren't you so and so from that team that I also saw doing this? Oh, okay, cool, man. Hey, what's your robot looking like? What type of system are you running? If you guys need anything, I'm over here. Those were a whole different air in the feeling of the event. Um, First has often been called the hardest fun that you will ever have. First arena being, I mean, with that first ethos being gracious professionalism. Yes, we are competitors, but we are all competing for the same goal. We are all working together to achieve the same goal. And so with that hard fun, yeah, I'm gonna play really, really hard. But at the end of the day, when that game is over, I'm gonna smile and walk off and have a wonderful time.
Randomization
We
C.
just got our
Yeah.
randomization.
It looks like one of the robots is not working right now, so I believe they're going to run this match with just one of the teams.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but do both teams still receive? Well, will 47 Beavers still receive points for this match, even though they're not actively on the field right now?
Because of the way hybrid events are done, I'm not positive. I know that usually in a normal competition in person, if you send a representative, you can still receive a score, but I'm not sure how it'll play out with the hybrid events.
And so with that one part,
drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
and rings
1.
are out. And remember, teams, that 4-stack is such a tempting thing to go after, but remember, you have to be very careful with that because you can only carry or possess 3 rings at any given time. Hey, mid goal. I'll take my point, scorekeeper. But they did get a high goal to follow that. And that third ring is powering up. Oh no, they're going to go reload. And so they're one of those rear loaders that we've seen. Remember, teams, we've seen rear loaders, front loaders, side loaders, dual loaders where they can load from the front or the rear, shooters to the side, shooters to the front. There's so many different ways to orientate your robot. But one of the things about being a rear loader is, and with this game putting all of its pieces towards the back of the field, is that they can just back up and then go forward every time they want to shoot. They're not actually having to do much turning, as you can see with all of that ring litter that's sitting in the back of their field. If they go towards the back of their field, it's all right there. And I believe we're seeing them prep for that final 30 seconds as they get ready to line up for that wobble goal.
Yep, let's see if they can grab it and get over in time. There is 25 seconds, so hopefully they can. There we go.
There we go. Should be plenty of time, and that's done. Now, can they maybe score?
Nice. Will they try for power shots?
There is time for a power shot. See if they can line up and take that shot.
Let's see.
Nothing to lose.
Time.
Not enough time.
Oh.
Okay.
And so then, as we've seen with some of these teams, did your team used to run 2 remotes or 1?
Generally, I think my team usually had 2. Then you can divide it between like the drivetrain and then the lift or arm or something. I think on some of these games where you have a shooter, you don't always need that second remote. But in some of the more complex games, maybe.
Yeah, points on the board, 37. And autonomous 5 that we saw with the park, 20 in the end game, and 12 in driver controls. So it's interesting because if you compare to the prior runs for this team, it seems like a low effort, but I'm wondering if they've got a change in personnel or people doing different things on the drive end of it. So we'll see where they shake out in the next round or in the next match.
That just shows you what an alliance partner helps with.
Absolutely. Very good point.
And also, during the time where you're a surrogate, we've seen where when some of these teams are by themselves, they really take the time to just experiment. They have definitely turned around and seen that time as great practice on a actual professional field. And where the FTC field is only a 12 by 12 field, some teams haven't had the time to get their entire team together. So yes, a lot of teams have space for a field, but that time and dealing with social distancing and all the other constraints that we are dealing with right now is definitely one of the biggest factors that a lot of teams have been facing.
Yeah, I know last week we had a rookie team who had not been able to be on a whole or half field yet. They did have a kind of a mock-up of the goal, but coming to the hybrid event was their first time on the real field. And the practice was really helpful. They liked running the 5 matches in a row.
And we've seen some teams develop greatly over those 5 matches. We've seen some teams start with a 40 and then end with a 200. It all depends on how your team plays and on how your team actually coordinates with itself.
Okay, we're going to run one of the alumni interviews right now. So let's turn to that and hear what this team has to say.
Shout out to
the alum has to say.
entire world of connections.
It allows me to volunteer and give back to the community.
I think FIRST can really prepare you to solve any number of the world's big problems. The skills that you're going to be learning can completely change the future.
So the big takeaway from watching that is there's a tremendous amount of benefit to being in FIRST. There's the network, there's the alumni network, which is huge and super valuable. There's always somebody, no matter where you go, who had something to do with FIRST. And you can find them and they will help you, which is great. And the other part of that is the scholarships. And we've seen from Niall and from Ishan, who's been here prior, those FIRST scholarships can be a huge benefit to going to college, right? And making it so that you can have that leg up when you're trying to start your careers. So take advantage of both of those things. You can't get a scholarship if you don't apply, so make sure that you apply. And here we have
Set up
B
B.
randomization. B.
Remember, that is B with one ring left on the field per side. Currently, I believe once. Oh no, we have both bots on the field. It's just barely tucked away in the corner. So let's see what both of these robots can do as this match prepares to get underway. Once again, we have 47 beavers and monkey bang rock.
I'm bringing in my monkey.
Is that your good luck monkey or?
That's the monkey bang rock monkey. Oh, he's gonna bang on my head. There we go.
I'm surprised you didn't put on your pink beard when the pink almonds were there.
The monkey with the pink beard. I'll have to think about that one.
Oh, I was talking about you with your pink beard.
I have that over here. Do you want me to wear that? I can put it
I'm
on.
saying when Almond was here, I'm surprised he didn't wear the rock the pink.
I don't recall these cows being in here.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And so once again, these teams are well underway with the 46 points as we're leading into these first 100 seconds counting down. And for all those who are wondering what we keep talking about, we're talking about some of the different spirit items that teams have had. So James's team has a very iconic thing that you might notice from time to time, and that is a pink beard. Yes, you heard it here. They have a pink, luscious mane flowing down.
Here we are.
My team's most iconic feature was our mascot and our cheerleaders being out there with us. So if you ever see a big red wave, that's us. If you ever see a team with a bunch of cheerleaders dancing and hooping and hollering, that was us. We also brought our ROTC one time. We thought about bringing the band, but we were like, that may be a little bit too distracting.
They don't like that very much.
Yeah, we felt that might be a little bit too distracting.
Not welcome. I mean, yes, we like noisemakers, but in the audience, it's really hard when you have that distraction. You can imagine the referees trying to focus on the game, and then there's a sousaphone in their face. That can make it a little bit hard. Now, being a guy who plays a sousaphone, I always was disappointed that we couldn't go and bring our giant instruments to FIRST events, but totally understand why. Things are going much better this time around.
As we approach these final 30 seconds, they are trying to see where they can get that wobble go out. I don't know what that
on the ground though. You see that?
Robot. It's tailing the robot, so it's some electrical component. It's still attached, which is the only good thing. But the teams will
They got
have
enough
rope
time,
to
and
beat
all
behind
right, good. So they did that.
for the next match.
It almost looks like a sensor or a servo. It's hard to tell.
Well, I think it's going to be reattached hopefully in the next 5 minutes. See it dragging around. Now, I guess the real question is whether it looks like it was attached appropriately at the start of the match. So they would have been within the perimeter, which is fine. And we do know, because we've seen it in this game with the tapes, teams that will go out and park by shooting a measuring tape out and get on the line.
I want to see somebody put a tape out. I haven't seen the tape out this year. I really want to see the tape
No.
measure go out.
We saw one in the scrimmages. There was a team that would stay against the back wall in the autonomous, and they would just extend that tape all the way out to the white line. So they never missed. It was great.
Caitlin, did your team ever do a tape measure? Since the tape measure seemed to be the little infamous trick between all the teams so far.
Not when I was on the team. I know last year, maybe in Relic Recovery and some other teams, definitely for sure. Oh, nice. And we have the official score up. 78.
Look at the 46 auto. Well
and it's
done.
a wonderful auto. And that 46 auto takes the 47 Beavers up into third place.
One more point and it would have been perfect.
Oh, one more.
I just wonder where some of these teams get these names from. And so teams, once again, answer those surveys. Tell us about your robots. I really want to know your team names and why they are the way that they are. Because for my team, for example, we were Crimson Tide Robotics, and that was because our school's mascot was the Crimson Tide. And so we always were saying, go Tiders, and this, that, the other. People used to believe that we were saying, go Tigers. So a few times at a few events, we were called the Tigers. And so we had to correct that all the time.
Our FLL team, my wife's a mentor, or was a FLL mentor, and two of my sons were FLL kids. That team has always been known as the as all systems STEM, get it? All systems go, right? And a lot of FLL teams will change their name every year, and they'll change their logo every year. They mix it up. Nope. Same shirts, same pink color, and every year, same deal. But I'll tell you, that's how you build a brand. Everybody knows who you are when you show up.
Yeah, our team, we always had black fedoras with eyes on them as cubics, but then we also, and red colored shirts, we also had an FLL team and they were nano cubics. And we always said we were going to have pico cubics and giga cubics for an FRC team and junior FLL.
But the real question is, with the fedoras with the eyes, did people understand like the cubist reference? Did they get that from the art?
Not totally, but we also put eyes on the robot, so that helped make it, correlate a little bit.
Okay.
So for all of those,
we also had ties.
For all of those not technically inclined, do you want to explain to them the reason for saying pica, giga, nano, and then just regular cubics?
Well, they're actually not in the same family, but they're all different modifiers that you put in front of words to say what scale they are. So I think nano's 10 to the negative 9.
Pica,
if I'm correct. Yeah, they're all different.
Milli, 10 to the minus 3.
Yep. Yeah, so some little puns in there as well.
If you deal with capacitors, then you know all those on the small side. And if you deal with like radio frequency, then you know all the ones on the big side.
Mm-hmm. And if you do chemistry, you know all the sides.
All the sides, that's right. And you know giga, because that's 1.21 gigawatts, right? From
I'm about to say, we are not going back to the future.
Not back to the future.
We are past 2015. It is too late.
Okay, I'm gonna
Even though Back to the Future is definitely a classic for any and all who have not seen it yet, that entire series, wonderful. And folks, because we have a bunch of nerds that have just received randomization B, we have movie references for everything. We are always going to have quotes for things.
And not just B movies.
I think
I
that joke
see what you did there.
that joke got a rate B.
I know that fell totally flat. But we're going to start a match, which is the most important thing, and we are off and running here in
Look at the
qualification 8.
excitement from these bots taking off, approaching the line, making sure to get those.
I think there's some shots going the wrong way, which is disappointing or unfortunate. Yeah, I think they may have been put out backwards. How did that work?
They look like they were set up backwards, and
Yeah, I think
so
you're right.
their forward control was in the right direction. It was controlled in the right direction, but for the wrong system. So they need to reverse that initial forward command.
Driver, pick up your controllers.
The rest of it was correct.
3,
That means
2,
that they threw 3
1.
rings out of field, which is not going to help them score-wise.
Caitlin, how would that affect this team? Throwing 3 rings, not towards another teammate, but towards the backfield, sort of towards your fellow referees.
During auto.
Oh, she's not with us at this time.
She'll
We'll
come
see if
back.
she comes back.
We'll get the answer to that when Caitlin returns.
When our expert referee returns to our panel, we shall see what goes on.
So it looked like we might have had a park in the beginning with those 5 points.
Yeah, I believe Monkey Bang parked.
Mm-hmm. Okay, see if we can take some shots. They're lining up. Low energy shooting there. So it makes me wonder if there's something that's in the way of the shooter. Oh, they got one in the high goal there.
With some of these teams, I think they're shooting before their spinner is fully up to speed.
I think you're right.
And so I know that used to be a problem with us from time to time, that if we did have something like a flywheel, it took a minute to get it fully up to speed.
There's one. All right, we're down to, yeah, get those points. Those are guaranteed points. You let go of that wobble goal.
I don't know if that wobble is going to count because they've been carrying it the entire time. It seems as if they did score it.
Looks like it did because they've got 40 points on the board now. But look at that. One of the tip targets is down. And in the end, Monkey Bang Rock just went boom, 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 and took the shots on the tip targets. They got one of them down, it looks like.
Giving the referees some wonderful things to go score. And as our final score is coming in, we have 52 points with a 5-point autonomous, a 12-point driver control, and a 35-point endgame. Once again, showing teams that endgame can be very, very strong and very, very beneficial to some of these teams. We've seen some teams survive alone with a very strong endgame and a very strong auto. We've seen other teams thrive with a very strong driver control and a very strong endgame. So all of these components in the game are very important, making sure that you are well equipped to handle each and every part of the game. Sometimes it's just as simple as pulling forward to make it across that white line. Other times it is as complicated as making sure that you can get both of the wobble goals out, or that dump truck bot that we saw that could stack onto the wobble goals.
That was awesome. I loved that. So it looks like we got our question answered about whether those shots during the auto were penalties. But let's turn to our referee who can answer that. In the very beginning of the match, Monkey Bang Rock, I think, was lined up backwards, and they ended up shooting all three of those rings out of the back of the arena. And I'm wondering, is in auto, is that a penalty to shoot outside the arena? We know that that is during the teleop period.
Yeah, it's a lot of ref discretion because it's based on where the direction is. In this case, I cannot see if they ended up penalizing.
There were no penalties on the map.
If you see where they have the two dividing rails at, it was shooting straight back, so it was in between those two dividing rails. It was almost towards the referee. It was just their bot was completely turned around in auto.
Okay.
We didn't see any. There were no penalties recorded on the scoreboard when we saw the scoreboard.
We were just wanting to know the rules around that rings exiting the arena.
Yeah, I know that for sure in teleop, there definitely any ring that's launched not in the direction of the goal would cause a minor penalty for each ring. Sometimes with autonomous, there are some differences. There could be a forum question about that.
Mm-hmm.
And so another question that has been asked before is rings bouncing off of the goals. Do those count towards penalties? As we see that very big backboard that's over top of the high goal. Some teams have bounced off of that and bounced out towards the side or bounced out and tipped over it. How does that go towards scores and penalties?
I know in the manual there's a kind of a disclaimer right under this statement about the minor penalty, and it says the intent is not to penalize people for trying to score. So that's a lot with a lot of the FTC rules. They exist for safety reasons and for other reasons, but if someone is genuinely trying to score, you generally won't receive a penalty.
Got it.
That's where my favorite inadvertent and inconsequential comes in. If those two things are true, then you can't give a penalty for it.
Love it.
And with that, we just got randomization A, so let's see how these teams score after we've been told that they can score. Let's see what this autonomous period will do.
See them bring their A game. We've got a little bit of a pushing going on, but that looks like that may very well be effective in scoring. But the end of the wobble goal is out of the box, so that may not score.
So Caitlin,
and it seems that autonomous is still shooting sideways. So
and it's like lined up.
Caitlin, how does it work as far as putting that wobble goal sideways and laying down? Does the wobble goal have to be standing, or how does the rules go surrounding that?
The orientation doesn't matter, but it does have to be completely in. So that's
driver. Pick up your controller.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, the end of it is just outside the box in the direction of the goal.
Yeah, if it wasn't tipped over, that would have been in.
Yeah, I think it's just like it's on the tape.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe even hanging over. Looks like we're getting some good shooting in, though.
There's a lot of power. 47 beavers can certainly shoot. And it's so strong that we're seeing the shots bouncing out of the goal or off of the side and coming back onto the field of play.
But as we've seen and heard before, folks, power is not everything when it comes to these bots. In fact, power can also be one of your limiting factors. I believe the distance is 16 feet. Caitlin, correct me if I'm wrong, that a shooter can...
I believe so.
Now that robot looks like it may be disabled.
Let's hope that that robot can re-enable itself, catch another spark, and come back to life. Maybe we'll see James go out there with a nice little lightning rod and try to Back to the Future it with those gigawatts.
I think we may have a jammed up indexer here, but we'll see if we can get the rings out of...
That final 30 seconds, let's see what these teams try to do. I believe they're going for power shots.
There's one. Oh, come on. Let's get the second one out. Well, at least get these points, right? Get that out.
Nice, wobble goal
you can
outside.
do one more. Oh, yeah, there's always the opportunity to get it on the line, right? What a great strategy at the end. You can't shoot, you can't drop it. Let's see if we can push it on the line and get another result for that. So good
Some
effort.
good quick thinking.
And so, Caitlin, just a quick note for teams. How many points is that again, just for getting back on the line?
Back on the line, I believe that's 5 points for getting it on the start line.
And as we see our score,
that's
it is 36 points. Once again, keeping our 47 Beavers in the nice third place.
And coming up will be our last match of the day for these two teams. Monkey Bang Rock will be saying goodbye to the building, and we'll be introducing some new teams. So hang on, and we'll tell you who they are after this match coming up. If you would like to follow along, though, if you visit the First Chesapeake website at events.firstchesapeake.org, you can look at the match schedule, go to First Chesapeake Events, and go to First Tech Challenge Events. And then you can pick, in this one here is Fulton, Maryland Season Play Event number 4. And then the other one for today that we'll be getting underway in about an hour and a half is the Fairlawn, Virginia Season Play Event number 2. So from there, you can get results as they happen, which is great. So you can see how the teams are progressing during the event, which is great. And you can also see who the teams are and when they're going to play during the course of the day. So if you have a team that's going to play and you're interested in tuning in, you'll know exactly when it's going to happen by checking out that schedule.
And so for all of our seniors, as we've been talking throughout the course of these past few weeks, make sure that you spend this time, and even juniors, make sure that you spend this time to go look at our scholarships, look at all of the opportunities that we have. There are plenty of alumni positions, there are plenty of scholarship opportunities, and there are plenty of organizations just waiting to snatch up a first participant. I know one of the scholarships that I've been talking about multiple times was the Women in STEM scholarship, and that scholarship is sponsored by Leidos. And I keep talking about that scholarship because I keep trying to get some of my mentees to go sign up for it. We've also had our nice alumni ambassador program, which is sponsored by Booz Allen Hamilton, which allows us to give back to a team of our choice. And that grant is a bonus for being a volunteer and staying engaged with the first community. There are all sorts of different things and different events that you can go with that either give back or give to you. I know there are plenty of different scholarships that myself and some of my friends have taken. I know there are plenty of different grants that teams have gotten. Some of these teams, like Caitlin has said, are family-led teams. So they survive and thrive off of those grants. Other teams, their students may be getting ready to go off to college. I know some teams, they start as a whole cohort of freshmen. And so by senior year, all of those students are getting ready to leave. And they may not have recruited enough freshmen and juniors to restart. So they then have to almost completely reinvent the wheel. But with those seniors, graduating is not the end when it comes to first. Remember, first is the only sport where everyone can go pro. All you have to do is sign up for those scholarships, sign up for those grants. I know there were some scholarships that you signed up for. After you input your team number and a couple of stats about your team, there was no essay. There was no big interview or anything. If they saw you and they knew what school you were going to, you got that scholarship. I personally, when I was in college, was on scholarship from a few different places. And I was on scholarship to the point where I didn't have to worry about paying for room and board and paying for my courses and for my classes. And so I got to do a lot of things. And even though I worked at the school just because I liked giving back to my school, there were so many different things that were available to me because I was on scholarship. And as we get ready to go into randomization C, let's see what these teams can do.
Yes, our last match for these two teams. This will be a fun one to watch.
Oh, the firing is in the right direction. And they go
Ooh.
2 for 3 into that high goal.
Perfect.
Followed by
Props to them for getting that autonomous worked out.
into the correct box. They got it in the box C with
Park.
the park. That is a wonderful autonomous period, currently scored at 49 points. So with a wonderful start to the game, teams are picking up their controllers and getting ready to
Drivers,
play.
pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
That was fantastic. That's what we were seeing all morning in the first 5 matches. It's great to see them have that all dialed back in for one more.
Mm-hmm.
That 8-second recovery period is so foreign to me because I come from FRC. And I've kind of grown to like it with FTC. I'm still on the fence about it.
That is like serious shooting. Look at you.
Some speed there.
These
I think that might go beyond 16 feet in an open room.
Let's leave that to the referees to decide.
It's up to the referees to decide.
And the robot inspectors.
That's right. Ooh, that might have jammed in there. Did you see how the 2 rings
They
came in
got
stacked
2
on
rings,
top of each other?
but they seem to be able to spit it right back out.
Got it out. Good job.
Some good high goal shooting going on.
And teams, something to be careful and be wary about. Make sure that when you're practicing with your robot, that you are practicing with the foam tiles on all sorts of different surfaces. As you can see here, we have foam tiles on a concrete floor. We have seen some events be played on a wooden floor. Some teams at home practice with their foam tiles over carpets or rugs. Remember, all these different surfaces have different densities and different things. And that can affect your robot in so many different ways, depending on how your robot actually sits to grip the mat, depending on how actually high the rings sit. So that way you know if your intake is set at the right height. There are so many different factors that can be affected just off of the actual floor material. And as they go to get that wobble goal out, with a current unofficial score of 99 points, of 99 points, that may be it for this team today. For these 2 teams today. We will see which teams we have coming up next. And as we
let's not ring these folks out yet. Give them their moment.
Yeah, we're awaiting the referees' decisions. Referees and scorekeepers. I will say judge because they are judge, jury, and executioner at this point.
Hopefully no executions.
They have to execute these commands.
They have to execute the commands. Very true. Hit the old go button on the program. Let it roll.
Just maybe not execute the guillotine. We don't need that.
Mm.
And with our
final results on the board.
89
and a high for this alliance.
I wonder where that 10-point penalty came in.
I saw one shot go out.
Yeah, that may have been a shot outside the field.
Yep.
And as we get ready to say goodbye to Monkey Rock Bang.
Monkey Bang Rock.
Monkey Bang Rocks.
And to 47 Beaver. These 2 teams having done very well for themselves, setting themselves in the 2nd and 3rd position.
I don't know if you have them down there in DC or Maryland or Virginia, but we have beavers up here in New England, and they're astounding. I don't know if you've ever gone and seen some of the works that they put together, but dang, those guys know how to build.
So monkeys really do rock.
Monkeys can rock. Absolutely.
And beavers can also rock.
Beavers can use rocks, and they do use rocks when they're building their earthworks, which is pretty amazing.
I just want to be there
We
when
have
it cuts down a tree. That's all I want to see. I just want to see that final gnaw and then the tree coming down.
Well, down the street from us, there's a road that goes to a covered bridge, which is kind of cool. And on that road, there's a number of places where streams go under the road. So there's a little culvert, and the stream goes under there. I don't want to say maybe 15 years ago, we all of a sudden the road was blocked because beavers had discovered that if they plugged up the hole, if they plugged up the culvert, we had built this fancy dam for them that they didn't have to work that hard. Right? So they went and just jammed that culvert full of sticks and mud, and all of a sudden this huge lake grew down there where the tiny stream was, and it went over the road, and we had to send the crews in and clean it up. Anyway, while we're thinking about that, we'll give you the heads up on the next match or the next teams coming in a minute. But before then, we want to switch to a video, learn about game changers.
For centuries, sports have played an integral part of our culture. Moving, collaborating, competing, celebrating. We rally around our athletes, lift them up, and admire their awe-inspiring moments and stories that give us hope. The nature of traditional sports is shifting, and we have the power to be forces for change and redefine the game. No matter whether our talents lie on the court, in the lab, or with a controller in hand, there's an athlete inside each and every one of us. Let's work together to champion every sport and every person that plays the game. It's time for us to revolutionize the way we play and move. It's time to be game changers.
And we are checking out our teams. We're going to visit our new teams right now coming on the field. And Caitlin, can you tell us a little bit about Illuminus and Launch Tower?
Yeah, so our first team, Illuminus 18230, they are from Washington, D.C., and it looks like their rookie year is 2020, so a pretty new team.
Right.
And our second team, Launch Tower 13077, is from Potomac, Maryland, and their rookie year was in 2017.
Neat. So they've been around a little while.
Yeah, that means they started in Velocity Vortex.
Just because you're a young team doesn't mean that you can't have a very strong showing, as we've seen from some of these teams that have been out here. And also with some of the older teams. Students graduate, as we've seen with both myself and Caitlin. Team members change out very frequently. I remember one year changing out my co-captain mid-season. So there are many different teams where if your number is large or small, whether you're old or new, it's always going to be a different experience every single season.
Yeah, I've seen many teams that have maybe a number that has been around for many years. But
we had our number because all of the DC FRC teams are listed at like the 29 region. So we're all in the 2,900 section. And so with that, we took like 2 years off. And when we came back, they considered us a rookie team. And so we got Rookie of the Year award, even though our team had actually been around for about 3 years before that break. And now with this new team coming in, I believe this might be Launch Tower with this rainbow themed robot.
yeah, I love what they have going on. The rainbow rollers matches
I
their
wonder if
team
that's
outfit.
armbands or if that's the actual shirt is a rainbow. Because if it's rainbow
Whatever
arm,
it is, great branding, guys.
If it's rainbow armbands, I want one. Like, or get like rainbow headbands too, just all rainbowed out. See, I really like the first spirit. I miss the days of buttons and hats and all the other great things that teams used to have. I was the person at the first events with like a sash that weighed 5 pounds because it had so many buttons and everything else on it. I
You and
remember.
my son Zeke, we'll see him a little bit later. When he was real small, he was really born into first. And when he was very, very young, my oldest son was competing in FRC, and we would bring him to events, and he had a vest and it was covered with pins, and he had hats and all kinds of stuff. Um, he still is known to put on a hat from time to time. So
We've
you'll see him
had,
with various hats today.
I think one of our favorite things to do is we used to have a big flag that just had our blanket number on it. And so we would go to all the other teams and fill it in with their pins around our numbers. And so hopefully by the end of that event, we were like, we want to fill the flag and raise the flag when we do our alliance call and this, that, the other.
At Worlds in St. Louis, they used to have the Einstein division and the Franklin division, I believe. And we would have a Ben Franklin $ big flag, and all the teams would sign it. And of course, being first, everyone put their pins on it instead of signing it. So we had a flag full of pins that I think the winning alliance of that division got at the end of the competition.
That's fun.
It's a really cool tradition.
But which is better, a bunch of pins or a bunch of signatures?
I think for the FTC folk, I think the pins, especially if they have some good puns. Some good.
A lot of these pins actually come with really cool puns or really cool statements. I remember one of the teams, they were like cow themed, and so their button was like the cow's face, but then they also had these like yarn tails that they braided onto it that went with the rest of the button.
Sounds like Nerd Herd to me.
Now, I want to call out here right now. Luminous is on the field, and it looks like they're kind of lining up and so on. But look at the rainbow on their the handler, the conveyor that they've got in there. So they've used different colored rings or different colored tape or something to be able to build that rainbow inside of the robot. So, Niall, you were talking about branding and making the robot look more interesting than just plain old aluminum, and I think they've got it down here. So looks like we're going to go with one robot, and we've got randomization B up for this first match.
Anything that you can do to make your robot stand out is always a good thing. If you're identifiable, that is one thing that can help your team no matter what, because sometimes you might get picked as an alliance partner just because they've seen you.
That's
because
true.
They can see your robot. They can tell your robot apart, and they can see that bot.
Well, they were playing the end game a little early, I think.
How does that count towards?
Well, I hope the wobble goal goes back on the field after auto. We'll see.
Yeah, it looks like there's some shooting going on there too.
I think they're lined up backwards. That's my guess.
It seems as if the rings got back to the field.
Driver,
I don't know if
pick
the
up your
water got
controllers.
back to the field.
3,
we'll see. Hopefully
2,
it'll come back out.
1.
So as we're getting underway, I believe the team has their controllers in hand, but I do not see the robot moving as of yet.
Remember, there's always that delay period. So.
Oh no, the time is counting down.
Now, the time is counting down. Look at that.
This is if they're just starting to get to moving. Let's see if this rainbow.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. They were lined up backwards. All right, they'll fix that for the next match.
That's interesting. They have that low grade and that very low clearance, which we've seen on some of these bots before. And the way that their back button was set up, I almost couldn't tell that it was picking up a ring because when you look at it, it looks like it's actually touching the ground, but I think it has just enough clearance for their rollers to get there. And so it separates the rings one at a time. once again helping teams make sure that they have only 3 rings at any given time.
There's one in. Nope, they
They
didn't
have,
pick it up.
they have one in the system. It might be
Is
Jay.
there one in right now?
There's one in the system, and then they just picked one up. You can see they're rocking it. I think one might be stuck in the
Trying to
system.
get it loose. Yep.
Yeah, I think I see one trying to get up there. Maybe even 2.
I think they have all 3
Oh,
right now.
all right,
They
so
could be
now they're
pushing
going to
back.
kick them out. So there's 2 in. They're lined up, so they're ready to go. Come on, let's go and get some shots in. You know it can happen because we saw that first shot go out.
Let's see that
They were
shooter.
nice and fast.
I like how their rainbow's even on the side of the bot.
Well
It's
done
just
on the
everywhere.
branding. All right, so now they're going to see about at least trying to pick up the wobble goal. Well, that wobble goal did not come back in, the other one, so that's out of play if it does go out.
And I'm just gonna check my file on Illuminous because you guys said that they were a DC team, so I just want to see if they're a school team or not.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have most of my DC teams listed. Let's see. Illuminous. Oh, I actually know Illuminous. Illuminous' head coach is my old coach.
There we go. So it's a tie at 0. And I think that when they turn that robot around for auto, we'll see some points on the board in auto in the next round. So I'm not too concerned about that.
Now I'm sort of kind of excited. Turns out I know this team. Well, I at least know part of the team.
You know some of the people on the team. That's great.
I
Now, are they a
guarantee
school team?
I actually don't know. So I know their coach, and I know their coach normally coaches with a school team, and that's definitely with his FRC team. But I don't know if he linked the FTC team with a school or if he has it listed as a community team.
So folks on Twitch, if you know the answer, let Niall know.
Actually, might just text him later when this is all over.
Don't distract them.
I said when it's over.
Okay.
If I texted
So let's
him
hope
now,
Launch Tower. All right, so Launch Tower's off to the side there, and I'm hoping that they are confident that they can put their robot on the field for a match. I see crossed arms, so I'm not sure how they're feeling about that.
Yeah, and I think they said it was a driver station problem. So
Oh no.
hopefully it's something like a battery they could charge up or something they
Yep.
could restart.
Mhm.
It is difficult. There's no CSAs or FTAs there in person, but hopefully they can get it restarted.
but that is one big thing. A lot of times we do have multiple people wearing many different hats. Currently at these events, some of our referees are the FTAs. Some of our referees are currently serving
Mhm.
as our robot inspectors and our assistants and everything else to try to help these teams be the best that they can be. But now that I know whose team that is, I'm definitely about to try to get myself some of the rainbow gear. If you guys see me sporting rainbow armbands next week, you know who I talk to.
We know why. All right, one's coming out. So it looks like that issue with the controller has not been resolved.
Caitlin, what's the biggest thing that you missed about not being in person?
Ooh. For
Well, I guess you
FTC
got-
specifically, I think just the excitement of being on the field with all 4 teams competing is definitely a fun one. And of course, like finals and all of that.
I'm about to say, I guess you did get to be on field, so haha, you got to be in person, but
Yeah, last week when I was on field doing what Paul is doing this week, it's still definitely a fun role to do. You get to interact with the students, which is one of the best things about volunteering. So.
Okay, I think we're going to get our randomization here right now. A, as we've seen, has been challenging for a lot of teams because they lose those resources initially. They do go back into the hand of the human player, so that's helpful, but they're not on the field immediately, and then they don't have them as a target for later. And off we go. That looks better.
Okay, so it is going forward this time. Let's see if they turn around their shooter. Turn it around.
Yeah, it's not turning around. So if it's going to shoot, it is going to shoot.
It's at least shooting directly into the wall if it does shoot.
Yeah, right now, because it hasn't moved away. Don't stand there.
Remember, folks, safety first. Please do not put yourself in harm's way.
All right, so picking up the controllers, getting ready to roll.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
And we are off.
3, 2, 1.
Ooh, I see some activity on the other side. So I'm hoping that Launch Tower has resolved their issue with their controller and can join us for the next match. That would be pretty awesome with the driver station.
I think we see Illuminus is theming on the side of their robot on the numbers as well. So
yep.
good consistency there.
Robot is just around the board rainbow. Like I said, I'm going to definitely be in contact with their coach after today is over because he didn't tell me this. I wish he would have told me that they were bringing a rainbow.
And I am seeing a lot more confidence in this match with the Illuminus team. They're lining up, they're taking shots. They had driven pretty quickly to go and collect. Right now, I'm not sure what's going on. Looks like things may be jammed up in there. Hopefully that isn't the case and they can back it off and try again.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's a control issue similar to Launch Tower. Maybe it's a drive station or connection.
Okay, moving is good.
We're back.
Well, we've seen with many of these bots, as small as it is, they have to compact all of their parts into these really small spaces. And so sometimes your configuration, while moving, might shift the wire loose, might have something just barely rattle and disconnect. And so that's something that definitely happens with all of the teams and that everybody sees all the time.
So see if they can unload these. They've got them, they've been jiggling to try and reposition inside the robot. And
I see the rollers moving. I just don't see them connected.
Moving. And time has expired. So we will have to see what's going on there. But it's possible that we will see the team join them on the field. So hopefully, again, Launch Tower will join us. And we've got
with a final score of 0. And remember, folks, it is just a challenge just making it onto the field this year, let alone making a competitive run. And so with these teams making an opening appearance, every score counts, even that 0, because just being able to show face, just being able to say, hey, I made it is an achievement. There are plenty of times where teams can't make it. And so we've been having remote submissions all throughout this season, and you will see some of those later on today. But just because you can't make it here in person does not mean that you can't submit something to us for review.
Absolutely.
And teams, remember, even if you have been to a prior event, you still must resubmit all your judging materials and all of your videos at each new event that you choose to participate in. So if you have not submitted your judging and review materials, please remember to do so. But once again, all of these teams have worked very hard to get here. All of these teams have done so much to prepare themselves for these moments. So remember, work your hardest, fight your hardest. This is the hardest fun you will ever have. This is the only sport where you will cry it out, laugh it out, and have so much to talk about after the game is over.
And I am seeing a lot of activity on Launch Tower, and here they come onto the field.
There's a robot. I think I see a claw
Oh,
up there. Let's see if
that's
that
good
claw.
news.
Let's see if Launch Tower lives up to their name.
Yes, make sure it's pointed in the right direction. Always do that.
Teams, if you have someone who's going to set up your robot on the field, make sure that they have practiced that setup multiple times. You want them to know whether it looks like from the front, from the back, how far over to the left or how far over to the right, because just the slightest details can throw off a robot. Some of these bots are tuned super sensitively. So if they're not able to line up, especially for these robots that are using those vision sensors, which you see those vision markers all around the field, those little boxes with colorful pictures, or if they're scanning the rings to see how many rings there are. If your team is not aligning that robot, that can spell doom and disaster in those opening few minutes. And currently, we're just going to take a quick little sneak peek over at our other event field located at Fairlawn, Virginia. Let's take a quick look at Fairlawn. I love the way that they always lay out the field. Fairlawn has fun with their field. They
And
like
it
playing.
feels a little like Valentine's going on over there right now.
There's a little love in the air. I've yet to see a first proposal. I've seen it.
Oh, they are there, my friend. They are
I've seen
there.
a first wedding, so
I've seen it one time. I've seen a first proposal one time, and we just got configuration C on Fulton, Maryland, and that is with all the rings on the field. And it seems like Illuminus is the one taking this break right now, trying to sit out around as Launch Tower takes the field.
And will they launch? They've got the wobble goal sitting in A, and it looks like it might all be an A, but C was the target. C was the target. So we'll see where we land here.
Do we get the park?
I'm not sure that they get the park because I don't think it's made it all the way to the line.
I didn't know if
Driver,
they
pick
had
up
some
your
special
controllers.
doohickey that made it across.
3,
Or
2,
maybe.
1.
So that's a referee question. Does it have to touch the line, or does it have to simply be over the line?
I believe in this case it's crossing the plane of the line. So as long as some part is in the vertical plane that the sides of the line define.
So the
not quite
imaginary vertical barrier, as long as I
Ooh, and
stick
there
my
are
hand.
parts on the ground. That could
There
it
is
looks like a gear and some other string.
String or wire or something there.
I think that's a chain. I think that's a gear and a chain.
Maybe, but that wouldn't be a good one. Usually that
is not going to be
that
good.
means drivetrain to me. I do
mean,
still see motion from them.
Yeah, things are
With
happening.
the robot, like, I don't know if it's drivetrain so much as conveyor belt, because we did see them lose a ring right before that
They're
happened. So it
pulling
might be
that string back in, it looks like. Oh my.
Yeah, that may be that lift system in the
Doesn't
back.
get racked up in there.
Yeah, that's a hard one. Once you drop something, you can't get entangled on your own parts, because then you'll be stuck for the rest of the match. So, got to maneuver around it.
No, it's still underneath.
just another question as far as rules go. The rule of entanglement, would that apply if in a situation like this where something has clearly fallen off the back of the bot and I'm just trying to recover myself? If somebody runs past me, would that consider as entanglement?
Oh, and they are tied up on the rings. Let's see if they've
Yeah.
got enough time to get that wobble goal out. It looks like they do, so that's good. All right, well done.
So even with that tail dragging behind them, they still managed to get some points on the board, I believe.
Yeah, that was some good last minute thinking. And I know with entanglement, it's a complex rule based on accidental versus intentional. And especially in this case, you don't have any opposing alliance, so there probably wouldn't be any entanglement penalties. You unfortunately would just kind of make yourself or your partner not be able to move.
I still remember when they tried to call my team on entanglement one year.
Here we go.
We're at inspection.
20 points.
And
all in the end game.
20 points bumping up our two teams into the 4th and 5th pole positions. And that comes from that wobble goal in the end game. As we see Illuminous and Launch Tower both working oh so diligently to repair those bots and get those bots in working order.
Well, 20 points on the board is great. We like to see the average inching upward. Got a couple more opportunities to score. And I know because we've seen the robots have the right components of scoring. They all just need to come together for a match and get those rings where they need to go and maybe even do some auto scoring.
Once again, it's getting that right symphony, that right dance, making sure that everything just flows and goes oh so smoothly. We've seen some teams where that rhythm, once they find it, they're unstoppable. Some teams, like we've said, have turned around from only scoring 50 points to then scoring 200 points.
Okay, this is interesting. Take a look. He's got this, whatever that tether is, he's got it in his hand, and they put the robot back on the field with that thing dangling out. So I'm wondering if it's some type of trickery to try and score like the tapes do, right? To get that auto park.
Could they
if
shoot
that were to
out
roll out, right? So think about that. If that were just to roll out and roll out across the line, that could very well be what we're talking about there.
I don't think it would roll.
Yeah, but that
like a shot.
Kind of dangerous.
It's a gear. I think that would have to shoot just because of the way it's tied on. They would have to like throw it
if
forward.
that is intentional and it's repeating, that could be a penalty, because you can do intentional, but it has to be repeated in order for a referee to know that it's intentional. So I think it'll be interesting to see in this match.
All right. Well, we've got them lined up, ready to roll, and then we will see about Luminous if they will come back on the field.
Referee just checking in with our teams. And see, this is another thing I miss about not having the pits and not having all the different teams there, is that some of these issues that some of these teams are facing, they're having to troubleshoot and solve it by themselves. And I know, especially with some of the rookie teams, that can be hard. They're missing having those partners and that support system there to help them. Some of the teams I remember, it was something as simple as, hey, one of my bumpers, I'm missing a sticker. Does somebody have an extra sticker so I can put my number on my bot? And then other teams, it was as complicated as, hey, I don't even have a basic drive code. Can somebody give me a basic drive code so I can go forward and backwards?
Yeah, and having to be socially distanced, you can't hand someone a battery. You have to set it on the floor, sanitize it, and then give it to them. So there's a little more complexity going on, and you have less teams in general who may have those extra parts.
I would just like get a long stick and just push it with a stick.
Yeah. No, people are
Sweep it
coming up
across.
with creative ways.
I think one of the funniest things that I've seen for people passing things is like taking lacrosse sticks and putting it in those nets.
Randomization A.
Configuration A, that is with 0 rings on the field as Team Launch Tower prepares to launch.
So I'm going to pay close attention to that gear to see what exactly that's supposed to be.
I think that gear might have been like an auto launcher to get them.
Oh, it is dragging behind there again. Look at it.
For Twitch chat, if you are here, please tell us what that is for. If you know, if you have any idea, please let us know. As well as Twitch chat, if your team is here, if you are here, let us know. If you're going to be here later today, we'd love to hear from you guys. Trust me, it makes a difference in some of these teams when they get to go look back at the recordings afterwards and see all of the kind words that you've left them and hear all of the great things that you guys say.
I think I may understand this.
Drivers, pick
So
up your
if they
controllers.
drive forward, like they've done,
3,
to position
2,
A,
1.
but if they were to drive all the way up to C,
Then they would still be parked
they
when
would
they score
still be
C.
parked. So interesting strategy.
But
I just get nervous about the
I
possibility of
don't
sucking that up into the robot, you know?
Yeah, I'm about to say I don't see like a motor like that's just recalling that string though. Like maybe I could understand it if there was something to recall that string, but because there's nothing recalling the string and it's just sitting there dangling out.
Yeah, I feel like at some point it's more of a hazard for yourself than
Absolutely.
it needs to be.
And now it's going to get entangled on the wobble goal potentially as they drive around. So this is, I'm not sure what that's for. We've got one shot that went wide, two, let's see about a third one. No shots yet. It's a human player helping us out. There is some activity though in the robot. So you can see it's attempting to put the rings potentially in the low goal.
Once again, having to be so careful about that wire. I wonder what it's honestly made out of, whether it's like paracord, whether it's like a long shoelace.
I don't know. Well, it looks like they could potentially get their end game. No, back up, back up, back up. Oh no.
It seems that whatever it is, their robot wheels are built to not pick it up.
But what about their alliance
Yeah,
partner? I
the
get
same
nervous about
Yeah.
the alliance partner sucking it up, you know?
And it
Because
looks like they have mechanism wheels as well, and those get tangled easy.
I know, especially with having Illuminous on the field with them, and Illuminous being such a low clearance bot as it is, I wouldn't want to have that out with my teammate on the field.
Well, we'll take 25 points. Auto and Endgame are the scorer today. And it's nice to see the score going up match over match. So that's a win. And I think I see Luminous looking more confident too about getting in this next match. So I'm thinking we may see both teams on the field here.
Team standing up, waiting on the side. I see people conferring with each other. It's a good sign. That robot prepped right up against the edge of the field, just ready to go as everybody gets ready for that final matchup. Yeah, that gear, I feel like it needs a reclamation system. Like they just need something that can recall it.
Stick a little winch on there and just pull it in at the end of a tournament.
Single button, just one single button. That would be all you guys really need. Would be my thing. Because I know some teams, even with their climbing mechanisms, yes, some of their climbing mechanisms had hooks. Those hooks were attached to ropes, but they had to be very careful that that hook didn't deploy earlier, that they weren't just having a lost hook wandering around.
Right.
And so I would be very careful about having that gear just dragging, especially if there's no reclamation system for it.
Mm-hmm.
You should be seeing official results coming up momentarily.
Scorekeepers! We're waiting for you.
Sounds like they're definitely having some discussion about penalties and the like.
I think that's probably.
Are you in their chat right now? Caitlin, are you diving into their world?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Oh, here we go. All right. On the board, and it's going to remain 5 points for the auto. So that means that they felt that that wobble goal did not exit the field on time.
Yeah, or that it was past, it didn't have the right starting condition. It may not have been in the correct zone. Which
And that's what I saw.
That's what I saw as well. So
side. Yep.
Yeah.
But I see Illuminous coming onto the field. That's what I see.
Good news.
Fingers crossed we can get both of them on. That's what we want.
I see they are working hard over there.
I just want to see these load up. That's what I want to see. Launch Tower. I want to see them live up to their name. I want to see that thing launch. Illuminous, I want them to come out and light up the field just as much as those rainbow rings lit up all of our hearts and warmed our feelings inside. But that is actually, now that I think about it, that rainbow is their new like team-wide design.
It
So even
is.
their FRC team is white with like rainbow tie-dye colors. So for their FTC team to be black with that rainbow, and I haven't seen the tie-dye yet, like that's gonna be nice. But we do have two bots on the field. We're going to have two robots. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we get that tail dragging. But James, that team Illuminus, you remember the team that I
Yes.
told you that wants me to change my t-shirt every time I go to an event and I tease them about it?
Yes, this is them.
That's their grown-up team. I mean, that's their FRC team that I'm talking about.
Hey, okay.
Configuration A. And once again, that is with no rings. So our shooters will have to wait until after the autonomous period has ended before they can reload. Our
Okay.
shooters to love that setup C. And I feel like all the world records that we've seen have come from setup C.
Well, it makes sense because the resources are available. You don't have to wait around. If you're a fast shooter and loader, you can go right up and pick them up and start putting them in the goals.
I haven't seen that gear come out yet. Maybe they got warned by the referee not to do it, or maybe they were thinking about their other teammates. But I have seen some shooting going on.
Yep.
I believe that is Illuminous trying to fire.
So that is encouraging. See if they can load up now. Do the pause and start moving.
Driver, pick up your controllers.
You're quiet.
Launch tower looking like they're having some trouble with that
1.
controller. Oh, but maybe not. Robot's moving.
There we go, back in motion. Hopefully they can keep those rings moving up the rollers too. I know they've been having some trouble with
There's
it,
that
but
problem that I was kind of talking about and hinting at with that low ground clearance as Illuminous just got momentarily caught up on those rings.
Yep.
Mhm.
Now, can they jump them in the low goal? They are lined up to do it.
They're trying to get that spinner up.
Hopefully
They're trying to get that conveyor belt powered, is what I'm seeing.
yeah, the rings are such an interesting obstacle because a lot of times you build that low chassis to kind of keep items away from your robot, but with how thin these rings are, sometimes they go underneath either anyway. So
And with them being foam, that also doesn't help that much. Like it's not like it's a hard obstacle like when we have some of the frisbees and some of the other objects. So even if it does start to sink under, with it being foam, it'll just continue going under you.
Yep.
All right, we see some motion, but all right. So we're getting to the shooter. We got one out, but it bounced out of the low goal. Same with that one. And can they do the third one? Motion again from launch tower. That's great. And we're in the end game. So launch tower needs to move that wobble goal past the white line. We'll see if they can do that. No, they can't even do it because it's in the wrong position ahead of time, right? Or can they bring it back across the line?
It would have to have been at the beginning of that game.
Okay, so they can't score it.
Both teams sitting silently as
And this match will come to rest.
And that will be the final matches for this set. Once again, we've had Team Illuminous and Team Launch Tower, both putting out impressive displays today. Once again, teams just managing the show face is one of the greatest things that you can do. And with a final official score of 0-0, they will hold on to our current 4th and 5th positions.
And there we go. A good job on both teams for dealing with some adversity here. It can get really frustrating when you show up and parts don't work, or a driver station doesn't go, or some other components don't work. But working through that, and really, I think Niall, you said it before, with no help, it's just whatever they've got, that's what they've got. And then to have both robots come out and move in the last match, fantastic, absolutely fantastic to make that happen.
And I mean, these teams have nowhere to go but upwards from here. They still have multiple weeks to try to come back and participate in other events. There's still plenty of opportunities. And remember, folks, just points alone is not the deciding factor as to whether you will continue on or not. There are plenty of other awards for you to earn, and there are plenty of other ways for your team to inspire, innovate, and create.
So we've got the field cleared, and we are getting ready to see our new teams, 18792 Penguin Robotics and 18914 AlphaGo Trions. Now, we've seen AlphaGo Trions before, so they're coming in. We've seen them in the scrimmages, and we've seen them in match play last week, I think. And so this will be their second time around. Or their third time around? No, so I think it's the second time around for them. And we'll have a little bit of a pause as we do the cleaning.
Trions, I think it's their third time.
Is it their third trip?
I believe so. They've been here every week, I believe. I believe you're thinking
So
of the
Caitlin,
regular AlphaGo has only been here once.
AlphaGo, right. So, Caitlin, I have a question for you about I see right now there's the sanitizer going on, trying to get the characteristics of the rubber mat.
From what I saw last week, it didn't seem to, once it dried, it seemed to be, didn't really seem to cause to disrupt anything at all. Of course, different wheels, different rubbers could always be sensitive to different things, especially Mecanum wheels or Omni wheels. So I always get a little concerned with things like that. But I didn't see it directly affect any robots last week, so hopefully it's not.
Because I remember a comment from one of the earlier weeks. Teams were talking about the rings feeling slightly tacky and the floor feeling slightly sticky just because of that post-disinfection.
It may have been tacky. And definitely sticky rings is not good, especially if you're in a roller system. It'll change the way they shoot.
Mm-hmm.
I have a few details about these teams coming up. I love penguins, so it's perfect. They are the Penguin Robotics. Team 18792. They are from Clarksburg, Maryland, and the ICBG Academy of Excellence. It looks like their rookie year is this year. In addition to their alliance partner 18914 AlphaGo Tritons, it also says their rookie year is this year, so go rookies.
And AlphaGo Trions, this is their third appearance. So we will just taking a look at their event results. So they were at the qualifier 2 at Colonial Heights.
Yeah, it looks like this is Penguins Robotics' first official event. They may have been to a scrimmage or a practice event before. We may have seen them there. But I do love their shirts.
I can't remember if I saw them during the scrimmage. I don't think that we did. Scrimmage as we had a few.
I know in FRC, if you like those little penguins, one of the schools actually their mascot is a penguin, so they have like 2 or 3 people in penguin suits walking around, waddling around the field in the arena. And like I believe that actually no, it's their drive team. All like 1 or 2 of their members in their drive team plays in a penguin suit.
Well, I could see that here. I would do that. You know, if I was on the team and I was the mentor and I was the person on the field, I would totally rock a penguin suit.
Only reason why I wouldn't want to play with a penguin suit in FTC is because you don't have fingers. And at least in FRC,
flip up
at least in FRC, we have the joysticks, so you can sort of kind of use just the whole loop around system. But in FTC, with them on the actual game controllers, I don't know if they would want to not have fingers.
So maybe you wear a tuxedo. And that
tuxedo,
would work, right?
Now that's one, but then remember, we also have 07, so I want to see that, shaken, not stirred.
Yeah, if you get tuxedo penguins and tuxedo pandas mixed up, there might be a little bit of concern there.
Too much.
And they're both from Virginia, so careful.
So that could totally happen. Would that be awkward to show up at an event with the same outfit?
That's why you got to be original. You got to have some googly eyes, some different colored shirts, some rainbow.
I really dig the Métis hat, with that's a good deal. I love it.
Speaking of penguins, aren't we expecting? I mean, speaking of pandas, aren't we expecting Ethan and his red bearded pandas to show up later today?
Are they today? Are they in the other venue?
I believe they're in one of the two. He said his red bearded pandas was coming today. That's why he wasn't going to be on screen with us.
Let's see. I am looking. Okay, so we're looking at Fairlawn. Yeah, they're going to be at Fairlawn. So we will see them coming up in about 40 minutes, perhaps. Yes, they will be on the board at 10:40 at Fairlawn. So we will see him over there. Good remembering, by the way.
I like how you guys keep talking about fedoras, and I keep looking up to mine, which is just sitting up on the wall.
Why is it not on your head?
Why does it not have googly eyes?
Because it's not meant for googly eyes. It has a nice little flower on it. But I already had 2 hats on my head. I mean, I can swap out a hat on my head, but I think First would like me keeping the first hats and not me showing that Newton's laws of gravity don't necessarily affect hats on my head.
Yeah, I couldn't find any hats, but I did find my name tag that has all my pins and buttons on it. So got something, Firsty.
My lanyard with all my pins and buttons is sitting on the other side of my room. And we've just received randomization A. And so as we've received randomization A, remember that is with no rings. So our shooters must wait to reload. And this is AlphaGo Trions and Penguins.
In honor of penguins, I'm putting on my my Soviet-era Russian hat here because it's cold up in Maine.
Are there penguins?
Penguin-esque.
I think that's the wrong pole to have penguins. I thought penguins was down south.
It's still cold, man. But 2 in A. Look at that. Oh,
I hope that second one's in.
And a
that
part.
One might be in.
Oh, only one's in, but that's still
Driver,
really good.
pick up your controller. 3,
AlphaGo,
2,
their whole
1.
team system thing. I really like how all of their teams have that double wobble auto. They can tell their fellow teammates, hey, go ahead, take a break, relax, just go for the park or do some shooting, do something else. I got the wobbles, don't worry about it.
And it's so smart because it's hard to coordinate an autonomous in 5 minutes when you find your alliance partner. So being able to be flexible and do 1 or 2 is great.
1, 2, 3, nice. So they're better when they're shooting head on to that high goal, but they can't shoot from the center. We saw that before where they got 2 out of 3. Penguins lining up now. Oh, look at this. They can line up behind the alliance partner and shoot over them. Well done.
And once again, that is a skill that not many teams possess. There are very many ways to shoot. There are very many ways to get that goal, and there's a whole lot of space on that field. Making sure to be able to optimize the entire field is a very big and very important skill.
And if you notice, a lot of teams shoot from right behind the line. So if you're able to shoot from farther behind the line, you would be a great pick.
I think another one of the teams that we've seen shooting from very far away was the Frog Bots from last week. They were like parked in the very back, just shooting all the way across.
Time to end game. Let's see what's going to happen here.
AlphaGo prepping their claw.
They've got one.
And now a lot of these teams' claws, they remind me of those like surgeon grips that they have now. Y'all know those like little surgeon robot things?
Yep.
Surgeon robotic arms. That's what these claws remind me of.
Interesting. Not going for the power shots.
Yeah, if your specialty is high goals, keep doing what you're good at.
With a wonderful looking score of 166, I don't even think they need that power shot at this point.
Highly respectable there.
Remember, teams, maintaining that average over 150 is something that will definitely be competition ready at all times.
That is fantastic right there.
And right out
and that's just their first match.
Position, and they have 4 more rounds to try to advance into that first and second position. And just look at these scores: a 56-point auto, a 90-point driver control, and a 20-point endgame. The only thing that is holding them back from that 200-point mark is that endgame, and that's very easy to get back up.
That's going up.
Is high, and it will possibly hold. If they can hold that auto, it will be great. That driver control, those drivers are tuned in, and this is only their first round out. So they have plenty of time to get more shots up in the air and put more points out on the board. Teams, if you are here, please let us know. Shout out to yourselves. Let us see where you are. Mentors, volunteers, alumni, staff members. Even if you're just somebody who walks down the street all the time and just so happens to see them practice when they practice, let us know. I remember one of the fun things that we used to do, if it was good weather outside, we would take our robot and put it in. So our school had a football field, and in front of the football field, the like ticket booth area was this nice flat platform. And so we would go do driver practice over there because they had these steel and aluminum poles that were cemented into the ground as our like guidelines up to the ticket booth. So that would be sort of kind of our driver practice, doing slaloms between that and just running up and down those lines.
I have to say, up in New England, we don't do a whole lot outside with robots. Summertime, though, it gets pretty hot up here. Well, not as hot as you guys, but it does get hot. And we do have summer events. We have one that's called Summer Heat, in fact. And so it's still indoors, but we're doing a nod to your outside with Summer Heat.
I'm about to say, your heat still probably comes with some snow in the weather forecast. So I don't know about being up there.
We'll have these. We'll have a week when it will be up in the 90s, usually in the summertime, sometimes over 100. But I don't know how you survive that high humidity and high heat down in your part of the country. It's too brutal for me.
Oh, Maryland is nothing. Go a little further south.
I was about to say, like I said, I'm from the Cayman Islands. I love my heat with a pina colada, sitting and sipping on the ocean, you know? Wonderful times. The only thing I got to worry about is a hurricane. Outside of that, it's no worries and smooth sailing.
Yeah,
we don't see a whole lot of hurricanes. Sometimes they come up here, there'll be tropical storms or there'll be just a depression and we'll get a lot of rain. But every once in a while, we'll get hurricanes that kind of juice up when they come up the coast, and then they pack a wallop. We don't quite know what to do about that. But these teams know what to do with randomization B, I think.
But one thing I can say about living through hurricanes is I can be a very heavy sleeper. After sleeping through them storms, nothing can wake me up.
Okay, we're hooked up, ready to roll.
Looks like we're getting started. I'm so excited to see this autonomous. Hoping it's another 2 wobble goal autonomous.
We got a shot.
And speaking
1,
about
2, 3 in the high goal. Picking up some more because they got them.
Nice.
Putting down the wobble, still with plenty of time sitting on this clock. Going back, getting that second wobble goal, just saying hi and bye to their teammate, just narrowly missing it, but still maintaining that parked position. And as that closes, that is still a wonderful 48 points on the board. 53
Drivers,
points.
pick up your
68?
controller.
What's they counting up? Okay,
3,
it's just going to keep going
2,
up the points.
Lots of
1.
high goal scoring. You can see the smoothness.
It keeps going up and up.
Hey, look,
can
as
see
long
this-
as it's on climbing, we're going to keep scoring. You were saying, Caitlin?
You can see how smooth their autonomous is. Definitely means they're using odometry and they know how to use those mecanum wheels, which I love to see when teams can code something that maybe isn't just encoders going straight forward, straight backward. You can see that robot has a mind of its own.
I love those drivers and also those auto codes where you can see that people are fully utilizing the wheels that they have.
Mm-hmm.
The purpose of these wheels here is to allow you to go forward, backward, diagonally, to spin and roll on the go. So some of these teams, if you have a forward loader and you know that the rings are in the back, driving forward and spinning around while continuing to maintain forward momentum so that way your front end can then go pick up rings is great. And then being able to turn around and come back to continue your movement is another great feature.
Looks like James has a little friend in his screen. Does the dog do robotics too?
Oh yeah, dogs love robots. No doubt about that.
Are dogs allowed at robotics tournaments?
Depends. If it is a service dog, absolutely. But otherwise, we ask teams to keep them at home.
I once met a service dog in a competition and they gave me this "please don't pet me, I'm roboting" button.
Nice. Now, having said that, there's a team in Boston, the Neutrons, and their mentor has 2 dachshunds, and they travel in a little sack. So that these 2 dachshunds are like in a little a sack. That's all I can say. And they're always there. Pesto and Pasta are the 2 dogs.
That's great.
And as we're coming to the final few seconds, that score sitting on the board currently 52.
They made the attempt on the power shot. You can see that. Now there's some discussion happening.
And there's one wobble goal out, but the referee clearly having a discussion and probably some other discussions going on around the board. I like how Fairlawn sets up though, as we're waiting for this discussion. Fairlawn likes to have a show. Like this heart thing, this isn't their first time. They've done this every time they want to walk away. Every time they took a break, they were like, "Oh, we're gonna put a heart."
Well, in half an hour, we will start to see some matches over there. Here comes the final result at 172, which is great. So we got 20 in the end game, 68 auto.
Both of our teams pushing into the 4th and 3rd position. Once again, that strong autonomous and that strong driver control maintaining those scores for both teams.
So here's the thing. Those 68 auto, the majority of that is coming from the high goal shooting. So is it more beneficial to put the rings in the high goal or to put the wobble goal down?
I guess it would all depend on how your team does their time management and how your team actually has their robot laid out, because as we've seen, they can shoot from farther back. So I believe if they can shoot from farther back, then it does make sense to also go for the wobble goal at the same time, because right after dropping off the wobble, you can just realign your sights and say, pew, 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 get me some more high shots.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Also, a high goal is worth 6 points. So if you shoot the 3, that's 18 points, whereas a wobble goal is 20. So I feel like a wobble goal could be most important, like first thing to do, and then go shoot if you have extra time.
Good point.
But my thing is though, which one is more of a guarantee? Trying to line up a claw or trying to line up a shoot?
Yeah, that's true.
That's another thing.
Because you can't really do a wobble goal last minute in the last few seconds. But a shot.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of teams attempt at getting these wobble goals, and these wobble goals are no easy thing. They're so small, and the slightest tip will knock it over and will not reset it.
I do want to call out one thing. I'm wearing this hat for the Penguins, in support of the Penguins. The Soviets knew how to make hats because I can barely hear anything right now. So this insulation is amazing.
You'd be warm if you had to be where the Penguins live.
That is true. That is true. Well, this does keep me warm. I have worn it out in some pretty severe weather when clearing the road or clearing the driveway and stuff, and it's very nice.
James, like I said, I'll send for some food from you. I'm not coming to sit at the dinner table.
Well, as I said, I have to make the cakes this afternoon that are going to be our Valentine's cakes for tomorrow. Haven't decided yet what it's going to be, but I think I've got red food coloring, so it really doesn't matter. Cake is cake, and it can be red.
I'm going to say, wait a minute, red velvet isn't still the standard? I thought that was the classic.
Oh, but a red velvet swirl.
That involves chocolate, and I do have some Dutch processed chocolate, so I think that might work.
See, Caitlin, now I'm starting to like the way you think. When we going to go get a cake? You're in Maryland. I'm in D.C. Let's go. Let's go find us some food.
As the resident food scientist, I'll take you up on that offer.
See, and she knows. She absolutely knows. Being in the biz and all.
I'm about to say, look, she's here. I'll be like, look, I know you got connections. Let's go socially distance us a food sample.
Randomization. Hey, so this is going to mean that the double wobble goal is key because you don't have those ring resources on the field to shoot.
Yeah, and last time they had I believe they got their double.
They got the double
almost by an inch.
Almost.
So hopefully it works this time.
Oh, one.
And they seem to be going for those.
They're trying for the power shots. Did they get any? I can't tell.
I think they might have got one or two.
That's great. Okay, so now I'm going to go for the second wobble goal.
So they got it. And let's see what these wobble goals. They came.
Looks like they may get them.
It's in the box. I think that's in the box.
Yeah,
those are in.
So.
Two wobble goals, the two power shots, and then they're going to get the park. So it's going to be 65 points.
3,
and once again,
2,
a fantastic
1.
start. These strong autos, these strong driver controls, giving teams plenty of points and plenty of time. Just to come out the gate with 65 points puts you in a perfect scoring position. And these human players are just throwing these rings out there. Remember, teams, there's only 20 rings in total. So if you're shooting and your human player isn't feeding you, you're going to run out. Also, because there's only 20 rings, if there's a pile up in the back and you can't get to it, you're not going to be scoring. So making sure to manage your resources is a very big thing this year.
So I'm curious, there's a big pile up midfield right now of rings, and are they going to be a hazard to navigation?
My whole thing is all these rings that are getting put behind these two red wobble goals.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see how they're going to tackle that because the blue side is very clear as far as getting those wobble goals out at the end, but currently maintaining their strong shooting position, I don't see how they're going to continue as strong as they have been with those rings being all the way buried in the back.
Well, AlphaGo Tryon doesn't seem to have any trouble picking them up against the wall. And Penguins now just cleaning up two. So they've got at least one, maybe two loaded.
I mean, and as we go into these final 30 seconds, 14 high goal shots even before going into the final 30, is once again a wonderful score as they try to get both of these wobble goals out for an extra 40 points in endgame.
Yeah, it looks like they're not trying to get that second wobble goal, just not enough time.
Nope,
but
trying to get the
going for power shots.
And so, Caitlin, I have a question. So I know in FRC, there's no reaching over the barriers. There's no extending your human form in any way, shape, or form towards the field just because of the obstacles and the size of the bots. How do the rules go as far as FTC?
FTC has a very similar set of rules. You can't reach inside the field if you're a human. There's some safety rules there. In addition to if you interfere with the robot, then there's some additional general penalties.
And
nice.
84, high score of the day.
84. I was only asking because I see like how the referee, as soon as it hits 0, just steps on the field. Like there's no real wait time, no like major clearances for the field. It's just, oh, done? Okay, cool, step on.
Yep, as soon as the two teams hit stop on their phones, you know, and you can see that stop button as a referee, you kind of visually check. And as soon as they hit stop, you know that nothing on the robot can move anymore. So as long as everything's to rest and they've hit stop, then you're good to go on the field
Because
as a
like,
referee.
I know with some of our teams, we have to wait on that like red light, green light system sitting on the side of the field to know whether we're able to go and do anything.
Now, in this match with randomization A, they had 65 in the auto. In the prior match, they had 68 in the auto. So shooting is beneficial. So when they're in randomization C, they've got more of those rings on the field and they're able to score those faster than doing the wobble goals.
And so once again, everyone, that 184 is our current high score for today. Let's see if they can beat it, and let's see if our other teams can beat it. We still have, I believe, another 20 or so teams still
play to go.
We still have 50. We still have over 50 matches for this weekend's events just here at Fulton, Maryland. We also have yet to see Fairlawn, Virginia come online. Fairlawn, Virginia shall be online in a little bit more than 20 minutes.
Yes, and one of our backstage volunteers mentioned that 2 rookie teams made the high score for today so far. So congrats to them. Great job. Some really good coordination and teamwork go into that.
Once again, that just goes to show with our teams, it doesn't matter whether you're a 10-year veteran or a half a season rookie. If your team puts in the effort and if you try your hardest, you can win and you can get that high score. You can go for that number 1 spot. Your drive and your determination shall show how your team plays out.
Yeah, that would be me muted. And getting ready for randomization.
And once again, this is Penguin Robotics and AlphaGo Tryons going on to their 4th match.
Thumbs up on the one side. Thumbs up on the one side.
So, Caitlin, how are you feeling up in the box with us? Are you missing your friends in the referee section, or are you still tapped into their communications?
I miss refereeing a little bit, but this is still fun. It's a different perspective.
It's lower pressure. Randomization A, so this is interesting. This is where the double auto comes in. We've seen it on blue, but we have yet to see it on red.
Is it truly lower pressure, though? I believe we still are pressured. We aren't pressured for a score. But we still have our pressures. We still have our quotas to maintain.
Yeah.
2-3, did you see that?
Nice. 3 power shots.
Beautiful.
Now they've got time to go and get the other goal. Can they find it? They do.
Come on.
Oh, they missed the grip. Oh man, but they'll get the park.
And teams, remembering about things to maintain and things to talk about. If you want us to talk about you, if you have something special or something interesting that you want us to talk about or that you feel is noteworthy about your teams, don't forget to fill out that survey. We would love to hear from you. We would love to hear about you. We love talking about you guys. Everyone loves cheering on first and cheering on our first teams. So make sure to fill out that survey so we can cheer you on properly.
Let's see Penguins get some shots on goal here. 1, 2, 3 in the high goal from AlphaGo Tryons.
Both of these teams are just lighting up that goal.
Penguins taking some shots there. Yeah. Oh, I couldn't tell if that went straight through the goal. It looked like it flew all the way through.
It looked like it did.
That goal has a little backboard in it, right?
There's
a little net in the back that kind of makes it go down instead of out. But the net behind the power shot target sometimes will lift up a little bit. So you have to be careful
We've
with
seen
that.
that net behind the power shot targets. That my only thing about the net with the power shot targets is why doesn't it go to the ground like the other nets do?
1, 2, 3.
We've seen some of the rings go under it, especially if a human player is kneeling. But with them already crossing the 100-point barrier, with still 45 seconds left to go, they have plenty of time to raise this score, and they're doing an excellent show.
Yeah, we're already at 10 in the high goal.
Yeah. Both of the wobble goals are positioned to score.
I would just want to get that second wobble goal standing upright.
Looks like they're going to try. Maybe not. Come on, you can do it. All right, there's one. Let's get that out. And then power shots. Time for the power shots.
Yeah, we got 10 seconds. We can get them in.
There's one. They got one.
3, 2, 1.
Take a shot. Oh, didn't quite get there.
Still a great score, though. That's unofficial score.
I mean, these scores are always looking great. There's one thing that I can say is whether your team puts up 200 points, whether your team puts up no points, that driving and that drive and determination that those teams show will always make for a good show. As long as the teams are engaged and the teams are focused on what they're doing, it will no doubt be a show to remember.
Here we go. And it is going to be 160.
And with that 65-point auto and that 60-point driver control, once again, holding that strong autonomous period. If your auto is strong, it can more than make up for some lost points, as we can see by their end game score with them not getting the points that they were used to.
So the last couple of matches, they've hit that 35 in the end game. They've been consistent there. And the auto has been pretty consistent too with 65. We saw 68, but this is nice and solid and repeated.
Auto is beautiful.
Yeah.
We've been seeing it all around. That 50-point auto is definitely a benchmark.
I still have my fingers crossed that they'll get those extra 15 points for that second wobble goal.
Oh, I want to see it.
I think they're going to get it.
I just want to see us break 200.
That'll almost get us there if we get both wobble goals in autonomous and what they've been normally doing, and maybe 2 or 3 power shots at the end.
This will be their last opportunity coming up for that.
Caitlin, so unfortunately we don't have our numbers guy with us, but I think you've been doing great as the next best thing. What do you predict could be their number to hit?
For these two teams?
Yes, what do you think their goal should be for this next match?
I mean, I think they could probably... The hard part about FTC is you're dealing with technology, which always goes in and out. But I think their perfect match, if you combine all of the best auto, teleop, and endgame, could get to over 200.
Agreed.
I think a good reasonable goal for them is 200. That being said, things always go wrong, and it's hard to tell. But I think they could do it.
Anything
Things
can
don't
happen here.
have happy accidents, remember? Oh, we're really milking all of our quotes today.
Oh yeah. That's an interesting thing about this game, actually, is a lot of your score is dependent on autonomous. And you'll see some FTC games recently, I think they've been very dependent on autonomous because they're encouraging some of that odometry, some of the really complex programming. But if you think back to Rescue, my season, autonomous was really plus or minus 10 points. It wasn't a big deal. But in the past 3 or 4 seasons, they've been, you have to get maybe like a 50 at least in autonomous to really get up there.
We saw a 118-point auto one day, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yikes!
It was like an over 100.
I remember Ashan was doing
was it?
some kind of dance on that one.
I'm thinking if
It
you
was
get
like a over. It was just a super high auto.
Did you say 115 or 150? I didn't hear you.
It was like 118. It was like 115.
118. Okay.
It was a really high auto. Some of your buddies seem to be setting up in Fairlawn. They seem to be getting ready. The heart has disappeared.
So 118 is if you get all of the wobble goals, all of the power shots, and then you shoot about 3 rings, I think, into the high goal. And of course get your navigation to the launch line. That's an impressive autonomous.
The heart may be gone from Fairlawn, but the love is still over there and it's still in the air. And over here in Fulton, we still have setup A being ran for our final setup. Let's see if they can get that 65 points again or better. See, we had setup B last week. Now we keep getting setup A.
Mm-hmm. Making up for all the Bs we got.
Are these randomizers truly random?
I believe them.
Where's the little man in the box that just hits the button?
We've got one wobble goal in. Looks like they got the second one.
They got 2 highs.
Ooh.
They got 2 of the power shots and 1 wobble.
Yeah, that second wobble goal was just a little bit off again.
I think they missed the part as well.
Mm-hmm.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3,
just
2,
6 inches
1.
further.
So not their usual 65, but still a reasonable start. That 45 points still leaving them with plenty to make up for. Their teammate just making sure to put that wobble goal in the box so it'll count later on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hopefully with those 2 wobble goals set up, they can just grab one at a time and bring them over, drop them in the zone.
And once again, those rings just flooding the arena. And AlphaGo wasting no time lining up those shots and loading up that high goal.
Yeah, we have even more rings in the center of the field, but not piled up. So hopefully that'll help them get some of those shots reloaded out quickly.
I really want to see one of these matches with a second team playing with a third and fourth team, just because I want to see that contrast between rings being on one side, rings being on the other side, teams actually doing some light defense. Because some of these bots are really tall bots. Like, I feel like if I was parked in front of you and I was shooting at mid goal and I'm just barely on the line and you're trying to get behind me, you might not be able to hit your high goal.
Yeah, this game has a lot of complexity when there's 4 teams, just because the red and blue goals are on the same side. That would definitely add some defense, offense kind of play there. Nice. We've got the first wobble goal out and the second wobble goal out.
And as time comes to a close, we see a current unofficial score listed at 173, and it has just risen to 193. Let's see what our final ruling is by our referees and our scorekeepers and everyone in the back that does all those wonderful calculations. And we just sit here and talk about it.
I seem to be muted again. If this holds, this is going to be an event high score, which is great. I hit the mute button because the pooches decide that they want to also commentate, and it can be a little disruptive.
I mean, ain't that why the pooches have also got space outside in the great outdoors?
That's where they are right now. And 193 is going to hold. It will be our event high score, which is fantastic. And certainly helping these two teams in their average.
And that score has just...
I love it. Get a high score and then beat it yourself.
In second position. Once again, looking at that 45 autonomous, not as high as their previous autonomouses, but more than made up for with a 106 point, or is that 108 point driver control. And then that 40 point end game, getting both of those wobble goals out. Once again, sealing the deal and making for an excellent showing.
I'd say they reached their goal of 200.
Oh, yeah.
Basically, that's 193 is a great score.
See, I was taught that this isn't horseshoes, so almost doesn't count. But if you want to give
Caitlin, no.
I'm about to say,
I think this was a tremendous performance.
If y'all want to give it to him, I still will definitely say this is an excellent show. And next up, we have the Circuit Breakers and Humongous Chungus.
Humongous Chungus.
Love that team name.
We've seen them before
with these
as well.
Teams, if you have a fun name, remember, we will play with it. Let us know if you want us to do something fun. We love messing around. And I can see
so
running a practice match on Fairlawn right now.
Nice. Yeah, the Circuit Breakers is from Virginia, and looks like their rookie year was 2017. They're a family community team. And then Humongous Chungus is from Woodbine, Maryland, back up in my neck of the woods. Their rookie year was also 2017, and another family community team.
So, Caitlin, how does it feel seeing all these teams that came out after our time had passed?
I was going to mention that. It's very odd for me to look at 5-digit teams. My team's number was 8221, nice and low, right in the 2013 time. It's odd to me that everyone has 5-digit numbers now, but it's a good sign that FGC's keeping it growing.
And while we're getting ready for the event to start over in Fairlawn, let's have a message from Woody Flowers.
Many smart people are predicting that future careers and jobs will rapidly and continuously change. In my career, for example, most of the analytical methods used for engineering analysis have dramatically changed. Artificial intelligence is suddenly becoming a very powerful tool. It's even on the verge of becoming a tool designing tool. What happens when big data and AI become potential tool makers? What happens when natural language is applied to solid modeling and stress analysis? You might soon be able to say to your screen, design a bracket to hold this wheel, keep the deflection to less than 1 millimeter as the robot collides with a stiff wall at full speed. That time is near. So what will a STEM-trained person do? What will we offer to society so society will love us? It's not likely to be commonly applied at technical analysis. However, uniquely human things like recognizing needs, being creative, acting on empathy, demonstrating leadership, designing beautiful things, those uniquely human characteristics will be even more valuable. So, those who understand the universe and understand themselves and society will be in a very powerful and satisfying position. That's good stuff. Building a robot teaches that the universe is perfect. Mother Nature applies all of her rules all the time. She is reliable and causal. If we learn about her, we can work with her. When she surprises us, she is teaching. So a robot is a natural thing. Its behavior is totally determined by the laws of the universe. And the same laws apply for the whole universe, which is bigger than we humans can imagine. This sphere, for example, is a 3D model of part of the universe. Each tiny speck represents a galaxy. Now, our galaxy would be very hard to find in this cloud of specks. If you could find our speck, you'd be hard-pressed to find our solar system, then our planet, then our continent, etc. Compared to the realm of the laws of the universe, we humans are the small end of nothing whittled to a fine point. Learning about the universe through your robot's behavior can teach humility. Our belief that we are the most important things ever is hard to justify, so arrogance is not appropriate. We do not own the place. We should behave as a temporary user who has a long-term good in mind. Be careful about human chauvinism. It is not good stuff.
And we just came in receiving randomization B, and that is with 1 ring for our 2 teams. And let's go to our numbers girl, Caitlin, to see what our 2 teams are. Caitlin, would you like to introduce who we have with us this morning?
Yeah, in Fulton, Maryland, we have 13353 circuit breakers and 1368080 humongous chungus.
And while we're speaking about our different venues, would you also like to give a little preview about who we're going to be seeing in Fairlawn, Virginia? Because I believe Fairlawn, Virginia should be coming online within the next few minutes.
Yes, they are set to start in a few minutes. I'll get back to you with who those teams are.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
Currently
1.
wrapping up this autonomous period, we have 29 points on the board for these 2 teams with 1 wobble goal and a park, as well as I believe they may have gotten 1 or 2 high goals. Trying to figure out how that score came out.
Yeah. I see a little motion. There's some shooting. There we go.
And see, these 2 teams are just so colorful. But this is one of those things where we were also talking about teams with the same colors and not being able to truly tell them apart until we can see the numbers.
Yeah, no, it's hard to tell. Looks like Humongous Chungus is the one with those blue corners.
I believe so. I mean, we saw Humongous Chungus last week. It's just that we also had a ton of teams.
Yeah, so, no, it's hard to tell, especially when you're looking virtually. It's hard to peek around and look at those numbers.
And that's another thing that I miss is some of these teams have such intricate little details And I just can't see them. Like some of these teams, they have really interesting turrets or loading mechanisms and all sorts of other things, and we just don't get to see. So once again, teams, send in pictures, send in your information. If you have not submitted everything to the judges, you must submit it, because you must resubmit all of your information, all of your videos, details, and everything else that you want people to know before each and every event. So you must have everything submitted before you go to judging at each new event.
Yeah, I just saw some really good strategic planning from the team right here holding the wobble goal. They picked up the wobble goal, then shot rings, and then placed the wobble goal outside the field. So really good kind of coordination to get everything in time. And they scored it with just like 1 second to spare.
And I like that current score being a 62. That is a very, very healthy. Oh, 82. That is a very healthy opening score. Plenty of room to improve, but also a still nice standpoint to start on the board.
Mm-hmm.
And as we're waiting on the official score, our next two teams starting at Fairlawn is You Had One Job, PCHS, and the Red Beard Pandas. So our official score coming out of qualification match 21 is 82 points, with a 29-point autonomous period, an 18-point driver control, and a 35-point endgame. And Caitlin, do you have any information on our next two teams?
We will in 1 second. I believe. Let me double check who our teams are in Fairlawn.
It is You Had One Job, PCHS, and the Red Beard Pandas. So 4924, and they just changed to randomization, so I can't see the team number. But we have randomization.
Yep.
When we come back, I will definitely have the team number. Oh, and 16380 is our second team.
Nice.
So Red Beard Pandas is 4924, and You Had One Job is 16380.
Yeah, it looks like Redbeard Pandas is from Christiansburg, Virginia, and their rookie year was 2010. So they've been around for a while. And then You Had One Job, PCHS, is from Dublin, Virginia, and their rookie year was 2019. Looks like we had motion during autonomous, but maybe not as much scoring.
Hey, you got to start from somewhere. Yep. I'd love to see any and
Driver, pick up your controllers.
Parked on the line. There we go.
3, 2, 1.
And that claw, I believe, is You Had One Job. And so that claw is another unique feature that some teams don't actually have. A lot of teams don't have just a sole claw. And so we've seen this claw either help a lot of teams or hurt some teams. But the Red Beard Pandas gearing up to start shooting. And remember, our commentator from last week, Ethan, is currently over there mentoring his team, the Red Beard Pandas. He wishes that he could comment with us, but he told him he couldn't comment from the field.
He's a little busy mentoring, I guess. Looks like we've got 2 in the low red goal and 1 in the high. Some really fast collection mechanism also from the Red Beard Pandas. You can see them just go around the field and just vacuum those rings out with no trouble.
And it's one thing that we love to see is some of these teams that have refined their systems over the years to where their robots just need one simple command and it's going.
Mm-hmm. It's hard to see what they're using, but it looks like surgical tubing to me, which would make sense why it's quick. They've got those rotating surgical tubing to pull it in, and then they pick it up from there.
And Looking over at Fulton, Maryland, we just received setup B. So we will be jumping over to Fulton, Maryland, and jumping back and forth between Fairlawn, Virginia. So if you hear us commentating about two different events and you hear something but don't necessarily see it, you might see it soon. As Fairlawn comes to a close at a current unofficial score of 8-15, the autonomous period is underway at Fulton, Maryland. So while we await the score from Fairlawn, Virginia, let's start talking about Fulton, Maryland. How do these teams seem to look to you as we've gone into the start of the autonomous period?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a park during autonomous, and there may have even been some shooting. So yeah, a great start for autonomous in Fulton.
I see 2 parks, a couple highs, and I don't know if that wobble counted, but it's definitely across the line.
Yeah,
the final score from Fairlawn, Virginia is 8-15. But shooting back over to Fulton, Maryland, as they're starting into their teleoperated mode, these teams have loaded up their shooters and they are firing.
Yeah, these teams they're good at collecting, and they've got some shooting pretty consistently going in the high goal. You can also see they're doing that tag team shooting where one shoots from straight in front of the goal and the other shoots from the center of the field, which is a good strategy.
I mean, and with 2 seasoned teams, you would expect strategies like this to start to occur. A lot of teams really take that first 5 minutes seriously when they get to meet another team. I remember taking time in the pits to meet a team that I'm not going to see for 3 matches ahead, just to, check and be like, hey, well, what type of system do you have? Do I need to get my programmers on anything? Especially with some of these autonomous programs where we've seen like AlphaGo Tryon and their double wobble auto. That's a move that I would go talk to my programmers and say, hey, can you program in a delay and then just move to the line? Because they're going to handle everything else. Just delay, move to the line, maybe shoot. That's it.
Yeah, no, communication with your alliance partners is so important.
And as we are counting down in our time here, these teams have a current unofficial score of 84 points. Let's see if they can put anything else on the board before it closes.
Looking for some last-minute shots.
And don't forget, teams, just because you only have 5 seconds left on the clock, that is where dreams are made and that is where legends are born. You want to put those last few shots in with a current official score of 84 points, leaving our 2 teams in the 7th and 6th positions. That wonderful 46-point auto and a 38-point driver control, you can see where the end game becomes really important. With no points in the end game, there was nothing to help boost their score. That was a very solid autonomous and a very decent driver control. They need that end game along with trying to get off more shots.
Yeah, just one of those wobble goals placed would have gotten them over that 100 line too.
And we've seen teams that if you want to be one of our top contenders, you have to hit that 150-point benchmark. So, Caitlin, we focus on scores and on points a lot, but there are tons of other ways to make it to the championships. Would you like to talk about some of those other awards that are available in FTC?
Yeah, there's so many, of course, like with judging, which is being done virtually this year. There's obviously the top award that is the most qualifying, even above winning a competition, is the Inspire Award. And that is kind of the culmination of an inspiring team. So they have a good robot that can play. They have good outreach. They reach out to their community and they promote FTC and maybe mentor teams, and just kind of the culmination of having that Gracious Professional Spirit. That, of course, is the top award that qualifies. But then there's also all the specific awards like Innovate, Design, Connect. There's also the Control Award, which is for programming in autonomous and during driver control. So lots of variety. You don't have to get the highest score on the field to qualify.
And Caitlin, we've talked about all the many different roles and jobs and all the various hats that you can wear on your team. And I know that in FTC, you all wear a lot more hats than as we do in FRC. And in FRC, I can sort of kind of specialize. But talk about how that is, doing the balancing act, wearing those multiple hats, and how it is just to balance regular home and school life with having a team.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons I love FTC too, is you get to do everything. You don't have to commit to being the programmer or the builder. I know that on my team, I did some of everything. You work on documentation, you work on building, programming, wiring, being in the shop, doing the hands-on things, and you get to kind of see every aspect of it, and helps you find what you like.
And so with you having a home team and a family team, did that make for like an interesting dinner table conversation? Did mom have to be like, okay, no wrenches at the dinner table? I do not want to see a chassis sitting on my dining room table.
We had a room that we called the robot room, and everything had to stay in there. But our dinner table conversation, still even today, with all of the children graduated and working full time, we still talk about robotics at the dinner table. So the conversation never leaves.
And as we've talked about robotics, let's talk about configuration A once again, with 0 rings left out for our 2 teams sitting at Fulton, Maryland, and Fairlawn, Virginia, also getting ready to clear the field and prep for their randomization.
Yeah, it looks like we might have 2 matches going at the same time.
See, now you get to see our fun. You guys got your own little mini fun when it's just you watching your one match that you're at.
A lot more coordination going on here.
Did they accidentally put it? Oh no, it's sitting in the box, but it's in box C. And unfortunately, we were aiming for box A. But let's see these high shots. 1, 2, 3, and a park. And as we can see over in Fairlawn, they also just got configuration C. So teams are going to be clearing the field, and that is a shooter's paradise with all of those rings sitting out there in the very beginning. We've seen some of the world record scores coming out of configuration C because teams are able to reload and refire almost immediately. Over at Fulton, Maryland, I can't see which team that is that hasn't left their wall yet. I hope they aren't having any mechanical failures of any kind or any disconnects.
Yeah. Back at Fairlawn, though, we do have some motion. I think I see an autonomous park. So hopefully this will be a good second match for them.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And as these robots are springing to life over at Fairlawn, we see that big claw opening up and extending.
Yeah, that's a very interesting mechanism.
I really like how their team maximizes that 18 by 18 box that they have. Because their bot folds completely into that box. And then as soon as the match starts, it's just like a flower blossoming. It's just that morning stretch and just get those claws out.
Yeah, it helps them too, because a lot of teams have to kind of get right up next to the wall to score in the low goal, but they can be a little further away, a little more agility there with their arm. I think I see their alliance partner that has gotten 2 in the middle goal. So that's good coordination there with the low and middle goal.
And once again, that is the Red Beard Pandas that is shooting. And that is you had one job with the claw.
It looks like we're going for that wobble goal. So that claw is a multi-purpose claw. It does rings, it does wobble goals too.
I thought that claw would go under the wobble goal because we've seen some teams go under.
Yeah, it looks like it would grab that wide base a lot better, but maybe they have, looks like they have a little kind of...
It looks like a little mini grip.
Yeah, a little mini grip right on the inside of the claw.
I wonder if that wobble got out in time.
I hope
Let's see
so.
what the referees have to say.
Yeah, and back in Fulton, our match just ended, and they got a score of exactly 100 points. So they reached that barrier we were talking about.
Now let's see if they can break it.
Yeah, there we go.
Remember, folks, the only good breaks that we talk about on here are breaking records. Please do not break your bots. This is not battle bots. As much as it may look like it sometimes, because there have definitely been moments. And as we await the final score coming in from our referees and our scorekeepers, let's see what it is. We have 49 points for teams 16380 and team 4924. And that second score that you see up on the board is from Fulton, Maryland. That 100 points featuring teams 13353 and 13680.
Yeah, looks like we're getting ready for qualification number 3 in Fairlawn. So that'll be our You Had One Job in Redbeard Pandas again. And then in Fulton, we're also getting ready for what looks like match 4 for these teams.
But these teams taking extreme care to reset and make sure everything is good to go on the field. Now, we've spoken about the field so many times, but those foam tiles and that tape and everything else, we saw you walk the tightrope last week trying to make sure that the tape was together on the other side.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to make sure, replace the tape if a robot gets stuck on it. Make sure it's stuck down all the way. That's why we were walking the tightrope. Oh, it looks like we have randomization C. So that'll be the 4 rings.
And that is fortunate because they are going right for C with that wobble goal, trying to put those points on the board.
Yeah, 1 wobble goal in. Ooh, a little collision there. We'll see if their programming can make up for that.
Remember, those dances.
Looks like we'll have at least 1 parked.
Those dances in autonomous can hurt your bots. Making sure that you leave a code that is open to adjustment
pick up
with
your controller.
partners.
3, 2,
also
1.
Teams,
You can't hit.
Also, teams, this field is huge. You don't have to park directly in front of your line. Park out in the middle. Park on the opposite side. Go where no one else has dared to go before.
Yeah, especially with other alliances not playing. You have a little bit more room.
If you know that you're going to be shooting in the opposite mid goal, go take that side of the field when you park. Unfortunately, that collision may have done something with their systems, though, as I don't see their robot moving.
Yeah, I think That's Humongous Chungus, I believe, who looks a little bit out of commission. Sometimes that can displace something on your robot that may cause a cord to wiggle loose. It's hard to tell, but hopefully it's a problem that they can solve from the side of the field.
And while getting the wiggles may be fun as a person, it is not fun for our robots.
Nope. Oh, I like this. Picking up the wobble goal before endgame, so then they can go have it, collect some rings, then shoot, and then place the wobble goal out.
And that's definitely a winning strategy that we've seen from some of these teams, but we've also seen some of these teams have to deal with accidentally bringing it across the line before time.
Yeah, you can see this team is waiting till right when it hits 30 seconds and going, but you have to be careful. Referees only have so many eyes, and if they think you brought it over beforehand, or if you did, it may not count. So
now I have a question. If I want to go for the logo, how close do I have to be?
I have to double check on that one. I know you can't really shoot it in. You're supposed to kind of place the rings in.
Because I was about to say, if I went to pick up the wobble and I was just maybe a foot away, and I'm just let me just turn down my shooter a lot and just go 2 2 2 2 2, and just drop them in like that, and then let my 30 seconds count down that way. But they did get that wobble out, so we're gonna see our final score come up, and that final score will be 63 points, leaving our teams in the 5th and 6th position as they have one more chance to raise their points and to make their mark.
Yeah, I feel like through their matches, they've been doing a good job of improving, kind of playing with what they learn each match and improving.
Oh, they got a holding penalty. Remember, teams, do not pick up more than 3 rings. You can only be in control or possess 3 rings at any time. That includes rings getting accidentally jammed up or lost in your robot. You must only maintain 3 rings. And that's why another reason why that 4 ring stack may be very enticing, because it's a lot of rings sitting in one spot. But do not pick up all 4. And we're about to go over to Fairlawn as robots are starting to approach the field. Okay, then I have a question about that 4 ring or multiple ring thing. Is it minus 10 points per ring that you hold, or is it just minus 10?
There's some time there, so if you hold it for 5 seconds, you'll get another penalty, and there's kind of a really kind of complex system where you're counting down. I also want to, I misspoke earlier when I said you couldn't shoot rings into the local. You can. People just tend to not to.
I'm talking about, but can I shoot from in front of the line into the logo?
Yeah, you can shoot from anywhere.
Because I know for the high and the mid, I have to be behind the line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but for local, you can really shoot or place or really get it in however you want to.
Okay, well, that's great to know, because then, as I was saying, that's another way for teams to learn about it. In the Twitch chat, just lighting up in support. Remember, teams, let us know who you are. Let us know where you guys are from. We would love to see all of our teams and everyone be represented today. And Fairlawn has just received Configuration C, and that is with the 4 rings available on both sides. That's another thing I want to see. As I was talking about using the other side, I want to see one team have an auto program that goes to the other side for the other side's 4 rings.
Now there is a That's an interesting thing because in hybrid events, you're not interacting with the other team's stuff, but you still aren't allowed to interact with their stuff in a normal match. So there may be some penalties there.
For taking the rings that the invisible, non-existent ghost team has?
I have to read up on it a little more because that's kind of a weird change in the rules with hybrid versus in person. But
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2.
There is an autonomous
1.
interference penalty. I forget. Yeah. So. Looks like we have from autonomous the 1 park for those 5 points. Oh, now we got some shooting.
Absolutely littered. Look at all the rings all over the field. Teams moving, pieces flying.
Yeah, it's an interesting balance. Sometimes when you're in configuration A, I feel like we'll have no rings and they're searching for them. But when you're in C, there's just so many. Sometimes they get in your way. Lots of rings everywhere.
20 rings don't look like much until you gotta move.
Yep. Also, if you think about it with 4 robots, the field would be a lot emptier. You may even run out of rings at some point. The human player's just racing to put them in as fast as the teams are shooting them.
We were discussing that one time. We were discussing whether that would be the limiting factor on some of these high-scoring teams.
I feel like if you had 4 teams that were all very quick shooter robots, I think so.
We were talking about, like, for example, how when it comes off the roller, if you kind of have a wobble goal in just the right spot, it'll start to knock the rings as they come by and give you like a nice little mini wall. You were like, so if there's a little mini wall sitting there giving you a nice little reload space and you just keep toom, 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 toom.
Yeah, it'll stop them from rolling away too.
Who does that go to? Like, is that like a referee thing? Will we get in trouble for making a wobble goal wall or?
There is the improper use of game elements rule. So if you were making other teams not be able to get to the rings, there could be something there, especially if it was intentional and strategic and repeated. But those are hard ones.
I know it was said that like I can't just park my robot and catch the rings immediately. I have to let them hit the ground. But I don't. Like, what's the ruling on everything else? And our final score is in, and it is 58 points. Once again, looking at that end game, 35 points in the end game, meaning that wobble goal was gone, and one of those power shots was down, I believe. But Fulton is looking really consistent. Look at that.
Looks like we're going to have the score for Fulton.
Once again, that 100-point score looking really consistent.
Didn't they score 100 2 matches ago?
Like I said, they're being consistent. They're good.
Yeah. Nice. Those round numbers. Really nice endgame and autonomous.
Not a whole lot of work when it comes to making the averages and all the other calculations.
Yep.
But so Twitch, I've only seen 2 voices in the comment section, and I know there's more than 2 people watching. Light this Twitch up. If you can rate it, rate it. If you can share it, share it. If you can host it, host it. Tell your friends, tell your barber, tell your auntie from around the corner. Tell everybody to come watch this stream. We'd love to see everyone here.
There we go. We got a comment in the stream. Tell us what team you're from. Who are you rooting for?
These are our two teams that we've been having. I mean, our two commentators.
Well, at least we know they're listening to us.
Are they though? Do they ever really listen to us? Hey, there's somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, just because your team isn't playing today doesn't mean that you can't still talk about them. We love hearing about people's teams. We love hearing about all the different things that your teams have had to go through this year. Once again, making sure to fill out that survey if you want us to talk about your team in the actual live streams when your team does actually show up.
There we go. We've got some talking going on. If you're an alumni, tell us what team you were on. As you can tell, Niall and I love to hear from alumni.
Oh, of course. I mean, I always rock my alumni gear. You know, I got my first jacket, all my patches. I left my first belt in my closet. I might go get that later. But you know, got all my hats. Remember, guys, sign up to become an alumni ambassador. Wrong hat. Sign up to become an alumni ambassador. Being an alumni ambassador is one of the many ways to give back directly to your teams or to a team that you feel is in need. And also, you get a lot of cool gear. Like, I get the special shirt, I get the special hat.
Yeah, it helps you connect with all those people you maybe competed with a few years ago. You get some great volunteer time, and then you get money to give back to who you want.
Are you in some of the alumni chat networks?
I am not an official alumni ambassador, but I know some people who are.
I'm not talking about through the alumni ambassador program. I'm just talking about in the regular alumni chat channels.
I'm in a few Facebook groups. I know there's a lot of them.
Yeah, there's the Facebook groups. I'm in the LinkedIn group.
Yeah, there's a LinkedIn and a Discord. So if you are an alumni and you're watching,
I'm in the Discord and I'm in the LinkedIn.
Yeah.
I don't use Facebook enough to get in the Facebook group. I'd be in there and then they'd be like, "Oh, what are you doing?" Nothing.
Okay, we've got one person in the Twitch chat who's with 4924. The Redbeard Pandas.
And the Redbeard Pandas have just received configuration B. And that is with 1 ring. Once again, that is with 1 ring.
Some hype over here in the Twitch chat.
I know. Look at all the caps. I just want to see when we get affiliate status and we can start getting bits, and then we can see all the things just like pop up and all the cool little lights and such.
Yes.
I really can't wait for the day where they say I can use my soundboard and then I can get all my non-copywritten sounds used on here, because I love them. all the horns and buzzers and the dings and yeah.
Add something to the competition.
Because that's one thing that I miss. I mean, I definitely miss in the arenas during these big breaks where we would just play songs for the entire time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we need a Cotton Eye Joe channel, just a special channel.
What happened to Hamster Dance? What happened to Cupid Shuffle? What happened to Cha Cha Slide?
Yep.
Man.
Looks like we're about to get started in Fairlawn. I see the referee telling the teams, asking them if they're ready. Looks like we're about to start. There we go. Autonomous started.
Teams are
There's one of those rings.
Shooting but look at those rings just barely going under.
Yeah, those are those rings you were talking about going under that net by the power shot targets.
There's no net there. It's just
Yep.
I remember in a few years us having to modify some of the pieces on the practice fields, like especially the balance beams and such.
1.
Just so that way people couldn't hit their heads or anything with all the moving parts, because we were like, some of these moving parts aren't very well protected when there's not a robot moving.
Oh, we got someone rooting for Blue Alliance in the Twitch chat. Good thing they're not rooting for Red Alliance.
I mean, if they were, they'd just be rooting for us.
Or we're Red Alliance then.
Yeah, no, we're whatever the rest of them aren't. That's why when the scorekeepers and when you guys as referees were giving points to the team that doesn't exist, we were like, yay, points for us.
There we go.
Red Alliance. Just because you want to say Blue Alliance.
Yeah. There's a little bit of ring scoring going on. I think I see a middle goal for Blue Alliance. Hopefully they can keep that up. They still got a minute left.
They got the middle goal and they also got the park, so they still have plenty of time to put some scores up on the board.
Yeah, I think they're trying to get that wobble goal into the right starting condition, and they're dragging it over, but I'm not sure if it was in the correct zone at the beginning.
It hasn't 30-second mark yet.
Yeah, and it's already over there, so hopefully they don't try to score that wobble.
Yeah, I think they need to go for the other one. But you had one job trying to go for these wobbles. The Panda's still shooting.
Yep, looks like they're getting that other wobble goal that was in the right starting condition.
You had
it is
one
falling over though, and they only have 10 seconds.
Interesting. They might just go for the line.
Oh yeah, just get it to the line. There we go.
So what's the rules on the line? Is it just any piece has to touch the line?
Oh, I don't know, and it just kind of wobbled its way to be standing. So it's hard to tell if it's even like crossing the plane of the line.
I like how we get to just like crack your head open for all the rules and information.
It's different. Usually I'm used to the visual version, not just like talking about it. So good perspective. But of course, anything I say here is not official and does not mean that it's correct.
I remember back in our day, I definitely used to be one that tried to maneuver rules. And with 47 points, that is a wonderful score. Look at that 30-point end game. But yeah, no, I definitely remember.
Nice 30 point.
I definitely remember everyone trying to maneuver rules. We're like, wait, but can we up under the up to the side left? How that work?
Mm-hmm.
So you say
as a referee, though, I really respect students who know the rules and use them, of course, graciously and professionally. And they use kind of the fine lines. They're like, if they bring me a forum post and say this says this says this, I love that.
Like, I remember one of the rules was for like holding another team, and they were like, you can't hold or you can't block for more than 5 seconds. So we'd be like, you got the timer? Go. 1, 2, 3. Okay, back up. Just get right up to the edge. And we'd have the ref sitting there. You were holding for 5 seconds. No, I had a timer. I held for 3.75.
Yeah, those you have to be careful because if you repeat them, could be a penalty. But there's a time and place for defense, and if it's legal and all of the rules allow it, then
I mean, certain games say defense, but they say like I can't push you, but I can be on you.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's when we would be like, oh, I'm gonna get in your face. I'm just not gonna push you.
Yeah, no, and I feel like when you get to the finals and some of those really more tense moments, that's the gracious professionalism we were talking about earlier. You could be friends with them and you're still going to defend them because you're trying your hardest to win and still be gracious. So
I'll say one of the things that I used to say all the time, I walk into every event and every arena with a smile on my face. But once that light turns green, all friendships are out the window. I don't know you till that light cuts off again.
Oh, and I think we have our Fulton teams. This is a new cohort.
This is the Electronovas and Galestrom. We've seen both of them last week, I believe, but just for those of us who haven't met these two teams, why don't you go ahead and introduce them for us?
Yeah, so 18264, the Electronovas, is a family community team. They're from Fairfax, Virginia, and it looks like this is their rookie year. And then we also have 16270 Galestrom, which is from Mount St. Joseph High School from Baltimore, Maryland, where I am. And their rookie year was 2018.
And someone in the back will probably correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe last week, Galestrom and Wizard.exe held our high score for Fulton.
I'm not positive, but that sounds familiar to me. Looks like we're getting that match set up. I see 2 robots on the field, so hopefully we'll have a randomization soon.
Randomization B with 1 ring.
Yep, and we're about to start that match. And we are off. First robot heading over, and they place their wobble goal in B.
I like how they had all that time to go all the way around.
Yeah, it's smart though, because then they're not going to run into their partner, hopefully. I can't tell if their partner... That. Oh, looks like they're parked.
I must say said that, and then they just had a nice little kiss at the end.
Yeah, they did run into each other.
Pick up your controllers.
But
3,
I mean, with 35
2,
points on the
1.
board, hey, little nudge here and there don't really affect nobody.
Yep. And yes, you are correct. It was Wizards and Galestrom. They got the high score of 287 last week at Fulton.
Some names sounded familiar to me.
Mm-hmm. I see rings being returned, but not too many rings. Oh, there we go. Shooting right now.
I don't know whose team that is out in the middle, but they haven't moved since Autonomous. I hope everything is okay.
Yeah. I'm wondering if there may have been a disconnect. Hopefully it wasn't that little kiss at the end of Autonomous that caused it.
Is that a ladybug on their bot? What are those? Look like eyes, or does it look like a ladybug or something? I can't tell what it is.
Hard to tell.
Also, just trying to find these team numbers. That's the other thing I really, really miss about being in person. Mm-hmm. I can't see team numbers. Teams, once again, this is also why it's also important to fill out that survey and also to wear your team gear. We want to see your team gear so we can see your numbers and so we can see you. We love to talk about you guys. That's why we're here. So please remember, fill out the survey. Wear your spirit. Show yourself. We want to see you and we want to know about you.
Yes, looks like we only have 5 seconds left. And they're just getting some last-minute power shots. I think they got one down.
And with a current unofficial score of 66 points, I believe you're correct.
Yep, they just added that one in there. And we have our score, official score, 66 points. With that 35-point autonomous, really nice autonomous, 16 driver control, and then a 15-point endgame.
Once again, a wonderful show, and they can only go upwards from here. And as we just saw our score from Fulton, we're going to head over to Fairlawn to watch the Redbeard Pandas and You Had One Job's final match. This is qualification match number 5 over in Fairlawn, Virginia. Section B.
Looks like we got started with autonomous. An attempt at power shot seems a little bit low, but hopefully they can still get a park.
And so with that 5-point park, teams are cutting on their controllers. We're about to see if they do their one job. Their robot is about to cut on right now.
Drivers, pick up your
And
controller.
with that robot opening
3,
those wings,
2, 1.
raising that claw, let's see if You Had One Job can do their one job. I think their wobble goal might be stuck. Never mind.
I think so too. They got it off though. Yeah, hopefully that claw can do its job. It's pretty maneuverable for how long it is. You feel like it might get in the way, but it really kind of helps them reach out and get those rings that are far away.
I think one of the things about that claw is that it's such a maneuverable item, like it's such a good manipulator, that once you have a team that's set on how they move and how they function, even a claw can be a game-winning item.
Mm-hmm. I also love the way it picks them up. It looks like a little pie pan. It just comes apart. So a lot of claws just grab from the side, and then maybe it could slip and fall. But this one, at least, they have something supporting the bottom of each ring.
Some of the interesting claws that I've seen over the past few weeks, we had one claw that actually wasn't really a claw. It was like one of those sports cones. And so like drop the sports cone over it and then would turn it to flip it, and it would just like stay with the friction force holding it in the cone. And so they would drop it out. And then one of the other ones that I saw was like little surgical grippers, but instead of grabbing the claw, it sort of kind of pressed outward against the rings. And so it would just be like, I got it, drop it.
That one I'm a big fan of because there's no extra space around it, so it doesn't get in the way when you're trying to score it.
But these designs by these teams are always so innovative and so cool and interesting. Teams spend so much time trying to come up with their unique thing. And I remember even with my team one year, we made a super simple bot. Our bot was literally a chassis with a sheet of plexiglass on top. We had a plexiglass ramp with an aluminum frame. But that bot did what it was supposed to do, because that year we could pull right up to the entry chute and then pull right up to our game piece. And with this final score, this will conclude it for the Pandas, and You Had One Job, 23 points.
Nice job. Yeah, that's their fifth match, the final match for the first cohort over there in Fairlawn.
And with that being concluded, as they're sitting there wrapping up the field, disinfecting and prepping for the next set of teams to arrive, we're going back over to Fulton, Maryland to watch the Electronovas and Galestrom take on their next match. I really do like some of these team names. So unique and creative.
I know.
And then the team designs that go with the names are also just as special.
Mm-hmm. It's also such great practice in making a brand.
Right? And speaking of that, these two teams have configuration C with 4 rings available on the game field.
Lots of rings. Hope they don't get in their way and hope they can use them. Oh. Possibly a re-randomization. back to a B.
So configuration B.
Sometimes something will happen and we'll need to re-randomize. Hard to know what from here, but. There we go with autonomous. Ooh, looks like a little bit of interaction here caused one of the teams to drop their wobble goal.
Little premature drop over there.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what this team is doing, but
I think bumping into their teammate messed up their alignment. They were supposed to go straight, and instead they went diagonal.
3, 2, 1.
Once again, teams, driving a robot is like dancing. You must be in sync. You must have the rhythm, and it must flow. If it does not flow, your robot don't go.
Very true.
Also, if you are a team that has multiple drivers, making sure that you two are in sync is also a very big thing. I remember with me and my co-drivers, or if I was the human player while I was dealing with my co-drivers would go to class together. They would sit down and eat lunch together. They would text each other all day. You could not separate my drivers. Why? Because those two needed to be able to speak without speaking. They had that mental telepathy. One of them gave that look. They knew exactly what was about to happen.
That is so true. My brother and I were both drivers for one of the seasons we competed, and the telepathy you have and the knowing what to do without talking is so important.
And another thing with that, if your team is in sync, especially because all of these events include an alliance partner, or at least one alliance partner, you have to be ready to speak with another team. So at least if you know that you're in sync and you have your mental telepathy, your team can be flying in a mental autonomous state while talking to the other team. I know plenty of times where my team, we would be driving and I could be on the driving side, not on the manipulating side. And I could be talking about, hey, look, we're about to drive this way, we're about to drive that way, this about to happen, this, that. And I'm calling out plays, and I'm not even the one actually doing the shooting. I'm not the one controlling the turret. I'm just driving up to the game piece.
Yep, and they know right when to do it. Can we also talk about how cool this robot is? It picks the rings up sideways and then shoots them out 90 degrees different from the collector, which is so original. A lot of them go all the way through, or they pick up and collect from the same side.
Forget shooting out the side. Can we talk about the mechanism with which they actually lift? It is like a little flipper thing instead of a conveyor belt.
That's true. It's like a little, I think the dumbwaiter is the old...
It's like little paddles.
Mm-hmm.
But with 48 points on the board, they definitely leave their mark and make their place known.
Yeah, they did a really great job. One of the robots didn't move the whole match, but they still pulled through.
But I really love that paddle. It's all the little unique nuances about these teams. Remember, teams, there are things that we love about every single team. And if you want us to know about what makes you special, let us know in that survey. But once again, these little nuances are so interesting to watch. Everything. You guys have seen us rave over rainbow colored wheels. You guys have seen us rave over a claw. You guys have seen us rave over multiple different types of extension. We have a side loader now. We've seen double loaders. We've seen a dump truck. There's so many different things that go on. And none of this could be possible without our sponsors. So let's go ahead and take a short minute to give them the credit that they deserve. So once again, we'll be right back after hearing a short word from our sponsors.
Leidos. One part inspiration, one part science, one part legacy, and one part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere.
Somewhere past the edge of convention.
Beyond the boundaries of tomorrow.
Lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be. Ready
To leave the boundaries of what's known.
To define possible.
To define possible. To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
And welcome everybody back. Good to see you here. And looks like things are moving along really well in Fairlawn, moving into a new set of participants in Fairlawn. We'll be seeing the Redbeard Pandas coming in, and also they'll be playing some extra matches, and then the Rocket Robotics. But we're going to take a look at a Fulton match, which is at randomization C, and they will be starting up shortly.
And taking a minute to go look at these survey results that we ask you guys to input all the time, let's talk about the Electronovas. The Electronovas just started this past summer. They're a community team, and they've learned how to delegate and how to work together and learning about all their new ideas and all these new systems. They said that due to COVID-19, they've been meeting online, but they use that time so efficiently. They turn around and meet almost every single day with their various online meetings between all of their different team members.
Pick up your controllers.
They said because their team is so young, they have about 5 freshmen and an 8th grader currently listed as their team members.
Okay.
And so one of their hardest things is that they never got to see a traditional competition. So one of the things that they wish to see is an actual competition, because they haven't gotten to see a real competition yet. But they have seemed to be enjoying these hybrid events and remote events that we've been having.
I'm with them. So here we are, about 80 seconds, 85 seconds remaining. We've got some aiming going on right now. Not a lot of motion from one robot, but The harvester looks like it's running, so we'll see if we can get some shots out here.
Oh, that paddle is just so cool. That's one of those side loaders.
It's pretty neat,
Or
right?
actually, no, I think it's technically a side shooter. It's a front loader with a side shooter.
Yeah, looking at the
Because
way the wheels are oriented.
Yeah, the wheel orientation. Now, I miss the Omni wheel days where people would put their wheels on both sides. I mean, on all four sides of the robot, and then you'd be like, "Wait, which way is front?"
No, there's no front in those.
Or like, I actually did see one of those like octagon or hexagon bots, and it was just like, "Oh, this will go this way, that way go that way. These will turn this on, that will turn that on," and it's like, wait a minute.
All right, so we are in the end game now, and I'm hoping to see a shot here. That elevator keeps moving up and down, so it's almost like there's potentially game pieces stuck in the robot that they can't get out.
And that can be just one of the many challenges that teams have to overcome in these last few seconds.
I mean, from this perspective, it looks like a well-engineered shooter. I do love that elevator, and it looks quite robust, but certainly unable to get those components there. So we do have a match running at Fairlawn now, so we'll go over there in a minute. We'll get the results here from Fulton. All right, so let's go over to Fairlawn while they talk it out at Fulton, and we'll tell you the results.
Over at Fairlawn, we can see that autonomous period was very nice for our two teams.
Very effective.
Starting with a opening of 59 points, getting 2 power shots, a wobble goal, and a park.
2,
as well as, I believe, a few other high goal shots. Now, James, you haven't seen a match at Fairlawn yet today.
Not yet.
How do you feel about these two teams that you've been seeing so far?
Well, so far we have seen scoring, as you had indicated, during the autonomous, and it looks like they're pretty well coordinated for the teleop, for the driver operated. I need to switch to my other view to get it a little bit closer, but we haven't seen a lot of score motion since the driver control period started. So I'm wondering if maybe there's some shooter issues, but we will find out as they move through the rest of this match. Still another minute to go.
I want to see.
There we go. There's some shit.
Because they should be very identifiable. Actually, I think that's the red-bearded panda still on. Yeah, I think the red-bearded pandas are playing as a surrogate.
Yep, so they're playing a surrogate right now.
That would make 14597 our new team, and that must be the team in the red and blue.
Yeah, so that's the PC Rocket Robotics, and they come out of Stewart, Virginia. They've been playing since 2018, so they've been at this for a couple of years. Pretty exciting. They are a family community team associated with the Patrick County High School. And we are getting down there. We've got a wobble goal in hand. As one is out, here comes another one. So 2 are out, which is fantastic. And it looks like PC Rocket Robotics might have some difficulty driving, but they are lining up now. We'll see where they end up. And are they going to get the power shots in? They tried. It looks like red-bearded pandas almost got that, but it doesn't look like they managed to knock. Well, they got one down. Looks like they got one down. Yep.
And so while we're waiting on their official score, just mentioning the official score from Fulton that we missed out on telling you all, that score was 0-0. And so we're waiting for those two teams to rejoin the field and take out their next match. And as we are awaiting this final score, let's just take a look at this field. As you can see on the field, there is a ton of litter of rings in the back, but they did get both of those wobble goals out. And as you can see, both teams trying to position themselves for those power shots. And with an official score of 144, that's something that you should see and something that you should look for. One thing that we've been looking at with a lot of these teams is, once again, making sure that you control the field, you control the rings. Only because of the fact that there are only two teams does this field become a very big and very open field very fast. There's no, there's no things in your way other than these inanimate pieces. And if you're a low clearance robot, those rings can be in your way. If you're trying to get those wobbles out, those rings in the back can be in your way. If you are trying to do plenty of other things, you must be able to maintain control of the field. And speaking about controlling the field, we have two bots ready to take over the field right now. Team Electronovas and Galestrom getting ready for a qualification match 29 over in Fulton, Maryland.
So hopefully they will get those control issues worked out for this match. They were unable to score in the prior, but I have highest hopes that they will be able to put some points on the board for this match right here. They had done so prior, right? So they had gotten 66 and 48 in the earlier. So we're hoping that they'll be able to put at least 50 points on the board, maybe more, for this match coming up.
That is always the hope. Remember, teams, just because you're not one of our top scorers does not mean that you cannot advance. There are plenty of other ways to advance with our various other awards and recommendations.
All right, so that's going to be close to ready to roll here. Some conversations there. And over back in Fairlawn, they're resting and recuperating after that match. And then we'll be seeing them after the Fulton gets underway. So we're waiting for the randomization there. And I think we're getting ready to roll. There it is. A is the randomization. A.
And that is with 0 rings available in the start of the match.
All right, here we go. And it goes back to the human players. Referees out of the arena. And I think we are ready to go in one go. No autonomous motion yet. Doesn't mean it won't happen. There it is. A little bit of motion there. Driving forward. See if we can get a park. That would be great. Oh, a little bit short.
No, I think they're about to shoot.
They're going to shoot. That's fine, too. I'll take shots, and then if they can inch forward a little bit and get those points, they've got 10 seconds to get those shots off. Still have to inch forward. Okay, cool. That's a park right there. So there's some points on the board to start this match
Drivers,
off.
pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
If Caitlin was here, I'd have to ask her about these robots extending. Like, do you have to wait until after autonomous is over to extend? Are you allowed to extend before? What types of extensions are you allowed?
I think as soon as the match starts, they can grow as big as they need to. Certainly in this case where they have that, the set of lips going out there to vacuum up the game pieces, if they needed to use that. So if they took a shot and backed up into the stack, if it was randomization B or C, then they need to have that available. So I'm pretty sure that would be allowed. And they've got some game pieces loaded. See if they can take the shots.
I'm still confused about that earlier extension that we saw with that dragging gear.
With the gear hanging out? That was weird.
Yeah. Only
Did not quite understand it.
Only because it seems like a hazard in comparison to like the tape measures, because with the tape measures, you're guaranteed to extend and reclaim it.
And that's the important thing, is taking it back,
I didn't seem to see any.
They've got the shooter dialed in now, so they're making these high goal shots. See if they can fill up the indexer and take a few more. They've got 2 in the bot, and that'll be 3.
I mean, that hopper looks full. It looks like it's time to shoot.
Oh yeah, it's loaded. Just got to line up here and take the shots. They've been a little bit.
The intake arm has stopped spinning. The side arm has raised.
1,
and it's loaded.
2. Oh, a little bit wide. See if they can line it up for the third one. There it is. Oh, it went wide again, but that's okay. They're taking shots, which is important. And we're out of time on this match, so it's good that they're at that point because there'll be one more match that they'll be able to come out now that they've got everything working, and we'll be able to see some more activity, hopefully from both teams during the course of this match or for the next match.
And as we talk about this, we just got our randomization over in Fairlawn as randomization C as we await our official score, which should be coming in right now. Our official score being 29 points over in Fulton, Maryland for the Electronovas and Galestrom.
And we have auto underway right now for Fairlawn. Both robots moving forward. Some shots right now. Going for the high goal. We've got 1 in. And let's see about positioning the wobble goal. Going for C.
I see 2 power shots, and it looks like they're going to hit C.
Excellent. Oh, this is going to be a nice score here, and looks like 2 parks are going to hold as 49-24 hangs on and doesn't get pushed out of the way by their alliance partner. Well done, both teams here on this auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
So 67 is a solid auto.
1.
Definitely one of our more competitive autos that we've seen across today. We've seen some of the highest scoring teams come out the gate with that 67-point auto.
We've got the PC Rocket Robotics are moving now, which is awesome. Redbeard Pandas are both teams are playing, which is great, and taking shots. PC Rocket Robotics taking the shots on the high goal. Redbeard Pandas look like they must have a game piece stuck in there. They're trying to get wiggled out. But in the meantime, their alliance partner continuing to take shots. There's another one going in, so that'll add up.
And remember, teams, you can only be in possession of 3 game pieces at any given time. Also, you must be careful with your mechanisms to make sure that your mechanism can handle getting jammed up. I remember we always used to try to build in some sort of failsafe with our bots, whether it was like a little mini plunger that I could hit or some other quick trigger button that would just either dump out or just eject any possible jams that we would get within our bot.
Here comes a wobble goal getting put out. See if they can do 2. I mean, they're out there, and it looks like they could probably do it. There's enough time.
That's a fast bot. They have plenty of
very
time
fast.
to do.
Oh, there we go. They got the second one. They've got plenty of time to score that and maybe go back and hit one of those power shots. They've got game pieces loaded.
When you have a robot that can line up and get rid of both wobble goals in less than 10 seconds.
It looks like they hit it, but it didn't go down. Oh.
It looked like they hit the underbar almost. I don't think they actually hit.
I think you're right. Yep.
Because remember, when you hit the underbar, all 3 will move.
If only they'd all go down.
I mean, we did see somebody shoot the top bar and drop 2 of them at the same time.
We did see the double. We did see the 7-10 split there.
So if somebody manages to make a hat trick, just let us know. Yes, puns intended.
Imagine how you would do that. So if you went way over to the blue side of the field and took that shot and ricocheted off of the goals, right? You could potentially just like and run right along and get them all.
Is your robot spinner, like the rotation of it, would have to be inward to the wall so that way it pulls in as it's hitting it. Because if it was spinning the other direction after it hit the first one, it would just say whee and fly out.
Well, there's our score, and that is a nice one at 125. That's going to help both teams.
That boosts that boosts PC Rocket Robotics up into our number 1 spot, and the Red Bearded Pandas as their surrogate drops down into the 3rd place position. Remember, surrogates unfortunately do not receive any points past their 5th match.
And back over to Fulton. Randomization A on the board, so no additional rings available for the auto.
And remember, teams, this is Galestrom and Electronovas in their final match in round 30 out of 70 for this weekend.
We have forward motion, which is always a good sign. I'm going to take a shot against that power shot. Are they going to do it? No. Looking at the high goal, perhaps.
I think their auto is normally coded to fire,
It's
but
good.
right
If
now
they can stay right there, they'll get 5 points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3,
there you go.
2, 1.
Remember, every point counts when you're in a point like this.
All right. All of the wobble goals look like they may be heading to. Yeah, if they can stay there, they'll be scoreable in the end game.
I had to remember that they were on the Blue Alliance because looking at the robot, with it being mostly red, I'm always thinking Red Alliance, Red Alliance, Red Alliance, Red Alliance. And I'm like, wait, why are they moving the blue wobble goals?
That is a little bit of a visual trick, isn't it?
See, this is why I enjoy bumpers, because then no matter what color your robot is, it's what color are those bumpers.
No bumpers in FTC.
Why not? It makes color coordinating so simple.
Might have gone in. So that's a middle goal shooter on the right. And they got one of those in there.
They're going for that high
But you'll
goal.
notice that the five points have dropped to 1. So there's a penalty in there somewhere. See if we can get some more in that middle goal.
They're
lining
one
up for the shot. Oh, that went in. There we go. It's 2.
I wonder what those 5 points were for. We'll have to ask Caitlin to review the footage later.
The penalty points? Yeah. We can't review the footage, though, remember.
Oh, no, I'm talking about just for our commentator purposes. We'll have to ask her to go look back.
I see it. Yeah.
Reviewing footage does nothing for the score, but it does everything for us commentators.
So shots against the tip. We got 2 of the power shots down, which is great.
Current unofficial score of 43 points. I wonder what they must still be racking up penalties because it's 30 points just for hitting those 2.
Yes, and I think there must have been at least 10 points, maybe more in penalties on this.
Maybe the back will tell us what these penalties came from.
Oh, they'll tell us. Oh, maybe not. That's a good point.
I mean, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they do. It depends on how much time they have.
Here we go. Results are up.
And our final score is 43 points, a 5-point autonomous, a 18-point driver control, and a 30-point endgame with an unfortunate 10-point penalty deduction. And that will be the final round for the Electronovas and Galestrom.
That was a solid end game, by the way. 30 points.
Oh, it was a wonderful end game. Them two power shots.
So over in Chesapeake.
Isn't this all Chesapeake?
Sorry, listen to me. Over in Fairlawn, we've got 1 robot on the field right now, waiting for the second robot to come up. And we'll be introducing a new set of teams in Fulton after they have a chance to clear the area of competitors and spray our disinfectant fog, and get everybody back running.
The cleansing mist.
Here we go with the second robot coming down, the Redbeard Pandas coming back on the field, loading up some rings into the robot for the autonomous. Hopefully we'll see all of those score. That would be pretty awesome. Speaking of branding, I love this team and the way that they come in with their hats, and the shirts have the tails on it.
Oh, we've been talking about it all day. Like I said, teams, we love the shirts, we love the hats, we love the buttons, the stickers, the flags, the banners, and everything else. I really miss the spirit. One of the biggest things that I miss about competition personally was going around and collecting buttons and getting all the other cool things that teams used to have. And like, as you guys can see, I wear multiple hats. I also have all of my team shirts. I just don't really wear them because I wear my volunteer shirts. But if I were to put all my team shirts on the wall, put all my hats up on the wall, I wouldn't have much wall. Even if I were to put up all my
We're counting them down, and we have got randomization B.
And as we're going into this match, the red-bearded pandas are off and firing with 1 in, 2 in. I think they
almost got the power shot.
Did get one of them.
Did they get one? It looks like they got one. The middle one. Good job.
One wobble and a park with 2 high shots.
Trying to get the second park, and they ended up colliding there in the middle. But it may be there's an extension over that. It looks like there might be an extension of the robot.
It counted the 2 parks. Something must extend.
Yeah. Oh, it is. There it is. See, there's that the little flippers were just enough.
2, 1.
To get out there and get the points.
Every inch matters when it comes to crossing that little white line.
Wobble goals are in good position to be scored later. So this is a solid introduction here. 100 seconds in, they're already at 67 points. Coming up now, there's some points that are waiting to be scored that have gone in that high goal. There they are, 82 now.
My thing is always that backfield and always watching where these rings will go, because these rings will litter the back and make a huge minefield across your game field if you aren't ready for them. Also, once again, just another note that means drivers, you guys have to practice. We know teams don't always have the space and don't always have the funds to get all the materials, but hey, a couple of cones works as some dodge practice. Even something as simple as a paper plate in the way, just to symbolize that low clearance and making sure that you're not getting anything underneath of you. There are many different ways to practice.
I think that Redbeard Pandas just cleared their shooter. They had 2 stuck in there that flew at the same time. I don't know if you just watched that. It was like watching 2 skeet going off. Unfortunately, it took some of the energy out of the shooter, so it didn't land where they wanted it to, but it is good news that it looks like they may have cleared that out.
Yeah, but that wobble goal looks like it landed where it wanted to, and that is right outside.
Here comes the other one. Boom, that's 2.
And
can we get one of those power shots? Come on! Oh, they were trying to the very end.
Hey, that's what you have to do.
Doesn't look like any came down, but great effort. 180 points. That's fantastic.
I think they only scored 1 of the wobbles. I don't know if they counted the second wobble.
It was on, well, it may have been on the red side.
I don't think it matters which side it goes. I think it just has to be out. Nope. I think it's because of the fact that they were carrying it, and it might have been across the line because
it might have been on the wrong side of the white line. Good call. Yeah.
But with the official score of 180 points from a 64-point autonomous, a 76-point driver control, and a 40-point end game. So actually, they did count it. It's a 40-point end game.
They got them both.
Forward.
Well done. Their rookie season back in 2015, so they've been playing for quite a while. Wizards.exe. They have been here. Actually, RoboCraft has been here twice, so they are in their third event for this season. And then Wizards.exe, also a 2015 team, and they are from Rockville, Maryland, and they've got a whole bunch of affiliations: Rockville Robotics, King Farm Conservancy, and their family community team. So that's nice to see a lot of contributors to the success of this team.
And success they have had with them holding our high score for the Chesapeake region coming out of last week's event with, I believe, a score of 284 points.
I see 294 in qual 5 last week. 294.
94. I knew it was something up there. Let's see if they can break that 300 bench today. Yep.
So this is their second appearance for scoring purposes. They participated in one of our scrimmages earlier. So it is going to be nice to see them on the field again. We know that they can score high. RoboCraft has also done well.
With configuration C, it will be time to see what these two teams can do, because shooters will be firing. These two teams, with all 4 rings sitting out on the floor, gives them a perfect chance to reload and reshoot.
So here we are, lining up with the sideways motion, 1, 2, and they're just picking up the resources off the floor. See if they can score. Looks like they'll drop that and see. That'll score. Can they get in another shot before it's done? And look at this, the nice delay. And out comes 99-57, taking some shots, 2 on the high goal. There's a lot of points on the board right now. And here comes that second wobble goal in the auto, and both teams are going to park. Woo! I need my abacus, because this thing is getting too big to handle with my feeble mind.
3, 2,
is
1.
100 points just coming out of the starting gate. These teams haven't even put their hands on the controllers and they had 100 points. This is why that autonomous dance is so important. And yes, we refer to it as a dance because of how fluid these teams have to move, and how if your robot is not in sync, it does not flow.
Now, I love the design of the Wizards.exe robot that can pick up from either side of the robot. You can see the intakes on both sides. So no matter where those game pieces are, they are available and ready to go for them to launch.
One of the other things that I like about Wizards.exe is that wood grain panel design that they have on the side. Uh-oh.
Caitlin,
Yes,
you are joining us for a regular clinic on
we
scoring.
have Wizards, and who else?
It's
RoboCraft.
Wizards and it's RoboCraft.
With a already score of 202. Look at how they fill up that high goal. 17, 18 already.
We're not even near the end game yet.
Some well-known Maryland teams.
We still got time on the clock.
Hell yeah. Here we go now. Starting it up.
And teams, we were at 238 before we even hit the end game. Let's see, Wizards.exe has put one wobble goal out. Are they going to go get the second one?
Going for the second one. See if they can line up to get it. It's in an awkward position, but their arms, yeah, it can get it.
And I see 2 of the power shots already
Two
down.
power shots are down already. Oh, they dropped the wobble goal.
I don't even think anything matters at this point. The scores are devastating.
Shots trying to get that last wobble goal down. Unable to capitalize, but boy, oh boy, oh boy.
These teams have put up points that we love to see. They put on a show last week, and they come out the gate today with that same intensity and with that same ferocity, waiting to put on a show with an unofficial score of 288 points. And to the comment section asking for the scores.
There it comes.
I think 288 should be set as your new high score for today. With a 100-point autonomous, a 138-point driver control, and a 50-point endgame. Once again, that endgame courtesy of the one wobble and the two power shots. That autonomous courtesy of shooting down that stack.
So if we can get a randomization C for this alliance again, that 294 is in the rearview mirror.
I want that 300 to be in the rearview
Oh,
mirror.
I think it's coming. Hey,
What say
speaking
you,
of that,
Caden?
I've got a new commentator coming in. Zeke is going to join us. We've seen him the last few weeks, so he's going to spend some quality time on the commentating chair. So come on in.
Zeke.
Hey.
Rocking a
Nice.
gear hat?
Yeah, nice hat, first off.
I almost thought it was a Wisco cheese hat. I was getting ready to be like, Wisco! And then I was like, wait, nope, that's gear, not cheese. Okay, never mind.
Nah, it's a gear. Yeah, this is not cheese. It's made of foam. And I don't think foam would taste good as opposed to cheese.
Getting some geared up vibes.
If you've ever
No,
been to Wisconsin,
this is from Steamworks.
don't remind me about them days. Don't remind me about them days. We don't discuss them days.
Oh, looks like we are starting at Fairlawn. We're in autonomous right now.
And remember, folks, this is match number 4 for these two teams. And with 64 points already, 64 points already on the board for these two teams.
Driver,
they
pick
are
up your
well
controllers.
underway as
3,
Fairlawn
2,
begins.
1.
Yeah, that's a great starting score.
Oh, always. Like I said multiple times, any score over 50 in your autonomous is a very competitive score.
So Zeke, what do you think of the what's going on the playing field right now?
Well, it looks like we're seeing a lot of missed shots. So far, only 2 have gone in that high goal. It looks like 1 goes in there, too. Make it 3.
Oh, maybe we got one in the blue goal by accident there.
Get some points. Look at that.
Zeke, when are you going to get on the field?
I don't know. Once all the in-person events resume for FRC and that kind of thing. All right, moving on.
And already with 106 points on the board, this team also making a very good showing.
Yeah, they've got 7 in the high goal so far. And I see some shooting into the low goal or attempted the middle goal as well.
And folks at home, Fulton is almost underway. We will go to Fulton after we have concluded with Fairlawn. So please bear with us. We want to give every team a proper showing.
As we go into the end game, we see one wobble goal out of the arena, looking to take the second out. And they got it. That's out of there. Look, going for those, gunning for the power shots. They got 2 of them down. Trying to line up for the third. And they're not going to get it.
Ooh, they just broke 200. Nice.
Beautiful scoring.
Looks like they did a little bit of scoring for the Blue Alliance at the same time.
Yeah, I love my little bit of points. And as we await our official score, Fulton is underway. So we will be bringing that to you as soon as the score comes in. We're just waiting on our wonderful referees and scorekeepers to discuss amongst themselves. But I can say, when you all get to go see Fulton, you will not be disappointed.
No. I agree.
And the score is in at 206 points. This is the high score for the Fairlawn event. With a 64-point autonomous, a 72-point driver control, and a 70-point endgame. Once again, firmly establishing these two teams in the first and third positions. And now, as we look back over to Fulton, counting down in these last 30 seconds, these two teams are trying to break that 100-point barrier. Just going shot for shot for shot for shot for shot. Trying to take down those power shots and trying to get those wobble goals out.
They already got one out. See if Wizards can get the second, and they got it. Oh.
That's one power shot down.
Relatively low score for that alliance, despite it being over 100.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the breakdown of Autonomous versus Endgame because they still got both of the wobble goals out, but maybe Autonomous didn't go exactly as planned.
Autonomous, I believe, was lower this time. I believe the Autonomous this game was like 45.
Yeah.
I don't believe they hit the power shots like they did the last time. But our official score is in at 160 points, pushing these two teams up into the 5th and 6th positions with a 52-point autonomous, a 48-point driver control, a 70-point endgame, and a 10-point penalty. We did see the referee counting at one of the teams earlier during the match. That's probably where that 10-point penalty came in. So, Caitlin, got any breakdown for these numbers?
I think, like I said, the endgame was pretty great. So maybe it's just the autonomous and definitely some of the driver control. The shooting maybe didn't go as planned either. But we've seen them score so much higher, so I think up in the 300 range is possible.
And as we're sitting here talking about the 300 range, let's hope that Fairlawn can hold up as well as they get randomization C. And I just heard that that penalty came from holding rings. Teams, we say it all the time. Make sure you only have 3. We know it's so enticing. The rings are just there. It's all over the field. Like look at Fairlawn right now. Field just littered with rings. So much that you want, so much available. But you gotta control yourself. Gollum cannot have.
Gotta follow those rules.
No.
It looks like those wobble goals are just a little bit off.
Pick up your controllers.
From where they're
3, 2, 1.
This is not Lord of the Rings. You cannot have your precious. You can only have 3. Not just go dive into a mountain of coins.
Oh, nice. We've got some shooting going over in Fairlawn.
Both of these teams just lighting up these goals, firing one after another.
There we go. Some high goal shooting from 14,597.
Yep, looks like we've got a wobble goal in possession, but they should be careful with that. They have to be in the right zone at 30 seconds. I think they're going to go, hopefully, back into the correct zone. I love when teams wait right at that line and then at 30 seconds go rushing over. It's a great strategy to get that out really quickly.
Hey, Caitlin, does my whole bot have to be over the line, or does just the wobble itself have to be across the line when it comes to me holding a wobble?
I believe it's just the wobble goal itself.
Okay. So if I had an arm and I extended out my arm, and so my arm is across the line, but I'm on the other side of the line, am I still free to shoot, or do I have to bring the arm back before I can shoot?
That's a nice little mix of the rules right there, because really none of your robot's supposed to cross the line. So my guess would be that if enough of your robot is in the zone where the wobble goal is correct, you probably wouldn't be able to shoot. You'd probably get those penalties there. So that's an interesting balance.
Oh, see, you're making me follow rules now. I don't get to just
Yeah. Looks like an unofficial score of 113.
with 10 points for us. Woo!
Ooh.
And teams, we will be jumping straight over to Fulton immediately after we receive our score. So please bear with us. We were just taking a quick little glance, and our score is coming in. It is 113 points with a 34-point autonomous, a 44-point driver control, and a 35-point endgame. And that shall conclude our Red Pandas. And what was the other team? It was something power something. I'm sorry, teams.
PC Rocket Robotics.
That one. I knew it was something with a P.
Yes. And over at Fulton, we're actually halfway through the match with a score of 172 already. That is 14 rings in the high goal.
I can't tell if their other partner is disabled or not. I seem to see no movement.
It looks like 9957 is having some either movement issues or they are disabled. So Wizards taking the wobble goal out. See if they can get the second one out of there. And they got it.
Notice how they pick up that wobble goal from the bottom, that base area. Pretty stable.
Going for the power shots. 1, 2. Missing the third. Got 5 seconds to do it. And they miss. Wow.
Unofficial score of 278.
Once again, very, very respectable scores coming off of these teams. This is only their third match.
And here we go. 278 points.
And that will push both of our teams up into the third and fourth pole positions with a autonomous score of 88 points, a driver control of 120 points, and an endgame of 70 points. Once again, showing that that high driver control and both the high endgame and high autonomous is definitely needed. You must be well-rounded if you wish to control the game.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get a match with those two Fulton teams again where no one disconnects or has trouble, because I think they are a real good combination and could get an even higher score than their first match.
I mean, even with the disconnection, they still got 278 points. That's very
Yeah, so just imagine with an extra robot in there.
I mean, but while we sit here and we talk about points all day, we must remember all of those people that are in the background, all those people that make these robots possible, whether it be our sponsors, our mentors, our alumni, our staff members, our family members. Even just something as simple as our forums and our chat channels that go and talk to us almost every day and give teams that extra word of encouragement or that extra little nudge that they could be looking for. Teams have huge support systems, and teams also have members that they can't bring today. Teams today were limited to only having 4 members, 1 mentor, and 3 students, meaning that a lot of their people may not have made it here. Not all the teams were as compact as Caitlin's team was, but with that being said, you gotta remember all those people that are in the back. And all those people in the back, just because you're back there doesn't mean that you're not as important as the people who put their face on camera. There are plenty of positions that are just as important, if not more important, than having us up on camera.
Yeah, and with that, let's see if we can take a look at the Fairlawn field. I heard there was something special going on.
Fairlawn always wants to be tricky. Look at him trying to just claim Virginia real quick.
I don't know, as a Marylander.
I don't know as a Washingtonian, you know.
We'll say it stands for Valentine's Day.
I'm a Mainer, so I can't really speak about any of that.
VA for Valentine's Day.
Wouldn't that be
Don't think about it too much.
I'm about to say, wait a minute, that's VD.
Well, VA Valentine's.
Yeah, sure, to stretch it out some more.
Oh, looks like we're back at Fulton where they're setting up. I was also gonna say with the extra team members, if you are in the building where the matches are happening, there is a giant projector screen, and they have Zoom running with all of the rest of the team members. So it's almost like the team members are there with their team competing, even though they're not in person. They're on a big screen. They can talk back and forth using Zoom. So some cool use of technology there.
And so shout out to all of our sponsors who are help making this happen when it comes to providing us with these Zoom chats, providing us with these platforms to be able to stream, and all of these other methods that we have. And so as we say goodbye to Fairlawn for now, we may see them next week or on another one of our week's broadcasts. But for the rest of the evening, we're going to be focusing on Fulton, Maryland. And as we're talking about focusing on Fulton, Maryland, both of our teams are putting their bots on the field and preparing to chase after that notorious 300-point benchmark. I wish we had Ishan here because he knows the world record right now currently for a hybrid event.
Yeah. I remember him saying that they got 400 in North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
They were also doing some stuff out in Russia. There's a couple of high scoring places.
Oh, here we go. Randomization B.
And that is with 1 ring. So there is 1 spare ring left during the autonomous period. And with those 2 power shots and what looks like 1 wobble goal, I can't tell if it is all the way in, but I do see the second one in as well, and 2 parks. We'll see how these points play out. I believe there are 2 high goals, 2 wobbles, or just 1, and 2
Drivers,
parks.
pick up your controllers.
2 power shots.
3, 2,
and here we
1.
go.
I guess that wobble just barely wasn't in that box.
And we see Wizards.exe pouring in even more onion rings. Here we go.
See, I like calamari more than onion rings. And like I said, to me, they feel like Sonic's gold coins.
That too. I can agree with that.
Caitlin, what do you think? What do you think they look more so like?
I mean, Cheerios, some cereal.
That too. I agree.
So we know who likes breakfast.
I also did a quick check-in with the world record for a remote match is 414. In Russia, they had an in-person match that has a higher score than that, but for remote, 414.
Wow.
And in Russia, they're the only place that has been doing actual 4-person matches, if I remember correctly.
There's a few, but I think a lot of the high scores are coming from there.
Yeah. And here we go.
We're at endgame with 247.
And this endgame has plenty of room to move.
Uh-oh.
As these
let's see if they can stand that goal back up. Nope.
Looks like they're just going for the power shots.
Hey, if you can get power shots and fill up that goal, you don't even need to worry about it.
That,
Look at that
look,
number.
We already have over 300.
It has crossed. We have
I see a 3.
Over the hump. Let's hope that the referees agree with us. Let's hope that the scorers have agreed that we are over the 300-point mark. Have we made it? Have we done it? Because if we have, we're just going to push the barrier that much further. Y'all know what we do. There's no such thing as we're satisfied. We always want to reach higher. We always want to do more.
I love that. 31 in the top goal.
And with one of our sponsors being Star Wars, I want to see these points get to a galaxy far, far away.
There you go. That was good.
Would you say that's your ultimate goal?
Hey, as long as it's a game changer.
Someone's going to need to rescue us from these puns.
But first, let's wait for our score.
Here we go. And here we go. It's coming. 330.
And that
look at that driver control
into the first and second position with a 94-point autonomous, a 186-point driver control, and a 50-point end game. And that was with a downed wobble goal. So they got 2 power shots, one of the wobble goals, and that gave them that extra 50 points. But 186 points in driver control alone. That means that top box was overflowing.
That's what we like to see.
Now, this is my thing, though. We hit 330. Can we hit 350?
Well,
I don't hit 100 yet.
If they had that wobble goal up, I think they probably would have hit 350.
I know. That's why I want 350. That's my next minimum. Wizards.exe. You heard it from me. 350.
I heard from some of my sources that 330 is actually a world record for a hybrid match with 2 teams on the field.
It is. That's it, again.
And here we have James doing another cameo.
Yeah, yet another one.
But 330 is definitely the Chesapeake the Chesapeake high score. We will have to see as the day progresses whether that is the new record for a 2-team match. Bear in mind, teams around the world are doing all sorts of different matches. They have 4-person matches, 1-person matches, 2-person matches, and all sorts of other variations. We're hoping that we just took home the 2-person high score today. And so with that score, that firmly places Wizards.exe and RoboCraft into our first and second position. Caitlin, how do you feel after seeing this possible world record run?
Oh, I'm just very happy with it. And it's 2 Maryland teams, so what could be better?
I mean, if it was 2 DC teams.
Oh, I'm a Marylander, so I
know you over
there.
there.
We don't have any FTC
over there in Baltimore, but like I said, The fake DC. Y'all wish y'all could be us.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But I'm a Marylander through and through, so.
What's funny is how I work in Maryland, but I live in DC. I'm completely backwards. Most people live in Maryland and work in DC.
Make sure you're
Okay.
Yep.
better.
It's also exciting because I've known these two teams for a few years, so it's good to see them keeping on what they're good at.
I mean, fortunately, like you said, these aren't your 10,000 and above teams, so you would know them.
Yeah, no. Wizards' first season was my last season, so
I remember,
of course none of the kids are the
like I
same.
said,
But
Sean talked about you when he came back on the screen and you were fixing the field.
yep, they're my favorite example of why simple robots are great. Because during rescue, they would just hang at the end of the match, but that's what we needed them to do, and they did it so well. They were really good at doing exactly what you needed them to do.
Now, last week when Wizards was here at Fulton, Ishan was trying extremely hard not to be biased toward his old team.
Oh, it was funny watching him trying not to say I and we.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, emotional, he has to say they. Like, even today, earlier today, like I said, one of my old coaches was here. Now, of course, I did FRC. So for him to be coaching now two FTC teams in addition to his current FRC team, I'm not as biased towards his teams because, like I said, I never participated in FTC. I did a little bit of help and assistance and a little bit of mentoring with a couple different teams, but I never directly put my hands on a robot for FTC under a team number. So I'll talk about my coach all day. I don't know none of them kids or nothing of the team. When I saw the team, I was like, I don't know who that is. Then I had to go look. I was like, wait, DC? I have all the DC teams on registry. Who is this? Ah, I know these people.
Well, looks like our match is about to start. There's our C randomization.
See again.
Ooh, so now we have all the rings in play. Let's see what happens. I know Wizards.exe has a auto program built for those 4 rings. We've seen it in their remote play video. They have a program built to get all 4 rings and the 2 wobble goals if everything goes correctly.
This is gonna be fun.
Let's see that minimum of a 350.
And here we go. Da-da-da-da.
1, 2. Picking up 2 more. 1. Oh.
Slurping up those rings. And oh, wait.
Yeah, I don't know about that wobble goal. Hopefully the second one gets in.
Get in the box. In the box.
And
Push it in the box.
There we
got
go.
the second one. And it looks like they're just gonna hang out there.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3,
Well, even
2,
with the respectable score
1.
6 coming out the starting gate, we will see what Wizards.exe and who's that thing? Robocraft? Yeah, Robocraft can do.
I don't see motion from Wizards. That's a little concerning.
That's
Wizards,
not good.
I think it's time to wave your magic wand and hocus pocus back to life.
They're also right in front of the goal.
I think Wizards Prince just turned into a frog and stopped moving.
Although 9957 still trucking. They're putting rings in there.
Robocraft
They're still
being
going.
very
They haven't
crafty
missed
with
a
these
shot yet.
shots. I mean, hey, you got to do what you got to do. You got to pick up the slack where you can, and you got to take over these shots where you can. Robocraft.
Of course, as soon as I say they haven't missed a shot, they missed one.
I mean, hey, the game likes proving people wrong.
Yeah, I think you jinxed them. But I like that pile of rings they have going. They can just grab their rings from that pile, shoot them right away.
But remember, folks, even with that pile of rings, you can only contain 3 or possess 3 of them at any given time. We've seen many teams get burned by that penalty.
we go. Going for the power shots.
Last 30 seconds. Let's see what these teams can do. Wizards still not back to life yet. Wizards, I need you to hop back on that magic broomstick and start flying around the field.
It looks like those LEDs on the top of Wizards are not lit up. So that could mean that they are out.
But with 2 power shots down, they still break the 100-point barrier. And still, with an unofficial score of 133, let's see how they hold on to that lead that they had. I like how
I think even
Caitlin,
with yeah.
I was gonna say I like how you took over the spot as the numbers girl, so now I'm just gonna wait on you. Like you're like, oh, I'm numbers girl now. Okay, cool, take it.
Oh, here we go.
And the score.
133.
Nice. 61-point auto. 42-point driver control, and then a 30-point endgame. So still a really good showing, especially since one robot cut out after autonomous.
So, numbers, what do you think they have to do to take over that 350?
Do they have another match?
No.
No. I believe this was their last match.
But they had one more. Oh no.
Yeah, I think if they'd stood up that wobble goal in the previous match, they probably would have broken 350. Gotten it out of the arena.
But still, 330 is a great score, and
Very good.
we're pretty sure a world record for a 2-person on the field hybrid match. So still a really great score, and they got to work together there in that match.
Yeah, that was very good on that.
As our team starts to clear and as the field starts to get reset, we have plenty more to keep you all entertained today. Just looking at everything that has gone on, you can already see the excitement that's in the air, and it's only 12:45. We still have plenty of time to keep this party going and to keep everything going. We will definitely try to keep you all as entertained as possible and keep this stream as live and as entertaining. Chat, if you're here, talk to us. What teams are you from? Where are you guys from? What's been going on this year? Don't forget, put in the survey if you guys are going to be here today, because we'd love to talk about your teams as well. We're about to take a very short break and go watch a few remote videos. This first remote video is from Team 15561.
You need one. One is the number.
You can put that right now. Like.
Okay. Yeah. Are you recording? Yeah. Okay. One is the number. All right. We shall begin soon. Is everyone ready?
How many rings does it say? Just say one.
Yeah.
Just one.
It's
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. The autonomous session will begin shortly. 3, 2, 1, start.
Nice. Motherfucker.
You can't keep that. You can't. All right. You gotta bleep that or something.
That was good.
5 seconds remaining for the autonomous period. 3, 2, 1, stop. Bro, what is that ringtone? Jeez. Who uses Apex in 2021?
Okay, we ready for field center?
Alright, teleop will begin in 3, 2, 1, start.
Oh, you didn't put any rings or whatever. What are you doing?
All the grabbers are a little broken. It's okay. stuck in that corner.
Seconds remaining until endgame. 3, 2, 1, and now we are in the
You
endgame.
can't move that one. You can't move that one.
Oh yeah. Wait, no, because it's in the box.
Oh no, this is the box. This is the box. This is
Yeah,
the box.
We are halfway through endgame. 15 seconds left. Endgame will end in 3, 2, 1, stop.
That's past, right?
Yeah, it's past.
Yeah.
I know. I just find it funny.
And we're back. How's everybody doing? We're sorry about these videos. We're gonna try to get those fixes right back for you guys. But hey, did you guys see those teams at home? Because that is a very good show of all the many things that these teams have done and these teams can do. And one of the other things is, if you saw that first video, yes, teams can make gold out of anything. Literally. You guys can use egg cartons, you guys can use cardboard boxes, you guys could use old vinyl records if you wanted to. I wouldn't, because I love vinyl, but hey, whatever you guys got, that's what you got to use. So teams, we're getting ready to have Engineered Chaos and the Prodigies come up next. Caitlin, would you like to introduce our next two teams?
Yeah, Engineered Chaos is Team 4234. They are a tech brick team, and they are from Aberdeen Proving Ground in Maryland, and their rookie year was 2010. Long time ago. You can tell from that low number. Our second...
2010.
Yep. Our second team is 18602 Prodigies. They're a family community team from Brookville, Maryland, and it looks like this year is their rookie year.
So we've already seen the Prodigies, and I believe we also have seen Engineered Chaos in previous weeks. But once again, as always, teams, please send us your information. We'd love to hear more about you all. We'd love to see you all more. We'd love to get to know some of your story. Like Team 4234, a team that's been around since 2010. You know that team has stories, whether the mentors have changed, the students have definitely changed, all sorts of different things. And how has the team developed and grown over those many years? I know personally one of my teams, which has been around now for almost, actually, no, we're going on our 12th year. One of my teams, which has been coming up on its 12th year, one of our biggest things is we've gotten multiple tech upgrades. We started on really old computers. Now we're super advanced with our computers. We've had complete shop renovations. So now we have our own separate metal shop. We actually have our own leather working space and our woodworking and all of our other components and other various tech stuff. We would love to hear from you guys. So make sure to fill out that nice, wonderful survey and, talk to us.
Here we go. Randomization A.
Is with 0 rings aiming at that first square on the white line. Shooters must wait to reload until after autonomous. Okay, Lynn, what would be your recommendation going into a situation setup A?
I feel like all these situations are pretty similar. One nice thing about A is that you don't have rings in the way that you might hit during autonomous if your autonomous goes off, and then you get a fresh kind of clean slate at the end of autonomous. You just have to be really quick about putting those rings in when you get to teleop.
And so with 2 parks and a wobble
Drivers,
goal, they
pick up
start
your
off
controllers.
with 25
3,
points
2,
on the board.
1.
Yeah, I'm excited to see 2 new teams and see how they collect, what their strategy is. Hopefully we get a little bit more movement.
Looks like one team going for the logo, but that other team out in the middle, I think they've stopped or stalled.
Yeah, 4234 may be disconnected.
Yeah, it looks like they might be stuck. It looks like they're, yeah, I think they are disconnected.
I like how the rings are just piling up on the robot.
Yeah, they're acting as that little block. So they don't go all the way across the field.
Just the little cobwebs building up.
It looked like for a minute that Prodigies was having some moving trouble, and then I saw that 2 wheels have tires on them, 2 wheels are Mackinnon wheels.
So 2 wheels are low clearance and 2 wheels are high clearance?
Are those Mackinnon? Those might be Omnis. Are those? They look like Petrix Omnis.
They're
or some Omnis could be Ecto too.
I miss the
Some
days when
flavor of
everyone had Omnibot.
I don't.
Why not? I used to love seeing robots with wheels on every side. Like, just people turn around.
Yeah, Mackinnon wheels through and through. Those are my favorite.
We have, and here we go. 20 seconds left. See if they can get that wobble goal to where it needs to go. Here we see some
going for that
logos
logo.
shooting.
That looks like one.
So they got one in the logo. See if they can put a couple more in there. It looks like, oh, breaking free of a ring here. It's gonna try to do. And that's gonna be it.
Time. But Caitlin, I'm sorry if I love the classics and I love what I grew up with, you know?
I do. Before Mackinnon wheels were a thing, I did love the 45-degree angle Omni wheels. They're a good classic.
I'm more used to seeing Swerve Drive.
That's because you come from the new age.
Do you guys remember when Swerve Drive was in FTC?
No.
That was my most common is hot wired robotics back in Block Party or Cascade Effect had Spurf Drive.
Here we go.
Our score is 57 points with that 25-point auto and a 2-point driver control.
That was a good first match. They still have 4 more chances to hopefully get both robots working together. So,
and that is
forward to that.
plenty of time and plenty of opportunity. And we have seen what some of these teams can do when they maximize and capitalize on that opportunity. It can be a game changer.
Let's not
Yes.
start this again.
Yes, Zeke, we're going to do this as many times as possible.
Oh no.
You're going to get in on one of them. Caitlin, you ready to keep
At some point, we'll.
I'm gonna say, Caitlin, you ready to keep torturing Zeke? Like,
I mean, we're having a block party over here on our own. Zeke's watching.
Very nice. See, I can only make FRC jokes. I have no idea what any of the previous FTC challenges were.
I don't know what the FTC challenges are. I'm just using the words that I see on the screen.
Are you feeling a little bit bowled over by us?
Now that one I have heard.
I'm not as feeling as powered up as I'd like to be.
There we go.
Come rescue you?
Nah. I might need an aerial assist, however.
Maybe I can give you a lift on my way to go do some Recycle Rush.
You mean in order to achieve the ultimate ascent?
No, I mean in order to achieve the ultimate goal.
Whatever.
Sponsored by Qualcomm.
One of I mean, these are very well. I mean, ultimate ascent and frisbees. This one is rings. They're very similar.
My thing is Ultimate Ascent. That was my very first year, and I loved it. Loved every minute of it. But we were talking about we were talking about our lanyards. So she was talking about all of her pins, and I was talking about my game pins. So 2 of my game pins.
You should see how bad. You should see how bad my lanyard looks. It looks horrible.
2 of my pins have broken. Stronghold and Stronghold and the other joint have broken. So I don't have them on here anymore.
I'm gonna go get my lanyard.
My lanyard has everything from 2014 up to 2020.
Oh, we have a randomization.
Randomization, hey!
Hey,
baby. Hey, I'm too old. I'm sorry. Some of these kids don't even know what that is in reference to. Woo! Age being shown. Sorry, kids. Ask your parents. Or just your big siblings. And as we get ready to get underway in Section A, our referee is moving out the way, and he's counting them down. Let's go. I had too much fun with that A sound.
That was a good one.
I'm still surprised that these actually stay up here. Like I said, gravity does not apply to my hats. Gravity is made in
looks like 4234 is once again not moving.
Yeah, hoping it's just an autonomous problem, but we'll see.
They do have blinking lights.
I see the LEDs.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
Blinky blink
1.
is blinking. Oh, I see some life.
Motion from both robots. Our favorite.
Now time to see that thing shoot. Come on now. The gun is loaded. Cock it back and fire. Unleash.
Might be having some control issues. I'll have to see, as it is not moving again.
Yeah, they moved a little at the beginning and then seems to have paused.
I can see a little green light in there, and it looks like when it's blinking, the robot is active. But it seems to be not blinking most of the time.
It's okay. All they need to do is blinky blink and point themselves towards the goal and then just shoot with their hearts, you know?
Yeah.
Close your eyes and hit the button. Just don't hit the button while facing players. Please do not hit the button while facing players. Those penalties are not worth it. Nobody is scoring 500 points a game and can afford penalties like that.
That's true.
Like maybe if I could
remember a few.
maybe if I could tell somebody, hey, look, I'm going to score 600 points and just catch 30 points worth of, 4-ring penalties, then I'd be worth it, you know?
Yeah. I remember a few years ago, one of the teams in NE First, they shot a ball out of their shooter, and it accidentally hit Dean right in the nose.
That's a good one.
Dean talks about safety every single day, and he always talks about how people need to protect themselves and stay safe.
Well, it looks like Prodigies are trying to get that wobble ball on the line.
Once again,
looks
those
like it is
points
a little bit too much in a corner for them to manage. That's gonna be it.
Prodigy's upper arm situation. I'm trying to figure out what it's for.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure. But I mentioned my lanyard earlier.
Are we gonna have a lanyard off? We're just gonna
might not want it.
with the official score coming in at 7 points.
Lucky 7.
Oh, this is like I said, this is not pertail all of my first events. This just pertails the years I've participated.
This is just
this
your
doesn't have all my titles.
Yeah.
I'm about to say this doesn't have the titles. This just has the years. I didn't go get all my captain's badges and all my drive team badges.
I'm gonna need another lanyard strap because this one's getting way too short and it's getting way too full. And
yeah, you have to start slimming down and picking your favorites at some point.
yeah, I did start another one at the at a deep space at a infinite recharge event. So, but I'm not gonna take all the things off this one because it's too much work. So it's actually held to it by some gaff tape on the back. So I'm just gonna leave it alone.
In true robotics. Looks like we have 2 robots on the field.
Like that's one thing I love about FT, though. You guys can actually pick up your robots.
Yeah. It only requires one person for the most part.
Right. Most of the time. Before there was a weight limit, there were some teams that had robots that were 2-person carries. But now with the weight limit,
I gotta have like safety gloves. I gotta be grounded, and then I gotta still have 3 people to help me pick it up. But with setup B, 1 ring.
Speaking of
B4 will get underway. You want to go, Zeke?
Let's see if 4234 can actually move. This will be interesting.
You gotta have a B pun. Come on, Zeke. I need a B pun.
Well, I had a B pun earlier. Did you not hear it?
The match is about to begin.
Oh. See? Even Caitlin is on the track with the B.
And it looks like 4234 is finally moving again.
It's really hard to tell if that goal... Oh, it's a B anyway, so it doesn't matter. Hopefully... Nope, the wobble goal rolled right out.
Oh.
But there are 2 robots.
Our resident cowboy showing a little bit of emotion over there. I don't know if the camera caught it.
Driver, pick up your controller.
Yeehaw.
3, 2,
there you go.
1.
Yeah, anyway, it looks like 4234 looks to be showing some life.
Ooh, I don't know what that ring just hit on the way out.
Let's see it.
Deflect off.
Let's see if they can line up that shooter and try to get some points into the high goal. Oh.
Once again, I really feel like there should be a bottom net.
Yeah, I agree. Oh.
An extra layer of protection for the human player.
It looks like their loader might be stuck on a ring and they break free, so that's good.
I thought our extra layer of protection was face mask.
And an extra layer in addition to face masks and safety glasses.
40-34 lining up to take some shots. Might be a little askew though. Let's see if they're trying to line themselves up.
I wonder if they are using a vision sensor.
Maybe. And it looks like they're just dumping rings out of their loader.
Yeah, I kind of don't understand.
Whoa, there goes a shot.
There's a shoot.
I kind of don't understand their loader. I wish I could see it so I could understand it better.
And it even looked like it knocked over a power shot, too.
And bear in mind, folks, seeing these bots in person is so much different to seeing them on the screen. There are a lot of different things that these bots have, a lot of little nuances that we honestly can't fully appreciate over the screen.
Let's see if they can get that wobble goal. Looks like they are picking it up. It looks like they're going to try to bring it out here.
Got 6
5
seconds. They got
left.
it.
They got it.
Nice.
They got a wobble. Good for them.
And as we await the final score from our referees and our scorekeepers, Caitlin, your review on the game?
I think they definitely have been having some connection issues and some could be maybe not a connection issue, maybe a physical issue, which is making it hard to drive and keep everything going. But I think they put out some good effort and they scored some, so
They certainly improved since their last 2 matches, especially with 42-34 moving again. Getting that wobble goal out of the arena.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe they need your gear to go help put them in gear.
Ooh, maybe.
You just, stick your head in the bot, turn the gear a few times, reactivate everything.
Yeah.
Just remember to be safe. Do not get electrocuted. Do not get stuck.
That's right.
Remember, children, whatever you do, play safe. I think Zeke actually just went over to, I think that's why he might have dropped, to just go try to help the teams real quick.
Yep, just run over real quick.
Just a little doo-doo-doo from Maine all the way down to Maryland. And
Yep. Now I have to ask, we were talking about the rings and the wobble goals looking familiar. And I think we're allowed to talk about Vex on here, but they are very similar to a game way back in 2011 called Vex Roundup.
See, I didn't start doing Vex until 2012 or 2013. When I played Vex, it had the footballs and the basketballs,
Yeah.
I believe.
But I love the way that kind of the games all play off each other, and maybe way back in 2011 they used rings and wobble goals, very similar to this kind of shape.
The robotics community is very in touch with each other, and a lot of sports even play off of each other. That's why some sports, like for example, the evolution from soccer to rugby to football.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of sports that play with each other, or cricket and baseball. There's tons of things that go together and show a nice varied evolution and development of different games and different play styles. This is very much so part of that. To try to put out a brand new, innovative game every single year is very challenging. And remember, the first community doesn't just put out one new game every year. They put out 3 or 4 every year because of all the different leagues that we have. It may look like FTC is a simplified version of FRC, but even then, it's still 2 completely different games on 2 completely different play styles due to the sizes and the layouts and the different features that these robots have.
Yeah.
Even playing down FRC, not FRC, FLL, when you play with FLL, there's so many different things that can happen.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes too, like FRC games are kind of the more big and you have like an overarching goal. Whereas FTC, you'll have lots of different tasks to do. Oh, it looks like we have our official score 30 points.
Of 30 with that 10-point auto and that 20-point end game, showing that even if your driver control may not be your strongest point, you can still earn plenty points in that auto and end game.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I definitely love the variety in the games. I also like how some of the teams recycle games. Like I really love the off season. Or my team, for some of my old teams, for example, we would just partly decommission robots. We wouldn't fully decommission robots. So, for example, if it was a launcher bot, we kept the launcher mechanics together. Did we keep it attached to the chassis? No. Just assembled the chassis in preparation for the next year. But we definitely kept part of the assemblies. Or like, if we had a messed up wheel or a cracked wheel, yeah, we got rid of that. A bunch of good parts. We're going to keep all those good parts.
Yeah, what our team will sometimes do is we'll save some robots for like demonstrations. So like if we ever go to a school, we'll like save our stronghold robot and we'll have it shoot a ball for the kids or something.
Oh, I used to tell people all the time, our frisbee bot still shoots frisbees. Wakes people up at every pep rally. And that frisbee bot is what, like 8 years old now?
Pretty old. For us, the Cascade Effect robot is the one because it collects balls and balls really well and scores and looks cool, and it was our demo robot until at least 2016.
Yeah, we still love our aerial assist robot because it's made to take a giant ball, put it in, and shoot it a far distance. So it's very fun.
That's kind of why we stopped using our aerial assist one, is because of how big the opening is and also how quick our intake and how strong our output was. Because our output was strong enough to knock people off their feet.
Ooh,
so
that's
we didn't really.
I mean, our robot was basically a hollow cube with a catapult in it. So
No, our robot was really low lying, but then it had these like really two tall arms, so it looked like a box with just arms sticking up. So the box would just stick up and say zoop, and it'd lift back and it look up and then it just go boom. And you're like, wait, that thing just charged like that? Yeah. Them flywheels charged up real quick.
all right, here we go. We are in randomization B. One ring on the field.
So let's see if they can become the team that they need to be in randomization B. This is round 39, and our resident cowboy is counting them down.
Yep. We only have one robot on the field.
And they're up.
It looks like we just have 4234 on the field.
I wonder what happened to 18602.
Looks like the Prodigies are
Also
doing a
wonder
little
what
bit of work on the side of the field. See if they can get that thing tuned up for the next match.
But they did get the parking points.
And here we go with driver control. About to begin.
Drivers, pick up your
And
controllers.
teams, talk to us.
3,
What's going on?
2,
How are you
1.
all? How have you all felt? What have been your favorite matches? What matches would you like to see? Are there any team combinations you would really want to see? Let us know. We might not be able to make it happen, but it might be great for an off-season scrimmage or something.
We already got a shot in the high goal. Trying to pick up more rings here and go shoot them.
Let's see if they can continue with this pace.
Swerving around the field. And shooting again. Let's see if they can get in some more. A little bit too low. Here they go, running around the field. It's like they're gonna pick up that wobble goal and try to bring it to their Red Alliance side. Can they do it here? Yep.
Getting it in place so that way it's able to be used. And welcome back, Caitlin.
Thank you. Looks like we're mid-match right now.
Yep.
Of course. You know, just because you leave doesn't mean the match gets leave. And as we're into these final 30 seconds, let's see what this team will do.
It looks like they may have stalled again. Let's see if they... Oh, there they go.
With these last seconds, let's see if that claw gets to working.
Looks like they're trying to get it in there. Oh, just barely missing. Barely missed it as it was wobbling around.
Able to get that wobble down to the other side of the field in time. Just as a reminder to everyone, teams do have to change sides during every single game. So please make sure to train on both sides, both near and far, both blue and red. You never know where you will be. You never know how things will play. Also, practice for all randomizations. Make sure that your autonomous is ready for all the randomizations. Because as the judges will show with our score of 11 points with a 5-point auto and a 6-point driver control, anything can happen and every point matters.
Yes, and remembering to have autonomous for red and blue is hard too, because you can't always just flip everything. You have to test each one, and if you don't have a whole field, that can be hard.
Yeah.
And teams, even if you don't have a whole field, you can still draw both boxes. Just put one box on the other side.
Yep, lots of workarounds.
Think of it as playing a half-court basketball game. Both teams go to one hoop, they just take it back past the three-point line. Go ahead and redraw your three-point line. And teams, we're getting ready to bring up one of our remote videos. This video is brought to you guys from Team 18103. We hope you all enjoy.
I think we're gonna go back.
We are. I wonder what's going on with Matt.
Difficulties.
I feel like now all we're missing is the Virginia commentator. Like, we got the DC commentator, we got a Maryland commentator. Where's our Virginia commentator?
I could go move to Virginia if you'd like. Then it would be your Virginia commentator.
Yeah, but you didn't play for a Virginia team.
Maybe we'll go pull some more of our Virginia referees. They can come join me over here on this side.
No more rule people. We need another numbers person. We need a Virginia Ishan.
We do need Ishan. Yep.
I guess one thing that we haven't touched on while we're getting ready to go into randomization A, because we've already seen what these two teams can do. So let's see what they can do in their final matchup. Let's hope that both teams are on the field, both teams are fully compatible, and let's watch the nice synchronous dance that we like to call robotics. Following this, we might take a short break. We might have a wonderful chat. We all just want to see how this last round plays out and how these two teams coexist in this final round. And as our
And with
bots
that, autonomous started.
one wobble goal in the correct spot. Let's hope it stays there. Looks like one park. Can we get two wobble goals? Oh, I think that wobble might have actually just touched their bot. That wobble got in just the perfect position to lift their bot. That slight.
Yeah, hopefully they can wiggle their way off of it at the end.
Their wheels are still
let's see.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Hopefully their wheels are still on the track.
2,
They
1.
just weren't able to go forward.
So far, that's the best auto we've seen from these teams.
I've definitely seen
They can
plenty
add some
of game elements that can decommission a robot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, luckily, like you said earlier, these rings are kind of soft, which while they do make it easier to get stuck, it can make it easier to get off them too.
Only thing that I'm surprised at is how durable these rings are. Like, these rings are surprisingly not chewed up.
Yeah, maybe it's because they're smaller. I mean, I don't know if that would make them more chewed up if they were bigger, but this is. Oh, and it looks like 42-34 running around the field, trying to get rings.
That wobble goal just does not want to stay on this side of the line.
It really
looks
doesn't.
like they did get it on this side of the line.
Mm-hmm.
And shooting into the Red Alliance middle goal there. Picking up more rings.
And as we get ready for these final 30 seconds, these two teams still showing very strong capabilities.
It looks like that the rings.
That hook out.
Yeah, it looks like the rings in 42-34's loader keep popping out as they go in.
I think they have an automatic system that limits them to 3 rings or limits them to like 2 rings.
Maybe.
So that way it pops itself back out if it has too many rings. Because that's what it looks like. Because with that angle, it looks like it's just sliding back down the chute.
And let's see, will that wobble count as being on the line? Let's take a look.
Yeah, that's a...
It looks like it crosses the vertical plane. Now, does any of it look like it's touching? I can't fully tell from this angle. But it looks like it's crossing the vertical plane of the line. But then the other question is the robot in possession?
They did get a wobble goal out of the arena.
And so...
Yep, it's hard to see.
Teams, after this final match, we are going to take a quick break and show some more game footage, hopefully.
And here we go. Scores up on the board.
Judges score
45 points.
A free score of 45 points with a 20-point auto and a 25-point endgame. That means that both of their wobbles did count, both the one over the line and the one out the box. But as always, we'll see you all back very shortly. This has been a display by Team 4234 and Team 18602. Now it's time to try to run some of our remote play videos, and we will see you all right back. And we're back. How's everyone doing? Love to see everyone's wonderful faces. Love to see all these great teams at all of our events today. And I wanted to touch on something that we haven't touched on so much today. I've been bringing it up every week. It's the Women in STEM Scholarship, sponsored by Lidos. Um, Personally, I can't get the scholarship, but with Caitlin here, would you like to speak about being a female in STEM and how being a woman in STEM may have affected your life or anything else?
Yeah, sure. I mean, being a woman STEM is no different than being anyone else. I think it's great that they have scholarships and programs to support women who maybe don't have that many other women on their teams. I know I was the only girl on a lot of my teams for a while, but having that support. I also wanted to do a quick promo. I have my magazine next to me. I volunteer with a nonprofit called Reinvented Magazine, and they make really cool magazines about women in STEM, written by women in STEM. So check out all these different programs, especially the first Women in STEM scholarships. They're great. Apply to them. If you fit those criteria, definitely great things to support you.
And so once again, everybody, there are plenty of scholarships for everybody out there. I know there's minority scholarships, scholarships for different cities, scholarships for different identities, orientations. There's scholarships for literally any and every single thing that you could possibly want. I got a left-handed scholarship. I also got a couple of the other scholarships, but there are plenty of things that you guys can get. And we have plenty of sponsors that are here and willing to give those that are here and willing to give those sponsorships. We're about to go and show some of our sponsors. We're also probably going to show our game animation. So we want to take the time to thank all of our sponsors, thank everyone that helps make this broadcast possible. And we're going to see you all right after this.
Lidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Lidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
A team consists of up to 2 driver operators, a coach, a human player, and a robot. The robot must be built from materials specified in the game manual and fit within an 18-inch sizing tool, but may expand after the match begins. Each match is played with 4 randomly selected teams, 2 per alliance. Each alliance is allowed only 1 human player. Your opponents for 1 match may be your partners for another. The game is played on a 12-foot square playing field with a foam tile floor and 1-foot high walls. 5 unique navigation images are located around the field perimeter. At one end are 2 tower goals, each containing 3 alliance-specific goals with return racks. Between the 2 tower goals are 3 red and 3 blue power shot targets. There are 2 red and 2 blue taped start lines, and 3 red and 3 blue target zone goals. And a white launch line divides the field. Outside of the field walls are the 2 alliance stations and 2 human player stations. The primary game element is a ring, approximately 5 inches in diameter and 3/4 of an inch thick. A match is played with 20 rings. There are 2 red and 2 blue wobble goals. These can have rings scored onto them and can be moved for additional scoring. Before each match, teams place their robots on the field, touching the front wall and over one of their alliance's starting lines. Each robot must be touching or be in possession of a wobble goal. A robot may possess or touch up to 3 rings. After the robots are in position, Field personnel will randomize the starter stacks into one of 3 configurations. This determines which target zone goal is active in the autonomous period. 0, 1, or 4 rings correspond to target zone goals A, B, or C, respectively. Unused rings are stored in the human player stations to be deployed to the field at the start of the driver-controlled period. The players and field are ready. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. During this period, there are a number of ways for teams to score using only pre-programmed instructions and sensor inputs. Delivering a wobble goal to the correct target zone earns the Alliance 15 points. A robot parked over the launch line earns 5 points. Each ring launched or placed into the low goal earns 3 points. A ring launched into the mid goal earns 6 points, and launching into the high goal earns 12 points. Robots earn 15 points for each power shot target knocked down. Robots must be completely within the launch zone to launch rings into the mid goal, high goal, or power shot targets. Following the autonomous period is the 2-minute driver-controlled period. During the driver-controlled period, human players are expected to return rings to the playing field, as well as reset power shot targets. Each ring launched or placed into the low goal earns 2 points. A ring launched into the mid goal earns 4 points. However, rings launched into the opposing alliance's goal earn points for their alliance. A ring launched into the high goal earns 6 points. The last 30 seconds of the driver-controlled period is the endgame. During this time, robots may continue scoring rings, but there are also ways to earn bonus points. Each knocked down power shot target earns 15 points. Returning a wobble goal to the start line earns 5 points. Each ring fully supported by the wobble goal earns 5 points. If a robot lifts a wobble goal over the front wall into the drop zone, its alliance earns 20 points. There are many ways to score in Ultimate Goal, but there are also rules that, if not followed, will deduct points from your alliance. For example, a robot may not block another for an extended period. A robot may not possess more than 3 rings at a time. A robot may not launch rings over the side or front perimeter walls. A robot may not intentionally tip another robot at any time. This has been a brief summary of the Ultimate Goal game. For complete rules, please read the entire game manual and check the Q&A forum. For more information on our remote season, including gameplay and field requirements, please make sure to visit our game and season webpage for the full library of remote event documentation. And always remember the most important rule of First Tech Challenge: gracious professionalism. Good luck, teams, and have a great season.
And welcome back, everyone. We hope you guys enjoyed those wonderful videos, both from our sponsors and our game animation. We hope that game animation gave you some insight as to our game challenge for this year. Remember, there are so many different ways to score. There are so many different ways to get points, and there are so many different things that you can do. Same like when you're a first alumni or a first volunteer. There's so many different things that you can do, so many different places that you can go, and so many people that you can meet. I personally have met many different people and got to enjoy plenty of different experiences from being a member of First. I know that my other volunteers over here have had plenty of time to meet plenty of different people and see all these wonderful things. We are currently waiting on one of our teams to load in. But the 2 teams that we are going to have up next are Bot Brains and Absolute Zero. So once again, that is team 16462 and team 12090. 6. Caitlin, would you
Yeah,
like
and
to give us the information?
Yep. 16462 Bot Brains. They are a family community team from Aldie, Virginia. Their rookie year was in 2019. And then Absolute Zero 12096 is from Sterling, Virginia, and their rookie year was in 2016.
And I believe we've already had Absolute Zero here at one of our challenges.
Yep.
And I don't remember seeing Bot Brains. So this might be Bot Brains' first appearance this season. Unless they went to one of the scrimmages.
From what I can see, it looks like this is their first official event.
So Bot Brains, welcome. We can't wait to see you guys here with us. And Absolute Zero, welcome back.
Yeah, Absolute
Now,
Zero has been to the Fulton qualifier too, and then also a scrimmage that was remote.
Now, teams, as always, remember, tell us who you are. If you're here, let us know. If you're going to be here, let us know. If you guys have anything that you guys would like to say and anything that you all would like us to say, make sure to place it down in that survey. As well as teams, remember, remote judging will still be going on as scheduled. Make sure that all of your videos and information is in. You must resubmit all information at each new event you attend. Once again, you must resubmit all information from each new event you attend. I wonder whose bot that is down there right now.
It is
12096. So that's
Absolute
Zero. Yeah, and both of these teams are coming from Virginia all the way to Fulton, Maryland, so it is not a short drive in the slightest.
I remember that drive, waking up at the crack of dawn, getting loaded into a bus with a big old bot, bunch of loud people, barely having time to swing past the drive-thru or hope that one of the parents went and picked up food. Stumbling in, half asleep, and just barely being able to mumble out my team name and number as we went to check in.
And then as soon as you get inside, you wake up
instantly,
and you're in game mode.
Oh, I didn't wake up until I hit the arena. I used to be asleep in the pit. I used to be a zombie in the pit, just like in a daze until I got to that arena for that first match.
Yeah, my dad and I being volunteers, we usually leave the night before, and then we get up probably half an hour before the event. We drive over there and we start. So we actually have an event in Maine sometimes, and it's only like a half an hour drive from our house. So we just get up in the morning, drive over there, and then when the day's over, we drive back here. And it's pretty nice.
And just a fair warning to all of our teams and all of our families, please make sure to stay safe out here during these winter weather advisories. We know that sometimes the roads can get slick. We know that sometimes the roads can be treacherous and the streets might not be as safe as they normally are. We hope that everyone stays as safe as possible, because as much as we want you all to get here to come have fun, we do understand that sometimes you guys have to travel. We do understand that you guys have places that you guys are coming from and distances that you must go. Please remember to always stay safe, just like how we stay safe in our actual first events. In our first events, we are constantly sanitizing. In between our events, we are constantly making sure that everyone is wearing all of their COVID appropriate materials, staying socially distanced, and staying socially aware. So please make sure to practice safety both in and off the field. as we try to get through this wonderful winter weather that we have.
I remember driving to an event in Massachusetts, and it was at night, and it was perfectly fine. It started raining. We're like, okay. And then, like, half an hour before we got to where we were staying, it just started snowing. Like, really hard snow. So, when we got to our destination, our car was practically white. It was absolutely covered. So,
still not a fan of snow. Don't know how people do it. I stay inside. I've completely called out of school on snow days, or days that I'm just like, I see snow, I'm staying inside. They're like, are you okay? I'm like, I'm snowed in. They're like, it's not even an inch. I'm snowed in.
yeah, before Christmas, we got 22 inches in one day.
Caitlin, how you feeling over there? You got a little quiet on us.
I'm just looking outside. We've got some wintry mix coming down.
Yeah, I don't want to do it. I'm staying my butt inside. Got everything I need. Got my drinks, got my food, got my entertainment.
Yeah, it looks like our second team is set up on the field, so we'll give them some time to get all set up, but hopefully this match 41 will be starting soon.
But these two teams, I can't wait to see them underway because, I mean, while Absolute Zero is definitely a veteran team and Bot Brains shouldn't be shy to a little bit of competition, I'd love to see what happens as both of these teams get in this arena together.
Yeah, no, this should be a good pairing.
Our resident cowboy making sure everything's square around them parts. I'm having too much fun messing with people.
That cowboy is Paul, our head referee.
Hey.
Or as I should say, a fellow head referee.
I'm so used to seeing head referees wearing yellow suits.
I'm about to say, Paul laughs when we go into the after chat, so he knows what we're doing.
Us FTC referees like the zebra shirts. Big fan.
I'm so used to everyone being so extra, I don't even pay attention to half the stuff that they do. I think what gives me my definite right to say that I was in FRC Robotics is I definitely remember my commentator coming out wearing a kilt.
Oh, I know who that is.
And
we have a randomization.
So as we plan to get underway with configuration A, let's see our two teams. And let's say good luck to both as our head referee steps out of the arena. Just after double checking with both teams to make sure everything is A-okay. Anybody else with any more A puns? Because I'm bored. Any more A puns?
I'm not really on my A game anymore, so.
And here we go.
As you all can see, we just get to have a wonderful day when we get to play around with the letter A in the commentator box. Pretty much any time we get to play around is a wonderful day.
Playing around with robots.
It's the hardest fun you will ever have.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like
Drivers,
that second
pick up your
wobble goal
controllers.
does not count.
3, 2, 1.
So one part,
they were touching it. But
one parking and one wobble, 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 wobble. I just see rings flying, like they're just unloading.
They're rolling. Here they go.
So can we see the team numbers so that we can tell people who they're looking for?
It's like they're taking some shots here. We see.
I'm trying to see the numbers off the bots.
Looks like the blue one is 12096. That means the other one is 16462.
So the big vertical claw is.
It looks like. Are they stuck? Nope. Looks like they got unstuck if they were stuck.
Yeah, look at that pile of rings in the far side of the field.
I told you that back minefield, that just litter is just ridiculous.
Yeah, they've got to use them.
And these human players are just unloading these rings because they're everywhere.
We see rings going in from absolute zero. It looks like they're trying to move those wobble goals onto their side of the arena.
It's being set for that
go.
last 30 seconds and watch that run. Trying to find a little hole away from those rings to get out to the edge of the field.
See if they can get that second one. And
Absolute zero trying to get 2 for 2.
They got it. See if they can bring it out. And they
Grab
just
it
missed
5
it.
seconds.
Reset or push it. Push it. Salt and pepper it and push it.
Oh, yeah. It's close to the line, but it's not on the line.
It looked like it got stuck right on the wall.
Our resident referee saying that is not on the line. So let's see what the other referees have to say about this. Getting a little hot under the gear?
Now a little itchy. I got a haircut yesterday.
Ah, I remember those days. Actually, no, I don't. I can't remember the last time I got a haircut.
Here we go.
And the score is in
75 points.
75 points. And a wonderful first round show by these two teams with a 37-point autonomous, an 18-point driver control, and a 20-point endgame.
Not bad for a first run.
They have plenty of space to improve and plenty of space to grow. We saw that they did have both wobble goals down at the bottom, but only one of them actually made it over the wall. So that would have been another 20 points had they made it over the wall. Also, with that autonomous, we saw that they could have got both of the wobble goals, but they only had one of them. So once again, showing that that autonomous and that end game can be a real game changer for our teams.
Yeah, I'm thinking this was a really good first match, and I think they can keep it going and keep improving for their next 4 matches.
I don't know if you were using that as a pun or not, but it definitely gets the count. Like, that's definitely one of the points. I'm just gonna put that in. We need a tally. Can we get a fan tally? Can somebody keep a pun tally for us? I just want to know, because we do a lot.
They should just add a pun counter in the top right corner of the Twitch stream.
I think the people in the back have enough to deal with. I don't think they wanted to put a pun counter.
I don't know. I'm a big fan. We'll have it on the docket for next week.
Twitch, what do you think? Should we get a pun counter? Should we change the game in first game changes? Should we go for our ultimate goal? Should we get the pun counter or no? No.
Or continue on our ultimate ascent. Figure it out.
Should we get that aerial assist?
I'm getting better at this, I think. I'm not sure.
I mean, it doesn't take long.
You never know, the puns might cascade down and affect the way that people watch our video.
I may have consumed a power up along the way.
But one of our greatest inspirations for all this great feelings, positive vibes, and tons of good stuff, the late Woody Flowers, the creator of the first ethos, gracious professionalism. We will see him right now, and we will see you all after that video. So once again, this is Woody Flowers.
Time to break.
We should all celebrate that STEM education is a popular topic, but we must be very careful thinking that STEM or even STEAM is enough. Most of what is called STEM education is actually science and math training. Being on the first team is real education that includes STEM topics, but it also includes appropriate emphasis on creativity, teamwork, community service, leadership, entrepreneurship, and a whole host of things that you need to know. You are learning to be valuable to society. You are learning to respect your own ability to make a contribution and feel wanted and needed. Good stuff. You're likely to be very successful. You will have a nice relationship with society. You will provide stuff that folks like, and in exchange, society will love you. You will feel needed. But you don't want your success to put you inside a success bubble, looking out at what some are calling the useless class. If you want a meaningful and happy life, each of you need to figure out how to pull at least 100 others with you towards success. This is very, very hard. You will need all of the gracious professionalism you can muster to help others get to the good stuff.
Back. Oh, wait. And we're back. How's everybody doing? We got ourselves a new guest. We have Ethan in the box, one of our commentators from last week, making his appearance after being on site at Fairlawn with his team, the Redbeard Pandas. But now as we have randomization C, let's see what these two teams can do. Ethan, I'll let you go ahead and take over for this one. Talk to us.
Absolutely. So randomization C is interesting because that means that there's going to be 4 rings in each stack on the field for a total of 8. And some teams are sometimes hesitant to get those stacks because there's 4 of them. And we've already started in autonomous here. I don't have it quite pulled up yet, so I'll let you guys give the live play-by-play.
And as we see in the live play-by-play, both teams, I believe, got their park. And there is one wobble goal, so that will
Driver,
be 25
pick up your
points
controller.
put on the board.
Yeah, that's a
3,
good start.
2, 1.
Letting all those rings loose from the human player.
That's right.
These human players are not shy to litter the field. There will always be tons and tons and tons all over the field.
That's right, yeah.
The skew shooting there.
Yeah, and you got to make sure that you're constantly sending those rings out, because if this were a normal 4-team match, you don't want to be hoarding those rings and preventing your opponent from getting them. So you want to make sure that those rings primarily stay on the field rather than behind the human player station. All right.
And we've seen with some of these teams today putting up 30 plus rings in one round, that you cannot have those rings in the back. You must be putting them out. Teams desperately need it as they are racing to get this ultimate goal.
Oh, and we see some high goal shooting there. Looks like they got one of them in.
Yeah, we've got lots of high goal shooting going on and a little bit of low goal scoring as well. Looks like they're also doing.
Looks like they're going to hold with that wobble goal. Now let's see if they can get both of them out this time.
The first one is gone. Let's see if they got time for that second one with 23 seconds on the clock.
Nope, looks like they got it. Let's see if it's high enough to clear the wall. Nope.
Oh no, but it's upright. Let's see if they got time. They gotta wait for the wobble to stop.
And they got it. Let's see if they can put it out. And they got it.
Nice.
Good for them.
It's
I
out of
love
here.
that strategy of waiting at the line right at 30 seconds and going with that first wobble goal.
I like how the other team 16462 was actually going and trying to shoot from the far side to get the power shots down. One of the things that we have seen is that if you can hit it at the right angle, you can sometimes get the rings to ricochet 2 for the cost of 1.
And here we go.
With a score of
103
points, that will boost both of our teams into the 12th and 13th spot with a 25-point auto, a 38-point driver control, and a 40-point endgame. So a very good show, and with 4 rounds left to go, they have plenty of room to grow.
If you're watching this stream and you are related to one of the teams on here, remember to fill out our survey it's in the comments of the Twitch stream. You can tell us about your team and how your team has been affected by COVID, and we'll share it with everyone.
And also share what lessons you've learned along the way, because this is definitely a year for learning. Learning how to work with people digitally, learning how to work without certainty of whether or not you're going to have an alliance partner on the field. It's all about learning here in First. So we'd love to hear it. Fill out that survey if you can. It'd be great. All right.
Okay, so Ethan, I got a question.
Yeah, go for it.
Earlier we were mentioning what we thought the rings looked like.
Onion rings, obviously.
See?
Big old onion rings.
I agree.
Yeah, man. Like, not like the small ones that you get at like the school cafeteria. I'm talking like the big ones that you get as like an appetizer. Like.
Yeah,
I said it looked
different
like Sonic coins. It looks like Sonic gold coins. It doesn't look like onion, especially when you look at the game video, because the game video does show them like swirling around, sort of kind of like when Sonic gets hit by something.
Yeah, you can't count the game animation because that's not the real world. That's the 3D virtual world. We're talking about real in-person rings.
Okay, and I'm sorry, but if those rings were real from Sonic, everyone would be out going to collect them gold rings. So once again, about as close as we're gonna get.
Yeah, so. Yeah.
Yeah, we originally thought of onion rings, Sonic's rings, and Cheerios.
Cheerios? No. Yeah, the diameter is just the inner to outer diameter ratio is all off for Cheerios.
Also, just because of the fact that I don't particularly have a huge taste for onion rings, I said it looks like calamari.
I'm a fan of that one personally.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I never associated calamari with being in the ring situation. So,
What's your choice then? Since you're saying calamari lover, what's seafood?
I'll go calamari. So then we have 2v2. I'll go calamari.
There we go.
So I got 2 calamari and 2 onion rings.
Fantastic.
I'll drop the Cheerios out of the running.
Okay, so Twitch, if you're on Team Calamari, let us know. If you're on Team Onion Ring, go ahead and stay silent.
Team Onion Ring is the only one, man. All right, looks like they're getting those robots back on the field. That's what we love to see. And remember, there's at most 5 minutes between matches. You really got to make sure that you use them, even if you don't need them, because you got to check over your robot. You got to make sure there are no wires in any gears. You got to make sure that you put tape where you need to put tape. It's just all absolutely crucial to just try to use as much of that 5 minutes as you can,
I remember going onto the field with a handful of zip ties and a roll of duct tape to the side of my arm just in case. Because there's always that one bolt that you're like, wait a minute, forget it. I'm just going to use a zip tie instead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like we have 2 robots out on the field for match 43. So hopefully we'll get a randomization soon.
Hopefully. Yeah, so they got to make sure that that they initialize the robot, and then they have to keep their hands off the robot, because if any of the referees see them fiddling with that phone, then that they're gonna have to re-randomize it, or they could penalize the team depending on the situation. But it's just so crucial. We just want to make sure that we keep it random, because it would be no fun if everybody just had 3 different programs, one for A, B, and C. So we're making sure that those robots are actually using some sort of sensor to know which zone they're supposed to go to. And it looks like this time they're going to go to zone B.
I was about to say, speaking of zones A, B, and C, looks like we get to see them try out zone B. So let's see what's going to go down.
You keep saying C. We get to see them on zone B, so let's see what happens.
Maybe it'll be great.
There we go. Yeah, I heard you guys' A puns earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are A-okay.
Oh, yeah, we're trying to see if we can get the pun counter up.
That's great, man. Hey, and speaking of counters going up, I saw a couple of high goals there from the Red Alliance. I believe that was...
I think they bounced out.
No, two counted there on the bottom of the screen. So both of those...
And they got
both of those double goals.
Did they get any parts? Okay, they got both parts.
2 parts. Yeah,
Driver,
the referees counted
pick up
1
your
wobble
controllers.
goal, and they have a
3,
better view than us
2,
sometimes.
1.
There's 1 head ref on site, so you get to see him walking around. But you really got to make sure that those wobble goals are completely in. That's why they only got 1 instead of both. So we are well into teleop here. Those rings are all over the place, like you guys were talking about.
And as we talk about having refs and how the refs get to say everything, we have our own ref up in here. We have Caitlin. She was seen on the field last week for any of those who watched the stream. And so this week she's up in the booth with us, willing to talk and discuss and just share her feelings and share her sights and what she goes through as one of the referees as well as an alumni.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've got all alumni and current students on here, so that's pretty cool.
Wow. Oh, I'm not wearing my alumni ambassador hat. Oh man, I'm gonna
where's the hat? Where's the shirt? Where's just no credit?
Yeah, I'm trying to support my own team here, man. Like those red
impartial.
All right. Yeah, but we're already done. We played our matches. All right, speaking of matches, we got 1 high goal so far. They just tried for a really long shot onto that high goal. Didn't quite connect though.
Basketball shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were in the middle of the field shooting. And that was quite the long shot. They almost made it. Ooh, looks like 1 just hit high. They've got that wobble goal. They were ready to go. They drop it over the side here. Hopefully we can
they can get the second one. They were able to do it before. Let's see if they can do it again.
Well, let's hope. Yeah, last time they were just short, if I remember. Fell right back in. Notice how they're going around those rings. They are not taking any chances. They do not want to drop over those rings.
See if they can pick it up again.
Ooh, they just dropped that wobble goal.
It's 5 seconds till they get it. Will it be on the line? Will it count the line?
Oh, yeah, it is on the line. It looks like it rolled over onto the line right there at the last second. That's incredible. I remember just if some part of the wobble goal is touching the line, 5 points right there. Doesn't look like we got any power shots quite yet. Seems as if teams are having a little bit of trouble dialing in those shooters, and it's just they're so finicky. You know, they can be turned off by any sort of thing one way or another.
But so as we await our final score coming from the referees, it is 80 points for this alliance with a 49-point auto, a 6-point driver control, and a 25-point endgame, resulting in both of our teams bumping up to the 9th and 10th positions. Once again, a wonderful display by these 2 teams as they go and proceed to take their bots off the screen.
There you go.
So the really good autonomous and endgame scores there.
Mm-hmm.
You can bump up that driver control a little bit.
Yeah. So there's always room for improvement for even the best of teams, you know. But we're so glad that all of these teams could be out here today, fighting this weather. I heard you guys talking about, and it's just a great thing for people to have built robots in a season as difficult as this. So yeah. So let's see. We've got looks like 2 more matches from these 2 alliances. And it seems like they're doing that continuous improvement. They're getting a little bit better every time, and that's really what we like to see.
Of course.
Yeah. I need to mute my Discord notifications.
Everyone loves a few notifications here and there.
Now and then, yeah.
Shows that you loved. Like personally, I love when people flood my inbox. I love when you flood my inbox at the right time, but I love when you guys flood my inbox, especially because I love hearing from all of my different teams, especially because I'm in the DC region. All of my DC teams hit me up. I'm the only alumni ambassador located in Washington, D.C. So I pretty much deal with every DC team. And because I went to a DC high school, all the FRC teams in DC have my email.
That's awesome, man.
Most of them speak pretty regularly.
It's always great to be well known, and it's good that there's a community around First, so that nerds can get in touch with other nerds. They feel at home, they feel connected, and it's just we call it one big family in First because and we're all competing graciously, professionally, and so. Oh man, we're getting ready for our 4th match from Bot Brains and Absolute Zero. So doing pretty well on the rankings as of now. So you can see those rankings on the side of the screen, 9 and 10. It looks like. So those will change throughout the day. Those are based off of the total scores from the matches. And we're missing Ishan, otherwise known as Numbers Guy, right now. But he's pretty good at calculating how much each team has made and how much they need to make to get to what rank. So, yeah.
He is very good at
That's
that.
why we have Caitlin, the number girl, here with us, We have our number.
Yeah.
He knows the rankings from all the competitions combined, though. That is useful.
There we go.
We did get what is the world record for a hybrid match with 2 teams on the field. So
there we go. That's
I just that with 330 points. If you weren't here, go rewatch it. If you were here, rewatch it anyway.
Yeah, I might have to go check that out for myself. I somehow missed that one.
It was very good.
That's great.
All of the runs were above 100 points.
It was with Wizard.exe and Robo. Same with us. Robo Crash, Robo. I'm really blanking these teams. Robo, please Twitch, help me. I know it. I really know.
Mean we don't love you.
I really.
Yeah. All right.
Anyways, we go into setup A.
So that's going to be 0 rings starting on the field. They're all going to be back behind in the hands of the human player. We got that countdown going, and away goes the autonomous. Not a whole lot of movement right off the bat.
Hey,
both scrambling.
What was going to do?
Mm-hmm. All right.
You see one wobble roll in there.
Yeah, that looks good. Headrest kind of confirms it completely in.
Yep.
Here comes the second. Haven't seen any shots connect, sadly.
We got to get
that second one might
away.
It's close. Yeah, it's.
If it doesn't move, it's not going to count. Move, bot, move. Move.
It's hard.
2 parts. But then we get the wobble because the second
pick up
bot
your
is
controllers.
still technically in contact.
3, 2, 1.
That'll get you sometimes. You got to remember that you got to let go and back up from the wobble goal in order for it to count. So both teams are coming out shooting here. Looks like they're lining up towards respective goals. And we'll see if any shots can connect here in an initial flurry. Human player's doing a great job of getting those rings out. All right. So 12096, they seem to have a little bit of issue with their collection every now and then. It looks pretty interesting. They have a a whole lot of bristles on there. It looks like made of surgical tubing, and
they also have a weird little arm on the front.
Yeah, I wonder what that's for. That's so cool. So
I think it's just like for realignment purposes. I think it's just to make sure there's no stacks.
Maybe. Yeah, and something that I really miss about in-person competitions is if this were in person, we would be what's called game announcers. We'd be on the field and we could ask them more about their robot. But unfortunately, we're behind this little screen and we're in our own little box. So far, one high goal has been made.
I think
over on the other side,
in their bot. Does anybody else see that? That one ring stuck in their bot?
Yeah, you gotta be really
see it on the side.
Yeah, so you definitely
remember,
watch out for that.
That has been something to look out for. If you do get stuck, you have to make sure that you still do not contain more than 3 rings at any point in time. That is one rule that definitely catches up a lot of our teams. But during these last 30 seconds, it seems to be none of their concern as they're just going to easily toss out both of these wobble goals.
Let's see if they can get the second. And they got it.
There we go. Made it look easy, too.
Let's see if they can get those power shots if they try to go for them.
Yeah, 1209 seems to be lined up, looking kind of ready. I saw some shots coming out 12096, not quite landing where they needed it to, but that's all right. Posting up a score of 75 unofficially, of course. I think they still need to. Maybe they'll still factor in that second wobble goal because that was over. That was in the proper starting area, right? Did we catch that?
Yep.
No, it's going to count for starting. Should count for starting. It's just not going to count for the autonomous.
Oh, here we go.
That's right. Yes. Here we go.
The score is 75 points with a 40-point end game, a 25-point autonomous period, and a 10-point driver control, allowing these two teams to hold on to their rank 9 and 10 positions.
All right. Top 10's a nice place to be. You know, it's nice to say. How many teams do we have competing here today? Do you guys know?
Not at all. We've seen so many come and go.
Yeah, but all of them have been so great. I mean, I've only gotten to see a few, but I've just been blown away by what I have seen. And it's awesome that there's been a super high score of 300. I would hate to be competing against that. Oh, wait, I kind of am. But
I think I'm going to take it. I think there's 28.
28? All right, that's a good number of teams. Plus, including or excluding the 3 from Fairlawn.
Oh, there's 19.
Today we're going to see 19 teams.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
But in total, we will have, waiting on the back room to give us that answer.
I think it's...
Drum roll, please.
Yeah,
back room still didn't tell us anything. But okay.
That's all right. Maybe they don't know either. They're scrambling around. But it's really nice to see so many teams this season. You know, because this season in particular, with all the difficulties, you know, some teams have said it's easier to go remote. Some teams have sadly had to take the year off. It's just, but as you guys may have known, First Chesapeake got a lot of new FTC teams this year, and that's because the Maryland region joined up with First Chesapeake in terms of FTC, and we're just so happy to have them under First Chesapeake right now. That's why we're watching this on twitch.tv/First Chesapeake, and we've got the full resources of the First Chesapeake staff, which are just fantastic, by the way. I want to point that out. They are great. So it looks like we're getting set up for our last match with the Bot Brains and Absolute Zero. Getting ready on the Red Alliance. So, talking with somebody earlier, and they said, you know, the last match, that's the one that you always really bank on. You know, that's... Hey, James. Good to see you.
I'm just coming in so we can all be in the shot at the same time.
Wow. 5 commentators in one room. That's so cool.
I think that's going to break the internet.
Yeah.
I feel so crowded. I want my space.
Okay, I'm out.
Yeah, if anybody has a Shonda number, call him. Get him in here. All right.
I heard he's a little bit busy at college.
I'll say
yeah, well, yeah. If the Wizards are playing.
Remember,
hey, we're going to randomization A.
Remember, kids, school first, fun later.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah. But certainly we consider FTC a form of education, but
it's not primary education. It's secondary.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Dr. Woody Flowers once said in a great speech that, what you do in school, that's training. That's training you how to use those math equations. But when you actually apply it to FTC or, any sort of practical application like that, that's education. So that was a fun speech by Dr. Flowers that I got to hear one year. Speaking of fun, we got at least one wobble goal in Zone A, and we got two robots parked on the tape. That's going to be looks like two robots. Hard to tell from my perspective.
I think it's the same thing as last time. They're just not fully backing away from
Pick up your controllers.
If they would back out the
3, 2,
I would
1.
I would rather give up the parking points over the wobble point.
Right.
That's 5 points compared to 15.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's all about, those comparisons, just saying, what's worth more points more of the time, what's worth taking a risk. So the way these games are designed, the higher risk goals are typically more rewarding. And that is certainly the case in terms of the high goal, which I see them aiming up for, but let's see if we can send it. Those rings look a little bit jammed up in that shooter mechanism of theirs, but we'll see if they can wiggle it out.
Yeah, it looks like one of them might be vertical.
That's still it looks like two of them are vertical. That's still the biggest thing about these foam rings is that they do compact, they do squish. If your intake system is not 100% calibrated for these rings, you will intake either two at the same time or you will intake none. And when that occurs,
looks like 12096 is just gonna hang out with the wobble goal.
Yeah. So
looks like they might not be able to get that shooter going in time.
Yeah, so this has been a call by the drivers. Looks like they're just going to call it, say, all right, we tried, didn't quite get it. But luckily their alliance partner, I think that's 16442, they're still able to shoot. Didn't quite connect, but
these last 30 seconds, they're just going to do what they've been doing this entire time, which is running those wobble goals right out of the arena.
That's right.
They get the second one.
16462. They're lining up to take power shots. Looks like they're just lobbing it, kind of just barely over, not quite connecting.
Looks like they got that second wobble out of the arena there.
Yeah, really last second. So fantastic, great to see it. Yeah, and those rings, like you're saying, my team always says Taylor Swift. Shake it off. So. All right. Hopefully we'll get some final scores here in a few seconds, but great job by these two teams. I believe it is the Bot Brainstorms, and gosh, their name escapes me at the moment. I feel so bad about this.
Bot Brain, Absolute Zero.
Absolute Zero, that's it. All right, I had absolutely zero idea. It just completely escaped me. Teams are great. Love seeing them out here. All right.
But that will be so long to Absolute Zero and Bot Brain as we await their referee's decision. And as well, we'll probably keep talking. If not, we will definitely let you all know if we're going to play another one of our videos, whether it be from our sponsors, whether it be from you teams at home, whether it be from the late Woody Flowers, or whether it even just be our game animation. There are plenty of things for us to do and plenty of ways for us to still connect with you all. And don't forget, even though we mentioned connecting, you guys got to connect with us in this chat. Connect with us in the Twitch chat. Connect with us in the survey. Teams, make sure that you are connected with the judges by submitting all of your information and all of your videos before each event that you attend.
Absolutely. Yeah. Because it's not all about the performance on the field. Sometimes it's about, how many outreaches you did, how you connected with the STEM community, how you brought motivation into everything that you did. And here we go with the final scores for the final match. 65 very nice, autonomous, and in-game. Sadly, not quite what they wanted to see in driver control, but that's all right. They should be walking out with their heads held high because they did a great job today. All right.
And as they maintain the 9th and 10th positions, we also have our rapid sanitization occurring at this time. Remember, as we've said, in between teams showing up and leaving, we do sanitize the field completely, making sure that everyone is safe and following all of their COVID protocols. We hope that you all at home are also following all of your safety protocols and regulations. Make sure to stay safe, make sure to stay socially distanced, and even though you guys want to enjoy, we still want everyone to be here next year when it's time to enjoy it again.
Yeah, and as Ethan was saying, there's a lot more to the competition than just what happens on the field and the scores. There's judging happening right now, virtual judging, and the results of that will be presented on Tuesday night, also on First Chesapeake Twitch. So that'll be really exciting to see, and that's the culmination of the competition on the field and judging all together.
And so we do have teams getting ready to show up at this time, just waiting on knowing which 2 teams we shall be having with us.
Yes, the 2 teams that we have showing up is Bot Brigade Cordic and the McDonough Robotics team.
I believe both of these teams have been here before. I definitely remember the Cordic team here last week. I definitely remember Bot Brigade, and I believe McDonough was here as well. All right, and so very quickly, we talk about him all the time. We miss him oh so much. Mr. Woody Flowers and his great stuff. We're going to hear from him for a quick moment, and then afterwards, we're probably going to play a few of your guys' videos as we prepare for our next round. So until then, we will see you all very shortly.
In building your robot, you had to comply with the laws of the universe. The physics, chemistry, material science, all that stuff behaved perfectly. Whenever you understood it, you could rely on it. The universe is perfectly causal, perfectly reliable, perfectly constant. In building your robot, you had to face the idiosyncrasies of people. They behaved in ways not always perfect, not always reliable, not always rational. That first throws you into the deep end of complexity, surrounded by a bunch of perfect behaviors and a bunch of emotional, creative, lovable, maddening, and otherwise completely human behaviors. Is just a wonderful thing to do for you. That combination is fantastic. It is good stuff.
So what did you say? Want to call in the new teams? 11 534 Bot Brigade Quartic. And then we also have 13 270 McDonough Robotics. And I am wondering, Caitlin, if you have some stats on these teams.
Yes, I do. Bot Brigade Cordic is a team that's been around since 2016. They're from California, Maryland. Very cool part of Maryland. They are a family community team. And then Team 13270 is McDonough Robotics. Their rookie year was in 2017, and they are from Owings Mills, Maryland.
And this will be the last set of matchups that we'll see today. So we will run through these 5 matches, and then we will wrap it up. Everyone will drive safely home. And then early in the morning tomorrow, we will kick off again at about 9:40 to finish off Fulton.
And correct me if I'm wrong, McDonough Robotics is the one with the bright neon green.
The one that's on the field right now is, in fact, Bot Brigade Quartic. So they are the green one. Yeah, the green one is Bot Brigade Quartic.
White green is Bot Brigade. Okay. So everyone, if Bot Brigade goes black at any point in time, we are sorry. That is just our green screens that have been activated, and because they are chroma colored green, they might queue out.
Well,
we hope that they
seems to
don't.
be disabled.
I'm about to say, we hope that they don't. It seems that it hasn't done anything yet today, but just in case, Bot Brigade, we are sorry if your robot just appears as a black blob zooming across the field.
I think that isn't going to happen. They have the oh, you can come in here for a second. We had other pets earlier, so now we have kitty cat, and she is quite pesty, as you can imagine, because all cats are quite pesty. So she's going to head out. Actually, put her upstairs because mom's out with the dog. They don't get along, don't you know?
Well, one of them.
Yep.
So
There we go.
We need the beaver on the screen.
No, the green screen,
no,
not a problem.
The beavers.
Not affecting us today.
When you go get the beavers, since you said they're right outside.
The beaver? Oh, they're down the street. I know that was years ago. They were relocated to happier locations, not to flood the road anymore.
All right.
Looks like we have a re-randomization.
So let's be underway as these teams begin their journey today. So, yeah.
Bot Brigade is another one of those teams whose rookie year was my last season of FTC, so they've been around for a while. They used to use Matrix. They were one of the few teams in Maryland who used Matrix as a building system. So that's a little fun fact.
Now tell us about Matrix.
It's just one of the less popular building systems.
Is it because it's hard or because it is ineffective?
I don't think it's ineffective. I think it's harder to use. It had some more square components, and similar to a Vex building system as opposed to Actobotics that has the D-shaped axles and things that are a bit more robust.
So this was an interesting end point. It looks like we might have one, perhaps two robots on the park. No, they're going to give them one.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it looks like
pick up your
one
controllers.
I wasn't
3,
sure if that
2,
little bit of
1.
Cortic hung over the line. It looked like it did not.
Well, once again, saying with the themes of these bots, I do like how the bot is green, the team is green, and it's just all there. Once again, teams, it's wonderful seeing you all coordinated with your bots. It's one thing to have a bot, it's another thing to have a family. And trust me, your bot is a part of your family. You raise it,
doubt about
care
that.
for it, and at the end of the day, it takes care of you.
Bot Brigade is shooting, and they're just a little bit high. We'll see if they can get that adjusted. Oh, and they've got a ring stuck on the robot, so that could be problematic as well. Looks like there might be two stuck up in there.
Yeah, it's always hard to remember when you have one stuck, you can only pick up one less than the amount is. So if you have that
That's
stuck,
right.
you can only shoot two at a time.
Here we go. There's some score.
There's definitely a way around it if you can figure it out and just be a little quicker.
It does look like they are aware of the fact that that's there, so they're being careful with what they pick up so as not to exceed the capacity.
Yeah.
Oh, coming over now as we get to 30 seconds, trying to knock down some of those power shots. A wobble goal.
Yeah,
Okay.
unfortunately, I don't think either wobble goal. It's hard to tell if that one
I
is.
can't tell where the other one is. It may be on the line, though. If it's in the robot and on the line, then that could score, right?
The other one, I think it's back. No, I can't tell if it's near the line or not, actually. It might be.
Not
No.
enough time to pick it up.
I think the other one flew out. They might have thrown the other one out. It's definitely
Okay. Oh, there's something on the ground. There's a red. Oh. We'll find out when we see our end result. I cannot spot that other wobble goal.
People, if you can spot the wobble goal, point it out to us.
They did not give the in-game point, so it didn't go out the back.
Yeah, but I still don't know where it went. Did it swallow it?
It's magic.
Did it like run it over?
It could be. in a robot. I'm not sure where.
It got picked up.
So I say, did it run it over or something?
And I thought it got picked up by McDonough. There it is. It's
Yep, right
inside
there,
McDonough.
Told you under.
Yep. And it was upside down, so all we could see is the bottom. That's why.
Fancy.
See, folks, this is what happens when we have to stare at screens all day. Our vision ain't as good as it used to be.
So how's the weather right now? Are you seeing challenging weather where you are, Caitlin?
It's hard to tell. There's some leftover snow on the ground, but that's from 2 days ago. It looks like there's a little wintry mix going.
Okay.
But I'm about 30 minutes from Fulton, so hopefully they're not getting anything either.
That would be great. Want that trip home to be safe for everybody.
Yeah.
And remember, teams, we want you to be safe on and off the field.
Yep,
There's no
safety
point-
glasses will protect you on the field, and masks, and lots more to protect you off the field.
Got it. I heard Zeke talking earlier about some of our travels to first events over the years, and there have been some questionable decisions about driving, I can tell you right now.
So
up here it can be pretty rough.
These questionable decisions.
Oh, well, 100% me, because I'm the one who's behind the wheel. So yeah, it's mine.
I know, because Zeke was like, I was driving and I'm like, wait, Zeke driving? Wait,
No, no, not yet. He is old enough
I was
to
like, does
start
Maine have
driving.
Because I don't know. I was like, does Maine have different laws? Because I don't know. Because DC, you got to be 16 just to get a permit.
In Maine, it's 15. When you're 15, you can get your permit and go to driving school. All right, the match is loaded, and we will see what our randomization turns out to be. But there's an awful lot of time that you have to spend as a student driver in order to get that license, and I think that makes a lot of sense.
Just like how it takes a lot of practice to be good at driving a robot, it takes a lot of practice to be good at driving a car.
Practice.
And believe teams spend all the time that you can with that driver practice. If you have a 2-driver setup, put your drivers together at all times. They should be eating together. They should be breathing together. Well,
not breathing together.
Not with COVID. I don't know about that.
Put a mask on. Mask on, social distance. They should be eating together. They should be in sync. They should have one mind. You should look at one of them and not be able to tell the two apart. For the Twitch chat, this is first Chesapeake. So this is the Chesapeake region, which is located in Maryland, Virginia, and DC, as well as, I believe, parts of... We have parts of Delaware? Or is Delaware out of our region?
I believe Delaware's separate.
The sign on the the district does say DC, Maryland, and Virginia.
But there are other regions that are available. There are plenty of other zones that you can sign up for. And if there isn't a team in your area, feel free to start your own team. There are plenty of different leagues, from First Lego League all the way up to First Tech Challenge and First Robotics Challenge. So there is everything for different age ranges, price ranges, and different team ideals.
Yeah, if you're looking to find if there's a team near you, you can check out firstinspires.org and look on that. There's many different programs, FTC, which is what we're watching, First Tech Challenge. There's FRC, First Robotics Competition, and then also FLL. There are 2 different types. That's First Lego League. There's an older and a younger version. So there's definitely programs. If you or your kids or anyone you know is interested, check out firstinspires.org.
I think it's important to note you don't have to be an engineer, right? You can be pretty much anything, because as we've seen, teams need people who know how to be creative with art, because they're going to make a new shirt or team branding and so on. And you need people who know how to talk, because the judged awards need to have that type of presentation work. So there's a lot of things to do, and there's a lot of opportunities to contribute to the team that don't necessarily revolve around the engineering part of it.
Yep, and if you're an adult and interested in volunteering, you can do what we do. And that's also on firstinspires.org.
And thank you to all of our wonderful volunteers, whether you're in the back, whether you're on site, whether you're off site, and especially those that are in the chat right now going and helping out these new teams to be founded and these new regions to be created. But
Driver,
as we can
pick
see,
up your
the two
controller.
teams have 10
3,
points in their
2,
system for
1.
that zone starting. They were going for zone A, but because of the fact that the robot had not released the wobble goal, it unfortunately did not count for that extra 15 points.
Well, that one there, it had been in scoring position, and then the robot in auto drove into it and was touching it at the end. And so they ended up unscoring the score that they had, but thankfully they got the 5 points for being in the park.
And now, as we can see, as these rings start to flood the arena, teams will be making their way to try to score as many points as possible, whether they be high goals, mid goals, or low goals. There are plenty of ways to score today.
Yeah, it looks like Bot Brigade is going to go for some high goals. They have a powerful shooter.
Oh, it comes in and out. And they've also got that ring stuck on the top again. Do you see that? So that's a design issue they might want to take a look at for later in the season if they're going to end up with rings that can't be ejected.
Yeah, and a lot of these games where there's a limit to how many you can hold, it's really smart to cover your whole robot in Lexan or some sort of plexiglass so that they just slide off. Because it's so hard if something gets stuck. You get kind of a limit for the entire
Try and
match.
pick up that wobble, and they got it. So we'll see if they can score it out of the arena. Certainly plenty of room to do it.
I remember plenty of times of having to make sure that whatever game element that we had, I could not throw it into my bot, I could not place it into my bot, and it could not somehow get sucked up and into my bot.
Nice.
See if they can take a shot in the end and maybe get themselves some additional points. Now, if they put that out, it wouldn't score, but they could try.
Yeah, it looks like their partner disconnected there at the end, but they still did a really good job finishing up that match, getting that wobble goal out there.
Did that last wobble count, or are they going to say that that was contact?
I don't know if that wobble started in the right starting position at the beginning of the
No, it was not beyond the white line, so it was sitting there all match.
I thought they both were. No, both of them were, because remember, both of them got
you're
far
right.
back.
How did it come
both
back?
Of them were far back. Because the McDonough brought it forward and then started to go back to the middle.
But
yeah,
did they
but now
bring
I
it
think
back?
they're contacting it, so...
Yeah, right now it wouldn't go, but I think that it wasn't. Was it after 30 seconds that they did that?
Yeah, it was,
brought
after,
it back?
It was after the 30.
Oh, well.
Because I think the points were on the board and then they got taken back.
Oh, I see. Well, 54 is not bad.
54 points, raising our two teams into the 17th and 16th pole positions with a 10-point autonomous, a 24-point driver control, and a 20-point end game.
All right, I've got to go and turn the cake. I'll be right back.
The infamous cake. So, Caitlin, what type of cake are we getting?
I heard he's doing some red Valentine's Day, maybe chocolate, maybe a red velvet. We don't know.
Oh, I said, what are we about to get? Since you're near me and I want food, because I'm hungry.
We need a Maryland, D.C. favorite, crab cakes.
I was gonna say, wait a minute, mumbo sauce? Wait, that's the DC favorite for everything. What are you saying, bench chili bowl? Like that's DC's favorite.
Maryland favorite crab cakes.
You know, personally, I prefer salmon cakes over crab cakes.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Ooh, that's a fun question. Favorite food while we're sitting here on live waiting for these next spots to come up. And then you gotta relate it to robotics in somehow.
can do. Also, Twitch channel, remember, if you're here supporting a team, tell us about your team. In the form, it's linked in the Twitch chat, so you can go find it right there, answer some questions about how your team got started and how COVID has affected your team and what you're learning this season. Looks like we're already set up for match 48. That was a quick turnaround.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, two teams that feel that they're ready to go. They're just going to be ready to go. Yeah. They're doing a few last second checkups, and they're going to say, hey, we're good.
Yeah, you check your battery power, you make sure your phones and driver registration are all set to go, and keep it running. I remember last week we had a similar thing. Teams were just, they'd take 1 or 2 minutes between matches, but they'll just keep it going.
And that is why you guys ran ahead of time, and we were sitting there confused.
Well, teams will go. That's great. And if it's near the end and you can get people to hurry up, then that's great too. But know that teams know they're coming in on a schedule, particularly when there's only 2 in the building at a time. So even if you get ahead, you may end up waiting for that next team to show up. Randomization.
Hey.
That is A.
As we begin, we have been having a great day with Section A. Let's see what happens as we get underway.
Okay, match
We
has
are
started.
Off.
Firing. Shots fired.
Ooh, they get one? Ooh, that was close.
I really can't tell from this angle.
I got one.
They got.
And then, see if they get wobble goal down in A. It looks like they're going to get one if they can back up and not touch it. It's unclear if they're going to do that. Oh boy.
I can't tell.
Here comes the decision. They're going to take a look at that, see if it's touching the wobble goal. I think it is.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Yep, you see it move just a little bit when they backed up, so I think it was touching. Oh, they gave him the points.
Yep.
No, they got the point for the tip target being down.
Power shot.
Yep.
Yes, power shot and then 1 park, I believe. There we go, back to the shooting. Hopefully no rings get stuck on the robot this time.
Nice and clean right now. Ooh. I think that move right there might be the troublesome move, because you see the rings come up and they kind of pop into the hopper, but then they sometimes impact and bobble out on the side. So when they go home, maybe they'll have to look at putting something on there to stop it from like being more securely going in there. 32 points, so looking pretty good so far. Minute left on the clock, still plenty of time. McDonough hanging on to that wobble goal. They are gonna score it. They are ready to go. 5 seconds from now, they're gonna start moving and put that thing right out.
They are waiting at that line.
Oh yeah, there it is. Go for some power shots. And McDonough, got to get up a little higher. You can do it. You can do it. It's the same thing that happened the last time with it, where it was they bobbled it on against the wall, so it doesn't quite get up high enough to get over the wall.
Yeah, if they could have brought it over to that line, that would have gotten a few points, but it's hard. You have to get it to the line and then back up, so it takes some time.
And hard if you can't see it, too. So that looks like it might have been an obstructed view for them from where they were driving. Here comes the final results up on the board, and it's going to be 56 points for the win. Both teams will move up with those 56 points. Their average is constantly climbing. They had 11 in the first match, and now we're seeing they're hitting their stride in that 55 or so per match, which is good. We'll hope to see higher scores in the next 2 matches, which will be the last of the day. I am hoping that we'll get a chance to see some of the at-home matches. In last couple of weeks, we've had a few of those that have come in that have been pretty exciting to watch. I don't know if we have any racked up and ready to go, but hopefully we will see. Maybe in the last couple, we can have some of those as we wait, and maybe not. Well, we're getting a signal from our production crew. See what that is. Oh, hey, let's try some remote videos right now. That would be awesome. So if we could switch over and watch a couple of remote plays, that would be great.
Autonomous in 3, 2, 1. Driver, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and we have randomization A, and the match is just underway there in Fulton.
Yep, it looks like Bob Brigade started out by placing their wobble goal, and then the McDonough team also tried to place their wobble goal.
I think they'll score this one. They're not touching it, and they're on the line, so that is good. I'm not sure about Quartic, though, if they manage to get on the line.
Drivers, pick up your
Both
controllers.
parties, take them.
3,
Well done.
2, 1.
I, as the representative of First Nation, will take those points.
When did you get that title?
I just gave it to myself.
Oh, so that's what we're doing.
I'll give it to you, though, if you want it.
Oh, I gotta make my own good title now.
Oh, I think it's time to take the cake out of the oven. So while this match bakes, I will be back shortly.
We've used way too many puns.
Yeah, those just take the cake. Looks like we've got the McDonough team trying to hold that wobble goal and get ready to make a run for the other side of the field when 30 seconds hits. I hope that they're...
My only thing is, it almost looks as if they're trying to control both of them, though, when it comes time for takeoff. It looks like they might be trying to push one and hold one.
It's hard to tell. It almost looks like the other one's leaning on them. But I guess when they drive off, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's all. I'm like, I don't know what's about to...
Yeah, Bob Brigade does have 4 in the high goal, though, so that's... Oh, 5 in the high goal now.
Those points are up. We are already at their average, so they can go nowhere but higher from here. Yeah, see, I don't know how that gets called.
Yeah, it looks like it was stuck on their robot, so that will be an interesting call. We'll have to wait and see what the referees do with that.
See, they still turn around for it now, so I'm like...
Yeah, that's a complicated situation.
Referees have a very fun job ahead of themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we can see Paul, our head referee, taking a look at that goal.
Caitlin, so where do you wish you were? Here with us or out there with them?
I'm having fun here.
And so, teams, remember, after this, there is only one more match for today. We know that it says out of 70, but those last 20 matches will be played tomorrow, and they will be played still here live.
Yeah, so that'll be a shorter day, but still just as fun. And we'll have some of our same commentators. I know James will be here, and Niall, you'll also be here tomorrow.
Yep.
Looks like our head referee is communicating something about the score to a team.
Yeah, like I said, his hand is up. What's that signal right there? What's the fist up?
Yeah, it's probably about the fact that they carried 2 wobble goals, or they didn't carry 2 wobble goals, they were controlling 2 wobble goals at the same time. And it did end up, the second wobble goal did end up in a scoring position on that line, so there could be a penalty there.
Once again, our refs taking their absolute time and all the care to make sure that they get the best and fairest ruling possible. Oh, yeah, that's a penalty. That's a hit.
Yeah, so
I think they just
it'll be a major penalty because it was scored while it was controlling 2.
Now, see, I'm familiar with the card system. Do you guys have something like that? Yellow cards, red cards, and all that?
Yep, we have yellow cards, red card. Actually, in this case, so the first time this was scored while controlling 2, it's a major penalty, and then if it happened again, it would be a yellow card. Oh, yep, and we have our final score of 80 points, 25 auto, 30 driver control, 55 endgame, and that 30-point major penalty.
But even with that penalty, they still move up into our 13th and 12th pole positions, and they still have
That's a solid match
to put that score on the field. So, James, what we did see earlier, they did round that as a penalty.
That's unfortunate. Yep, I saw that. That's big. That's very big for them. But they have another match here. Their scores are going up, which is great. The trajectory is exactly where we want to see it. And as we approach the end of the day, perhaps we could see a remote match to fill the time between this one and the last match of the day.
If the backstage would be so kind.
They're awesome.
Oh, we're all awesome. It's a whole group of wonderful people.
Oh, I think we caught him flat-footed. That was 100%.
You know,
Oh, no,
we'll hit
here
him
he
with the
comes.
Lego move.
Let's go.
Everything is awesome.
Everything is awesome. And FLL, so we're good with using that reference. Let us go and see another home. It's underway. All right, awesome. Thank you.
We're ready.
3, 2, 1.
Almost a good start. Where are we at? I think we're at 0.57. Go ahead.
We don't talk about that.
20 seconds.
Looks like they. Oh, they got a power shot. Okay.
We're on. Okay. We
Okay.
have
We
got
have randomization A going. Autonomous is underway. There's only 5 seconds left in it. But it looks like Bob Brigade Cordic already got a power shot target and a parking score in Autonomous.
Fantastic.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
And now
1.
they drive. Let's see where we go.
So remember, everyone at home, today this is our last event A. We are done after this. This has been 50 matches. It has been tons of fun. We loved it. It was all warm-hearted, tons of enjoyment. We hope everyone stays safe. We hope everyone tunes in tomorrow for our next broadcast, where we will go through these last 20 matches. And as we are talking about that, we're still going to sit here and watch with 38 points on the board and still more than a minute to go.
Yeah, it looks like Bob Brigade just keeps scoring in those high goals. That looks like 1, 2, 3 in a row in the blue high goal. I think that'll total them with 6 in the high goal.
This is going very well. Look at how they're all lined up right there. It's like snackable. They just boom, 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 pick them right up off that line.
Yeah, and they just keep shooting rings out of the human player.
I wonder if they're going to try to get that second wobble back in play. Because currently it's behind the line, so.
First one.
I also think that I think they're also still a little scared from the last time, though.
That could very well be.
Yeah, unfortunately, McDonough looks out of commission. So, oh no, they're just
been
standing
waiting.
there.
They've been waiting. They're in there on their time thing.
They get me every time.
Wait for that.
And there it
Wait
is.
for that
There we
Look at
go.
that one.
Score. Yeah, it looks like Bot Brigade is just going to keep going for power shots and maybe some high goals to finish off that match.
See if they, oh, they got one. They get two?
I think I see all three.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, nice. All three power shots.
Way to finish up.
And that is a beautiful conclusion to our day today.
No
Let's wait
kidding.
for
So
our referees' final decisions.
Yeah,
this alliance really dialed it in as we got near the end of the day here.
And teams, that just goes to show the amount of improvement that can be made over just a single round. And look at that. We are up in rank 12 and 11 with 127 points on the board from a 20-point autonomous, a 42-point driver control, and a 65-point endgame.
Yeah,
Well, folks. Yeah, go ahead.
Great way to end the day.
It is a great way to end the day. And as sad as it is to say that it is indeed the end of the day, it is indeed the end of the day. But it doesn't mean it's the end of fun here in Chesapeake for FTC. Tomorrow there'll be some competition that will get going from Fulton, and that will start up at 9:30. We'll open it up, and then 9:40 we'll have the beginning of matches. And so those matches will run from 9:40 until about 12:30. So 3 hours or so of match play. Be great to finish that up. And as Caitlin had said before, the folks who had been doing their presentations, put in the judge materials, those are being reviewed today. And we will have our award ceremony on Tuesday. So be sure to tune in to that. On behalf of everybody here in the commentating booth, thank you so much. Thanks to all the volunteers who are working so hard on scene, but also the folks who are behind the scene who are doing our referee work, our judge work, and then also all the folks who are keeping the streams running. So thanks to our stream sponsor as well, Northrop Grumman. Couldn't make all this come to you without their assistance. And with all of that, thank you so much. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, everybody. We'll see you guys next time.
Somewhere past the edge of convention.
Beyond the boundaries of tomorrow
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not. Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is
to what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
To define possible.
Define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.